Hello.
All right, so we just took even longer to get that sorted. Wait, did I really just waste like 2 minutes on a poll? Hi there, eating Hawaiian pizza. I welcome. Hang on a second. I need to adjust my face thingy-madoogie. Boop. There we go. Oh my goodness. Why are things so difficult? All right, close this. Dink Kiwami 2. Hello, everyone. I need to think about like changing this overlay at some point. Especially cuz like I've changed this. Also, I should probably have a look at hang on a second. Hang on a second. I need to Where is the streaming? There it is. So is this really? Oh wait, no, image 2. There we go. Okay, so this was from streaming room render number 4. Okay, I should probably change that. Why you gotta poke my ass? Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no, the ass poking won't work. Hi there, Meeps. Welcome to the stream. Good morning to you. I hope you're doing alright. Alright, so wait, what's the difference between... Oh, I see the difference. Alright, cool. Copy this. Twitch resources. Break room backgrounds. Alright, so go up one. It's no longer 2023. This is 2024. 2024. It's still Macro March. It is not Macro March. It is April 1st. It is April Fools over on Whatsamahoozy. It's April Fools on my day. We go by the Australian time. All right. So this is what our background was previously. Browse. We then change from 2023 over to 2024, and we go over to this one, and it's absolutely massive. Why is it absolutely massive?
Hello!
Oh, is it because... Okay, so this thing was a 4K, and... No, okay, hang on. Ding. Transform. Edit transformation. Alright, so... 1080? Oop. 1440? Yep. Alright, so... 1920. Nope. 2160? Nope. 2460. Does anyone remember the numbers for the 1440p thing? Also, I should probably have this poll, like, slightly lower down in the thingamajiggies. Alright. Oh, wait, no, it's 1660, isn't it? Nope. 1550? 1560. There we go, that looks good. Alright, close that. Excellent. Alright, that means I can also...
Zeebs is a cutie.
I am not a cutie. How dare you? Position, scale. Scale to inner bounds. Bounding box scale. Is this... There we go. And then... Okay, so it's slightly different. Alright, delete this image. So now we just have the break room overlay, and I just go... Bam. There we go. Also, I need to go into 1%. Too bad. Alrighty, I need to go back to my core overlays. And I need to move this pole. Move it all the way under there. Now, I can also just, like, you know, hide it and reveal it and shit. So, but I'll keep it revealed while we're on here for just a little bit. Alright, so. Dink, donk. So yeah, happy April, everyone. There is no more theme. I have already done my render for Macro March. Cookie for Hawaiian pizza. Here's your cookie Hawaiian pizza. There you go. Thank you, Jason, for getting to the auto mod message. What's the opposite of himbo? Cookie for fairy cures. Interesting question. Estion, if the opposite of himbo is a twink. You know what? I am going to ask that on the Twitters because I am bored. And, you know, it seems like the right thing to ask. Alright. And opposite. One extreme himbo and another. Post that. I won't use the word twink. I had a thought about it and I was like, maybe it's not something people want to, like, you know, see and what have you, so because I would love to keep my my Twitter account. Granted, it's not that, like, safe for work of a Twitter account. A bimbo? No. Bimbo and himbo are like, so the himbo is a masculine and the bimbo is feminine. I would put the thing like that, okay? So, because the thing is you can have male bimbos and you can have female himbos. So, like, Xena the warrior princess, wouldn't be a bimbo. She's a himbo. Meanwhile, Luke Skywalker wouldn't be much of a himbo, but he could be a bit of a bimbo. Hi, Night Sky. Welcome to the stream. We're having some very interesting introspective about the what's-a-mahoozy, the himbos and bimbos of the world. How's it going on your side, if you mind me asking? Jink, jonk, hading, hadong. Ding, ding, ding. Twitter. Hopefully, yeah, no, today's a public holiday. I'm not supposed to work today or anything like that, so we're good. We are A-okay. We are A-okay. I don't have to worry about someone from work calling me wondering, hey, Grant, where are you? Because it's a public holiday, and then tomorrow I work from home, so we are A-okay. There's no panics to worry about. Hey, the TikTok thingy-majiggy worked on my, channel. Nice. Alrighty. Is there any other kind of... Wait. Transvisibility... Did they put Transvisibility Day on an April Fool's Day? Or are they just talking about from last month? They're putting it on the last day. You're doing good. You finished cleaning your room and you're now making soup. Nice. Maybe the opposite of a himbo is a nerd or someone generally skinny. You have no idea, but you hope everyone's day is good. It was yesterday. Okay, so the Transvisibility Day was yesterday. Noted. Noted, 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 noted. Alrighty. Alright, get off Twitter. Because if I stay on Twitter any longer, there's just gonna be, Hang on a second. I will at least post that meme. Drake? What? Where's the body of Christ? That one's a little funny. I will give it to them. So yeah, I believe it was March 31st. Yes. So thank you, Sage. So yeah, so it's March 31st for all the Americans and the Europeans. It's April 1st for me here in Australia. And the reason why there's like a poll that's taking up like half my face right now because of where I'm positioning myself on stream. The reason for that is because I have no fucking idea what I was going to play for this Saturday, which was meant to be a party game stream. I didn't have that many good ideas of like what it was I wanted to play and what have you. And I didn't send out invites ahead of time like I said I was going to be doing. Like March, for some reason, I've just kept myself, I don't know, I just been in a very, not depressive, but just it was enough for me to do my normal thing. There wasn't a means of being able to go and do like stuff outside of my normal schedule, where this is now my normalcy, is doing the streams like, you know, 3 to 4 times a week, go to work, do the 9 to 5 like 5 days a week and what have you. And yeah, so there was just doing that was like enough for me. I barely had the time for, hi there, Fizz Tiger, welcome to the stream, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. Can we get a clip shout out for Fizz Tiger? See if it will, like, you know, go over top the poll here, because that's the important thing. If it doesn't, then I'll just hide the poll and what have you. Hi there, unnamed. You're going to Bork, are you? Yeah, it goes over top. Oh my god, that is some glitchy. Unless, is that just my stream, or is that how the actual thingy-majiggy went for you? Oh, you're going through a hard time if that's what it is. You're going through a hard time if that's what your stream... No, okay, maybe it's my clip. Maybe it's my clip thingy-majiggies. Damn. No, the stream was fine? Okay, so my clip then. The clipping system is a little bit slow, I imagine. I'm not even using, like, that much CPU resources, I don't think, either. Hang on a second. If I Control-Alt-Delete right now, and I go to Task Manager, it shouldn't be using that much resources. Alright, hang on a sec. Minimize the Discord. Keep this poll going. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Yeah, Sage is uncertain of what to do. with the borking. Alright. Yeah, no, okay, my CPU is at like 76% right now, and that's a mixture of 43 43 sources within OBS, with a mixture of OBS itself doing shit and all the different browser pages. That's fine. The browser pages uses barely anything. 15% for the desktop manager. 7% for Yakuza. The Wimi. Alright. VC Face uses like 3 to 7% right now. And then I've got the LCD. There's a number of things running on my system right now. Damn. It's fine. It's fine. It's not a problem. But yeah, thank you so much for dropping in. I hope you're having is it a morning for you? Or... Hey, god damn you, and I was about to... Why do you gotta do that to me? Hey there, friendly pylon! Welcome, welcome! Greetings from the brain where colors have personhood. Colors have personhood? Look at him walking in the water.
I'm gonna say the gamer word.
Chattily! No!
You're just sort of like, bonk. You do it like, I don't know if you realize this, but the way your avatar was walking, it looks like every time you take a step, your butt has to just be like, bong, habam, hudding. It's so silly. So, you're just like, oh no. You'll get more clips. Don't worry, you'll get more clips. I think the way my system is randomized for the shoutouts is it gets the top one for like the last month. I think that's the way I've done it. So then that way, because I know some people are just like, oh, let's just grab a random clip from whenever in their entire streaming history. I'm not a huge fan of, like, you know, going throughout the entirety, because the way I think of it is like, if you've done it for as long as I have, like 3 years now coming up, there are some clips from like 2 years ago that don't properly reflect the quality of the stream now, whether it's because of the 3D avatar, the quality of the mic, the games I'm currently playing, the overlay, whatever it is. So if you go for like, you know, only within the last month, I feel like that's a better quality. Now, granted, that does bring up the problem of, because if I do a clip shout out of Izzy, for instance, Izzy the Fat Cat, amazing artist, you should go check him out. There have been no clips of their channel in the last month, and that is like, that is not a great thing, because it's like, you know, it means that, like, you know, there isn't anything representative of them in the last month, despite the fact, you know, they've probably been streaming within that last month as well. So it's like, what do you do about that? So yeah. Alright, so we got Fizz, we got Unnamed, we got Friendly Pylon, and we're doing all this in the morning, eating Hawaiian pizzas, just doing the really fast head pats. Purple Dragon Ray, nice. Oh my god, I totally forgot Dead Enthro had their own channel. Nice. So yeah, I reckon I have like a lot of old clips. Like I've got the eFuse like BRB channel. I got this one here. If it will pop up. Hello? Little Incineroar, what are you doing? Why you don't be licking my butt. All right, where's this? Is it over in the games, I wonder? Maybe I need to go over to games, and then I go into sources, and then I go to the ERB thing. Maybe it's in there. Yep, there it is. Alright. So yeah, that, I think, basically is just going through all my free channels and what have you. No, god damn it. I need to somehow pause. It's annoying. I'm using Vulkan to, like, do all the, Alright, there we go. Alright, and then Grant a cutie. I am not a cutie. Masonic, you is a cutie. I am totally incapable of being cute. It's impossible. Can't happen. It's pure fiction. Observe. See? I'm incapable. It's impossible. It's pure fiction. It never happened. 52% himbo though. Nice. Also, why is my face not going upwards? Hang on a sec. Boop. There we go, that does it. Nice. How dare. All right, we're going up the stairs. My No, not the bald. Zeeb. Grant is correct. They can't be cute because they're adorable, easily mistakable though. I don't know about adorable. We don't know it's the Omi Alliance. Oh wait, it is. Sengoku took on the barkeeper's financial woes. We didn't help him, which was unfortunate.
どうしたんだ
What's wrong?
何かあったのか
キリュウちょっとヤバいことになっちまったさっきの天野ビルの一件どうやら俺が容疑者になっちまったらしい
Thank you for the hyper himbo.
警察の監視カメラに誠が撃った瞬間
Yep, cool. I did disable the actions for the hyper himbo. You only just get the normal hyper himbo now. Oh, we were that close to a new chapter. Holy shit.
どう見ても伊達が撃ったようにしか見えん。
これは何かの間違いです。
How'd you get that camera?
これは現場にあったものだ。鑑識で伊達の銃のものと判明した。
Like, I know why we're able to see things,
彼は我
but,
々の極秘
you
捜査
know,
に協力してもらっているもので。
it's not like we have a cameraman following us the entire
銃
time.
の携帯などを許せるはずはなかろう。
おっしゃる通りですが、彼の協力がなければ、ミレニアムタワーを爆破させた組織を特定するのは難しい状況でして。
君らが追っていた組織とは何なんだね。
人言派です。
人言派？何を言ってるんだ。人言派はとっくに壊滅したはずだ。
いえ、公安部が半年前から内定していたところ、その暫定が官僚長に潜んでいることが分かったんです。
65.
情報なのか。
So close to the sexy
我
number.
々がマークしていたスターダストというホストクラブのオーナーはその可能性が高かったのです。
なぜ公安部は正式な捜査を行わなかったのかね。
和樹は用心深く頭が切れます。そこで倉橋課長から和樹と親しい伊達さんの捜査協力要請があったんです。
事情は分かったが、このような結果になってしまったんだ。伊達を逮捕するほかなかろう。
逮捕？
これが公になってみたまえ。元刑事のスキャンダルとしてマスコミの格好のネタになるだろうが、すぐに伊達の身柄を拘束する手続きを取る。
待ってください。
現時点をもって本捜査の指揮権を捜査一課へと移行。人言派の事件においても同様だ。公安部も四課もこれ以上の手出しは無用だ。分かったね。
はい。
わかりました。
以上だ。
倉橋課長。
わかっています。
Wait, do I have water? Yes, I do.
伊
Cool,
達
thank
さんのこ
Christ.
とは私にも責任がある。
I've also been taking a little more
Wait, what's that
cough
called?
and cold medicine, so hopefully I sound better for everyone. Do I sound good? Do I sound better than normal?
ビデオに映っているのはほんの一部じゃない。
そんなことは幹部の連中にはわからな
How
い
did they get the video though?
だとしてもビデオに映っていただけでどうして容疑者になるのよ。
It's
今
not
こ
like the
の街で
Japanese
起きた
carry
事
body
件
cams
は
on them.
全てビデオで検証することになってんだ。
あの男を射殺したのは私よ。銃を提出して証言するわ。
どうせ元刑事とはいえ一般人である誠を使って極秘捜査をしていたことは事実なんだ。それに現場には誠が撃った銃弾が残ってる。
Ammo because it's a
お前
bullet.
の銃弾はも
Sound
み消され
fine?
ちまう。
Emphasis on fine. That's fine. Wait, why are the thingy-majiggies running in the background? Hang on a second. That's not supposed to be happening. Intro fighters. There we go. The intro fighters shouldn't be happening unless there's an advertisement going off. There shouldn't be an advertisement going off. Also, I should probably double check it whether or not and see this game has like a full screen borderless mode.
花屋が撮ったビ
So
デオ
then
が
that way, if I
証拠に
alt
なった
tab out of things, it's not gonna, you know,
おそらくそうだ
blip the screen and what have you.
こうなったらとことん人言派の動きを追ってやる。
だがこのままカムロ町にいたら逮捕されるのは時間の問題だろう。一旦離れた方がいい。
これからどうするつもりだ？
大悟の居場所を探し当てて、そこから人言派を探ってみる。
どうやって？
こうなったらあいつを頼るしかない。
花屋か。
ああ、
何か掴んだら連絡する。
Bam, boom, boom. Am I still himbo? Yeah, I'm still himbo. Yay, gold! I don't know what the gold is for. I think the gold is for the leaderboard. So if you do exclamation point leaderboard, I think it will explain to you like where everyone is on the fishing ranks. We need to dig up what we can on the Jingweon on Mafia right away for Tate-san's sake too. Yeah. Our best bet right now is the florist. He's apparently up in the Millennium Tower now. Yeah, let's head over. Is it stats? I don't know, it's stats. Alright, let's see if it's stats. This is me. I'm like watching the stream now to see if... Type in exclamation point fish help, I think is what you need for the thing you were doing. So why is there a... Stop gooning when you read the lines? I'm not gooning. The hell you talking about, frack? Oh, hey, a lobster. Oh, there's people we can fight. Hang on a second, hang on a second. We gotta beat up some delinquents. Yo, you guys, I wanna fight you. Let's fight, let's fight, let's fight. Let's get the... Yeah! Get kicked in the head. Not goon like wine. Yeah, I know what kind of goon you're talking about. I know only the Australians do the wine goon. You're talking about like the... You're talking about like the incel gooning. Wait, can I eat hot dog? No! I can't enjoy New York style hot dog. This is unfair. Nope. Why are we... Okay, pick up the monies. There we go. Oh wait, I can... Is my stomach empty? My stomach is almost empty. Is there more? Nope, no new locker things. Is there a restaurant we can eat? Or let me rephrase that, a restaurant we can eat at. Also, I don't know if I've purchased anything here. There we go. That's not even a hot dog on the sign. It was something. It was some sort of thing. Alright, yes, restaurant. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Hi. Can I eat everything on the menu? Gyoza. Alright, we're eating all that. That's the most we can eat.
うまいな。
うまいな。Did this thing pop up when you, like, did the thing? Oh, also, as it mentions in the what's-a-mahoozy, the bot, if you are a subscriber, whether by Prime or by, you know, or by sub, your vote accounts for more than 1 point. It's pretty cool that way, isn't it? So if you get gift subbed or something like that, it's even more. Oh my god, we can even get out from here. Oh, more people to fight. Damn it! Yeah! Let me just say, you're not missing much with New York style hot dogs. Don't go to New York or to have them. It's not worthwhile. Noted. Also, I have like no friends in New York that are telling me, hey, you should come to New York. I have some Texans that are like, hey, you should come to Texas. We get to fire guns and eat barbecue. And I'm gonna be real with you, that sounds pretty incredible. Ho ho. Visit Dallas for no reason at all. Ah, yes. We're gonna go to Dallas and we're gonna go check out a book depository or something. There's a whole like itinerary I'm gonna have to go through when I end up in Texas. There's like a slew of things I need to do. And we have to coordinate it so it goes off during like Texas Fur Fiesta. So then that way when we're wearing fursuits, there's nothing weird going on. Wait, give me your sword. Give me your sword. Now, give me your sword. There we go. Grab the sword. Yeah, she's doing all right. Here we go, and get off me. Got him. You should go to Kansas. No particular reason. You're not even near there. What's in Kansas? Because I know all the, like, every sci-fi is like, oh, we're no longer in Kansas. More delinquents to fight. We're doing this for XP reasons. Not because I am, like, you know, thinking I'm going through the story too quickly and I want to, like, you know, distract myself. And whack. Playing a game of whack fuck. Nice. There we go. Get ourselves a silver plate. Any stats we can increase? We can do a limit break on our damage, our defense, our heat gauge. Strengthen the power of the finishing hold. Boosting the maximum thingy-majiggy of our light attacks. Further boost damage done by Y, except for charge attacks. Regard, evasion, parry, quick step. Boost the combo speed. Attack faster when enemy block combo attacks. Boosting that. Boosting the taunt. Extreme heat mode. Komaki. Alright, that requires us doing acupuncture shit. Boosting the heat actions. Launches against who falls because their attack was parried. Sign sweeper. Safety first. Plunger. Alrighty, none of those. Alright, we can't boost the XP any further yet, and I imagine that one's going to be like the maximum XP booster. We can't boost our stomach, we can't boost the digestion or the alcohol. Hostess with the mostest. Increases the amount of XP obtained by hostesses for Cabaret Club. Employee of the month. They gain improved stats. Hi there, Kinset Gaming. Welcome to the... Sounds like a vor. The digest... No, it's just general food shit. Don't worry about it. Token of appreciation maximum. Alright. So, nothing really strong in that manner. Restores a little bit of health. Alrighty. Grape soda. So stunning that it becomes temporarily easier to stun enemies. Absolutely. Let's go for that. Ow. Wait, we can't go in from here? How about via here? Mom, my apologies, Mom. Alrighty. Well, by the by, welcome back, Kinset. It says you're a returning chatter, so I'm imagining you hadn't been here for a bit.
ここの50階だ。エレベーターは向こうだ。
Oh. Cool. Another locker key. Thank you. We need the elevator. And the game is now doing the fun little... Wait, can we not use the elevator? What? Weird. Alright, can we use... Nope.
No.
Okay, hang on. What am I... What am I missing? Why is this glitched? Seriously? Why would you put yellow signs there if we have to go... Ah. So many himbos in so little time. There are... I'm discovering that there are more himbos on the platform than... Hey! You've gone from an underground highlight to a high-profile luxury. He's also changed his attire. He used to just be... This guy used to just be in, like, a floral, like, you know, kimono, and that's it. He was just, you know, it's yellow paint, it points your way. This isn't 2012 design here, okay? This is a video game that came out back in the early 2000s. We didn't learn about the yellow paint nonsense at that point. Don't worry about it. It's my trigger for worrying about things.
綺麗なお嬢さんだな。
こう見えても府警四課の刑事だ。
瀬山薫さんだね。
どうして私の名前を？
高専在学中、20歳で国家公務員2種をパス。人事院からの推薦を受け、卒業後、府警に準キャリアとして採用される。
Interesting.
その後は配属先を4回と移し、今年の4月、最短の4年というキャリアを経て警部補へ昇格。同時に4課主任へと就任する。通称ヤクザ狩りの女だったかな。
どうしてそれを？
あんたたちがカムロ町に入ってからの動きは大体知ってる。その間にちょっと調べておいたのよ。
さすがだな。
まあな。
じゃあ、俺たちがここに来た
Unfortunately,
わけも
then they were only using mustard packets.
大体察しはつく。
Yeah, here's the thing.
堂島だ。
The reason, so I know, like, everyone hates the yellow paint because of, like, it popping up in a few more areas. So, for example, because here's the thing, the yellow paint kind of started as, like, early on as Alan Wake. Like, if you think about it, because the yellow glowy paint there. Hi there, Star Kuma. Welcome to the stream. Are you a star bear? Are you like one of the, are you an important bear? Anywhoosies, back to my tangent. The yellow paint thingy-majiggy, like, that has, like, gone on for a while. We're only annoyed with it right now because of things such as, like, Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West, all the climbing is yellow. And some people are just a burr. You're just a burr. Okay. So a lot of people are kind of like just annoyed with, you know, just how much yellow is depicted for going to and from places. I don't have a huge problem with yellow as like the instructive thing. People were more annoyed with it popping up in Final Fantasy Remake, like the second or third game it popped up, and I know the reason why, because I remember the talks about Final Fantasy and how the way they did the 3D environment is, technically speaking, everything the character is doing is just on a 2D plane. So they just have them like going up and down and what have you. I reckon that climbing sequence wasn't an interactive thing that the players needed to do back on Final Fantasy. I reckon it was a moment that, he just, you know, went up it himself. He didn't need, like, player interaction and what have you. I think that's the issue that is coming up with Final Fantasy VII, is that, because if you get rid of it, he still ends up in the same place. There isn't any puzzle to it or anything like that. It's not like climbing in Assassin's Creed or in Horizon Zero Dawn, where there's a little bit of puzzle like involved with, what is our most direct path without running out of without getting exhausted and shit. But in Final Fantasy VII, it's not that. It's just filler. It's a mechanical filler, and I think that's what people are more annoyed about. Not the fact that the climbing was, you know, painted yellow or some shit, but the fact that they had to, you know, go through this filler mechanic. It's like when people got annoyed with the stealth mechanics in the Spider-Man games. There's nothing explicitly wrong with the stealth mechanics. They're pretty fine as they are. But the problem was that pacing-wise, they needed to go into the they needed to slow down the player from, you know, high octane action and try and like slow him down a little bit in preparation for, like, you know, story beats and what have you. But they were very much annoyed that the way they did that is by going to an entirely different character and, you know, do the whole, you know, stealth mechanic, and it sort of forced them into walking. It's not like if they, you know, with Spider-Man where it's like, oh, hey, we're done, and now, you know, you just got this like, oh, let's just swing from one place to another, because that would be boring very quickly if you were just, you know, as Spider-Man fighting one place, swinging from one place to another to like slow your pace down, and then fight in a different place. They had to like break up that monotony. Opposite of big and dumb, smart and smart. So the opposite of himbo is a stereotypical nerd. All right, cool, nice. Some people have, like, I've gotten some Twitter notifications about my question, and interestingly enough, some people have been, you know, talking about the bimbo and shit, and I feel like that one is like, I didn't put, you know, women in the thing. So it's interesting that when I'm asking, it's like, oh, what's the opposite of a himbo? A lot of people are going, oh, bimbo, because they're not strong and they're not smart. And it's like, you know, that's that wasn't what I was trying to get to. I didn't think it was going to go in that direction. So it's interesting that, you know, those in chat are like, oh, we're trying to be like a little bit analytical of, like, we had only one mention of bimbo in this chat. And then it's like, oh yeah, let's look at the opposite, and some people are like, oh, it's nerds and shit. In the new Final Fantasy, they have a whole marching sequence. Oh my god. Hi there, Purple Pardis. Wait, what are you doing here? Why aren't you playing Stardew Valley? Where are you? Hang on. What are you doing? Hang on. You're still playing, aren't you? Wait, why is the stream frozen? What's Van Blood doing? Oh my god. Oh wait, they're just going to get ale. Okay. Wait, what are you doing in your break? You're getting nommies? Okay, you're getting food then. Also, shoutouts to Purple Pardis. Hang on a second. Dun dun. Ding ding ding. Purple Pardis. With chicken.
Oh my god, what do I have to spell it out for you?
Boobies.
Twitch. What are you talking about?
What if you were on Twitch?
You're talking about not safe for work things on Twitch.tv.
Twitch at
How dare
Televu?
you talk about your giant horse lips sucking the lactating goodness out of my titties?
I'm gonna give a daffodil to
How dare you? Don't you?
Wish that were me, honestly. Wish that were me. Wish that were me. So yeah, hi Meeps. Yeah, Meeps has been here for a while, actually, Purple Partis. Meeps, like, oh, okay, lore time for GrantZeebs. The first time I've met Meeps has actually been from F-List, of all things. And then it's like, you know, and then I, like, you know, did a, and then I, like, you know, moved on from F-List because at one point I'm just, you know, as much as I love writing creatively and shit, I kind of got, and, you know, as sexually frustrated as I could be, I wasn't very much interested in doing ERP for the rest of my furry, like, you know, identity and shit. So then I went into, you know, going on Twitch, and now this is my identity. And because of Meeps, anytime they've come in at the start of the stream, they've just been like, hey, cookie. And they're just like, hey, you got a cookie? I demand cookie. And then, you know, a few more streams of that while I'm going through Mass Effect, the Legendary Edition, and they're just sort of like, hey, Grant, where's my cookie? I have explicitly demanded cookie. And I'm just sort of like, oh, you want a cookie? You mean you want this cookie? And it's like, originally this was just like a 2D thingy-majiggy because I was just a PNG tuber with a 3D model, but then I became a 3D model with, like, motion and shit. Cookie for Meeps. Here's your cookie, Meeps. Look at this. It's a cookie. So yeah. Meeps is a cookie monster. Yes, Meeps is a cookie. Meeps is a cookie monster. And they...
Did you see it?
Meeps is a cookie monster, and they cannot stand Santa. Cookie, once again, for Meeps. And it's because of this kind of nonsense that I've invoked... Like, there's an actual channel limit to how many times you can redeem cookie. And I've made it, I think I've made it really high, where it's like, oh, 100 redeems tops in a stream. 10 redeems per person. You're the best cookie monster. The best cookie monster is still Cookie Monster, I'm sorry to say. Because here's the thing. Like, many people have grown up with Sesame Street. If you ask them to draw a Cookie Monster, you know who they're going to draw? They're going to draw the Cookie Monster, not whichever of the foxes you currently are. Cookie for Meeps. Poor Grant. Ah, yes, F-List. So yeah. Santa. There is no Santa. We're in April right now. Alrighty. Hang on a second. Alright, cool. So Purple Bars and Van Blood are just getting some chicken. They're just getting some chicken. Freckles. Okay, Freckles has finished their stream. Alright. Sorry, I have like a lot of different streams in the background. I'm just idly watching like peeps in the background. Cookie for Meeps. We have Cookie Time, Cookie Monster in New Zealand. He's literally just a red version of the Cookie Mon. Wait. Do you not have Sesame Street in New Zealand? Do you have like something completely different? Cookie for Meeps. Watch as Meeps. Like, hang on. How many times was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so it's been 5 times. You're mostly testing the delay. Be sure to refresh the screen and what have you. So, because I am streaming from Australia, there might be a bit of a cookie for Meeps. We have Sesame Street. You're just saying the company ripped them off. Ah. Weird. Ding, 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 ding. Alright, cool. Ooh, Cake is doing just chatting. I very much like Cake's art and what have you. Cookie for Meeps. But I need to be careful not to just, you know, continually follow. Like, I don't know why. I love the 80s/90s aesthetic they do. I don't have too much of an aesthetic on my side. Cookie for Meeps. I wonder when Meeps is going to run out of cookie redeems. It's going to happen very shortly. I imagine it's going to be happening very shortly with like 1 or 2 redeems left. There being a cookie fiend? That's fine. Meeps is a cookie fiend. Meeps is absolutely a cookie fiend. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh! Just like how Power Rangers was filmed in New Zealand and they couldn't even watch the show. Cookie for Meeps. There's a... Wait, Power Rangers was recorded in New... No. It wasn't. You're lying to me. Power Rangers is an American ripoff of Kami Warriors, which was recorded in Japan. Cookie for Meeps. That should be 10. There we go. You went generic at first for your digital style, but your def's dipping a toy into horror. Wait, what is? Hang on, I missed what Purple Pardus's train of thought was. Then hang on. You need a Meeps cookie button. A Meeps cookie button would be cool. I went generic at first for my digital style, but I'm def dipping a toe into horror. Oh, toe. You're dipping a toe into horror. Okay. It was. Later series was. Ah, okay. Damn. Why didn't Ko tell me that? You're talking about the 80s art style. Oh, there's a... Damn, I am just jumping between so many different things. Hang on a second. Let's get Paint open. Hang on a second. Ding. Windows capture. Add existing Paint. Okay. And then drag it. Put that there. Actually, put that there, and then ding, transform, center to screen. There we go. So we got our, so the number of things we got going right now is we've got cookie. That's our first one, and that led us to Cookie Monster. We're gonna make that blue. Okay, maybe I should try and write this left-handed. I'm putting the mouse on the left hand to see if I can do this quicker. Nope, this is worse. This is worse. All right, hang on. Cookie Monster. How do people write with a right-handed mouse? Like, I'm left. Okay, so we went from Cookie Monster, and then from there, I went on like 2 different tangents. Oh, hang on, wrong thing. Back to brushes. So we went to like 2 different things. We went to the 80s aesthetic. What was that noise? Oh my goodness, it's the old PC. That's why there was that noise. Okay, so yeah, we went to the 80s, and then what was the other thing we were talking about that like sort of split off? Oh yeah, and then we somehow got to New Zealand, having like different things, and then from New Zealand we have ended up in Power Rangers. Oh my! You can read this, right? Like if. Okay, you can read that, right? That's legible. You can read that. That's legible, isn't it? You can read it? Nice. Excellent. All right. So then we've got organizing, add thought to the flow. All right. And then from here we've tried merging into one thing, which is now the organizing of thought. Or organizing. My goodness. People at work wonder how the fuck I get from like one subject to another. And looking at this chart, like I'm gonna be real with you. I got lost on how we got from Cookie Monster to... Oh wait, no, I know why. This isn't how we went. The way it worked is I then got distracted and looked at streamers because of a previous thingy-majiggy, which was related to a different thought, which was streamer getting chicken. Zoom out. Streamer chicken. Streamer chicken. I swear I can write, chat. The chaos of man. It's just my chaos. Look, if you bring Van Blood into this and just show him this flowchart, I reckon they're gonna get a little bit confused on how streamer chicken or streamer get chicken. Hang on a second. Let me just do a plus. Plus chicken. Chicken leading to streamer. Which led me to Call Me Cake. Call Me Cake. Oh my god. Maybe this is why I need a writing tablet. I need a wireless writing tablet, so then that way I just like pull that out from under the desk and I'm like, right, and then I just start drawing and like just to write better. And then from Call Me Cake, we then ended up to the 80s aesthetic. Cookie for Jason! Hello there, Meeps. Honestly, same. My thought patterning is about as insane as it might get. I'll get from strawberry to activating carbon filtration systems in a short 1-minute conversation. No, it's Jason's cookie. Organizing ad thought. And then, alright. Yeah. Totally simple, right? File, save as, I'm gonna save it as a JPEG. I'm gonna make it even worse for you. I'm gonna save it as a fucking JPEG of all things. Stream drawings from Cookie for Sage, 2024-04. The last stream drawing was back in 2023 December. 2024-04-01 train of thought. That actor hated. Wait, who did? Oh, are you talking about Harrison Ford? It wasn't that he hated being on Star Wars, he just hated the fans of Star Wars. Any chance he got considered it a massive waste? Oh, you're not talking about Harrison. Who are you talking about then? Who are you talking? Like, I know, like, one of the guy who played Ben. No. Oh, Sir What's-a-Mahoozy. I'm gonna be real with you. He didn't like the idea of going on to Star Wars, but he was given 2% of the toy revenue. He was given like 2% of revenue. He was given a really big fucking cut into Star Wars. Not even fucking Mark Hamill has that. This dude got such a huge, like, hang on a sec. Let me look up the thingy-madiggy. Oh, I see. Okay, so Purple got it to it because of the guy that said hello there. All right. Ben Kenobi, actor, was played by Alec Guinness. All right, so Alec Guinness paid for Star Wars. All right, so it should explain. Alex Guinness received 2.25% of the film gross, which in the beginning accounted for $3 million, but in the long run has earned him $75 million for his role as Obi-Wan. 2.25% of the film. Damn! After looking at May 23 to the math, and that comes to the rest of the cast allegedly got only 0.25%. Holy shit. He made $56 million as of 2009. Damn. Imagine getting paid so much for something you didn't like. Imagine that. Imagine getting paid for something you didn't like. He was a renowned actor. Yeah, no, Alec Guinness was like that was the thing that got people into the cinema for Star Wars. It was Alec Guinness. Han Solo wasn't even that big of a name. I want to say what's his name? The one with the 3 names. He voiced Darth Vader, but he wasn't the physical actor. What was his name? Henry Jones. No, not Henry Jones. That's Henry Jones Jr. is the name of fucking Harrison Ford's character in Indiana Jones. What's his name? He played as Mufasa, and he played as Eddie Murphy. James Earl Jones. Thank you. James Earl Jones owns an Alec Guinness. Those were the 2 biggest names in the Star Wars like film when it first came out. Fun fact, Star Wars was just named, like, the Star Wars A New Hope, Episode 4, was just named Star Wars when it came out. There was no subtitle, there was no number. And you know, when The Empire Strikes Back, it was just called Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. It wasn't until Return of the Jedi that they started applying a number to it. And when the number was applied, there was a little bit of confusion of like, hang on, that's episode 6. What happened? So A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back is 1 and 2. And then George Lucas goes, oh, no. That's not how it works. Also, yeah, there's a poll going off, by the by. Saturday, April 6th. It goes off at like 6 p.m. my time. It's going to be crazy. I should probably have that going on for like a little bit longer than like, you know, however many seconds. James Earl Jones is a fucking huge actor. Yeah, he was really huge. Conan? Was that where he was from? Conan? Conan. James Earl Jones. He was in the Conan the Barbarian film? What the fuck? Just to clarify, the 1984 one. Or, sorry, the 1982 one, sorry. Conan the Barbarian, 1982. Film with Arnold Schwarzenegger, James Earl Jones. Seeks revenge for the deaths of his parents at the hands of Thulsa Doom, the leader of a snake cult. And I'm pretty sure there were sequels and shit as well. Damn. The one with Arnold. Yeah, so what's a Mahoozy? The words fail me. So yeah, so James Earl Jones played as the villain. Well, I'm not one for many of the Star Wars films, as it's just not my style of enjoyment. I can appreciate how much influence it has in shaping literally everything up to this point. I'm pretty sure The Empire Strikes Back, like, I'm gonna be real with you. The Empire Strikes Back, doing the whole, you know, the twist of, oh no, I am your father. I don't know if there's an earlier story that has done that. I don't know an earlier story that has done that. The equivalency of that action is similar to, in our modern day, is Marvel when they did Infinity War, and they were like, oh, Thanos won. Like, it was that level of shock when the Empire Strikes Back did the whole like Darth Vader, Luke being the father of Luke. It was that level of shock. We like, you know, even harebrained like fucking thingies weren't a thing. Oh yeah, there's an advertisement going on right now. It can be hard for peeps to get into nowadays. Oh yeah, like, especially when they try and convince you of like, oh hey, you wanna... No, we're not skipping this. It's like, oh hey, you wanna watch 9 video games? Sorry, not video games. You wanna watch 9 movies of varying levels of quality, and you have your choice between the chronological order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or release order 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Wait, no, 7, 8, 9. Or you go with the machete order, which is episode 4, episode 5, episode 1, episode 3, and then episode 6. You drop episode 2. It was a huge chiss. We don't get that kind of shock anymore with social media. With social media is. I think you can still get that twist, is the thing. Because don't forget, Purple Partis. Avengers Infinity War, that came out during the height of social media and shit. And I'm gonna be real with you. I think a lot of people understood not to go onto social media for like a few days and shit. And then it's like, oh, and then it's like you go through the film and it's like, oh shit, Thanos won? I wasn't expecting that nonsense. What do you mean the villain gets to win? That's unheard of. And it, you know, it kind of very much was, to the scale that the villain won, especially with like the frequency in which the villains get defeated in the Avengers film and what have you. My girlfriend and me want to know why you don't watch episode 2. I think the machete order removed episode 2 because while it does give explanation to like how the clones like, you know, feed into the Clone Wars and what have you, it was a time skip that wasn't important to getting the overall, like, because it was all about just establishing things as quickly as possible before you got back to the original trilogy. Someone might have done like a supercut of like episodes 1, 2, and 3 into one film for all I know, but like they did with the Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show turned into one film, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not entirely certain. The name for the machete is because of an actual dude with machete in his name or username or one of the two. It's not like, you know, it's not commonly followed. Let's follow it in the order of pi. You start with episode 3, then you go back to episode 1, then to 4, back to 1, 5, 9. Oh my gosh. I want her to watch 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and then just not 7 to 9. Fair enough. Understandable, you don't want to go through 7 to 9. I feel like 7 to 9 is still a bit of a harsh one to go through, because here's my criticisms of episode 9. Of episode 7 to 9. Episode 7 had to get people interested in Star Wars again. And when they went with J.J. Abrams to the general public is a great director for bringing, you know, IP that doesn't normally have a lot of media coming out with it and with, like, you know, wide attention, bringing it into wide attention. But when it comes to his sequel work, and once again, in Star Trek, like, fans of Star Trek aren't too big of a fan of him, because he kind of, like, cuts out, like, a lot of nonsense. He does this nonsense and he does, like, some nonsense where it's like, you just sort of ruined, like, characterization work that we've already gone through, and you've, you know, almost essentially made the previous works meaningless. Note for viewers who have already watched episodes 7 to 9, this sounds eerily similar to the criticisms of episode 9. This is called foreshadowing. So yeah, so you get through episode 7, where it's just quite simply, here's a new hope, but with a bigger planet. And it's like, you know what, that's fine. Star Wars had a bit of a rough time with not a lot of their content being seen as a huge hit, especially since EA was holding on to most of the reins when it came to, you know, the Battlefront games and what have you. The most recent Battlefronts, I should mention, not the Battlefront remake or the Battlefront from 2004. And so, you know, we didn't really have a lot of, you know, Grant, food. Okay, you're getting food then. Fine. Fine. You can just watch me on the second monitor and not contribute as I now go back to my What's-a-Mahoozy game. But yeah, episode 7, Evan, was just a bit of a reboot, which, you know, some people think is okay, some people don't think it's okay for trying to do a continuation of the story. I was kind of fine with that if they were able to pull it off. We get Rian Johnson doing episode 8. Episode 8 is fucking amazing. I don't care what you say. Episode 8 is the best of the sequel trilogy films and did exactly what we needed, similar to Empire Strikes Back, because when Empire Strikes Back came out, a lot of people were butthurt about it, but then we've come to appreciate it, and is a very important episode in the series. Meanwhile, episode 9, Disney panicked and went back to J.J. Abrams, and they just fucking ruined any sort of work that Rian Johnson did. Rian Johnson can do a good series. J.J. Abrams just didn't know how to deal with it, and so they were just like, fuck it, let's just get the ended universe's Palpatine storyline of him just being resurrected. Oh no, we didn't do any setup for that? Fuck it, they'll appreciate it because it's in the extended universe. So yeah. By the way, Palpatine comes back in the extended universe. No one was pissed off about that because, quite frankly, the setup is in Fortnite. No, the setup actually. You know what's happening? You know what? What's-a-Mahoozy? Dave Filoni, the Star Wars Ranch Cowboy, is doing right now in most of his series. He's setting up all the shit we have a complaint about in the sequel trilogy. He did the exact same thing in a Clone Wars, like the TV series, not the Gendry Tarkovsky short series, but like the long one. Filoni was doing all this work in the TV show to explain shit between episodes 2 and 3, so then that way we could get behind it and such and appreciate the prequel trilogy a lot more than we did. And he's doing the exact same thing with The Mandalorian and The Bad Batch and, you know, with the Tales of the Jedi. I'm gonna drink some water. I was gone for 5 minutes. What did you miss? Star Wars. You missed out on Star Wars talk. This isn't the first time we talked about the sequel trilogy either. Ah.
伊達さんの話だと、警視庁に証拠のビデオを提供したのはあなただと言ってたけど。
確かに。だがあれは運が悪かった。映像の角度的に伊達と和樹しか映ってなかったんだ。
それで伊達さんは容疑者になってしまった。
Okay, so they just had surveillance state explain Date's murder.
え？どういう意味？
もし俺が確認してたら、あんな情報量の少ない映像を証拠として提供しなかったってことだ。言い訳になっちまうが、あれは俺がいない間に警視庁に流れちまったのよ。
つまり
Someone else got the footage before him.
どうやらネズミが入り込んだようなんだ。
Or that.
スパイってこと？
まだはっきりは分からんが、例のここのビルの爆破も通常なら事前に察知できたはずなんだが、肝心の情報は全く俺のところに入ってこなかった。
あなたの目を盗んでモニタリングをしている人物が内部にいるのね。
ここは24時間体制でカムロ町の様子を監視している。だが当然俺がいない時間帯がある。その隙をついて誰かが小細工したとしか考えられん。
誰がネズミか見当はついてるのか。
いや、
I'm just remembering the time that Purple Pardus and Van were like, oh yeah, if Van was a rat, his balls would be dragging on the ground. I am really annoyed. I don't know if Purple or Van can hear this, but I am going to have a very hard time trying to get out of my head, like, rat balls dragging on the floor, whether it's feral or anthropomorphized. I blame you for this. Why must you give me this visual in my brain with your conversation? Where are they? Hang on. Ding. Dong. Alright, cool. They're just eating right now. Is she just eating right now? Yeah, okay. Back to my stream. Just doing silly distraction. Oh my gosh, why has this come up more than 3 times this week for me? Wait, the rat thing? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you talking? Have you heard about this rat thing too?
So 簡単に裏切るとは思えんのだが。
ボス、例の男を発見しました。
メインモニターに回せ。
Yes, yes, Kuma. Oh. Oh, that's Daijo. Or Dojima.
Daigo なのか。
Daigo.
そうだ。あんたがここに来ると思って先に手を回していたのよ。場所を特定しろ。
太平通りです。ビルは
It's because rats, like junk, is proportionally bigger to their body than any other like species of mammal, I think is the thing.
どうやら変電室に異常が起きたようです。非常用システムで対応します。
It's April. We've run out of conversations to go for this year. We're all just waiting for the 2024 election to go off, and we have to listen to Biden and Trump debate each other. I think that's what's happening in the States. We're just running out of conversation before it gets political.
何者だ?
They are doing a terrible job.
8人です。
この部屋はどこにあるんだ？
このビルの地下10階だが、退治してくれるのか?
Don't make me bring up my conversation starter list. If you can DM me that conversation starter, I will most certainly make a redeem for like chat to be like, oh hey, conversation starter, GrantZeebs. Would love to see what people have. I should make that a thread actually in my Discord. Alright, give me a second. I need to fight some mysterious intruders and then I'll make a public thread. I would have hoped they would have had different barrel animations. Oh, he's motherfucking dead after that. That's 2 dead. Love to see the funny ragdolls. I think the ragdolls in the remake as well, in the Kiwami, are even more dramatic on Windows 11 and 10 releases than they are on the PlayStation. I have no clue who you are. I have honestly forgotten about you. Yep. Barely remember any of this.
近江連合の林って男だ。
近江？
なんでお前がこんなことをしてんだ。
わしは今、龍二さんの下にいてまんねん。直接近江とは関係あらしまへん。
何？それで俺たちを妨害しようと。
わけはよう知りまへんわ。ただ、ここの変電室を壊してこいって命令を受けただけですね。
思い出したわ。1年前の事件後、近江の幹部リストから林って男の名前が消えたの。どこに行ったのかと思えば合流会にいるとはね。
我もしかしてヤクザ狩りの女とか言われたる刑事やんでっか。
府警四課の狭山よ。
おお、そないなお人がヤクザ組織の元組長さんと一緒におるとは意外でんな。
I know. It's so crazy. It's as if I can be, you know, a confidential informant for them.
もしここで抵抗したら公務執行妨害。罪は重いわよ。
ふん、脅しでっか。そないなもん、命捨てたわしじゃ通用せえへんわ。
なんだと。
もう近江連合の林いう男は死んだんじゃ。わしは龍二さんに天下取らせる。そのためやったら刑務所だろうがどこでも行っとるやないけ。
Alright, cool. We're gonna make it worse then. You in the fence. Nice. Almost there. Yes! Oh, I am nearly dead. Oh, come on. Those should be really hot as well, if they have steam coming out of them. One minute, please, as I really quickly drink all of... Hang on.
Ho ho. Ah. 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 Ho ho.
I need to keep an eye on that triangle when it pops up again. It popped up again and I didn't have a chance to press it. It comes and goes way too quickly. There we go. That's what... I'm not too sure if the game is just running too quickly or if it's just... I'm bad at... Oh, there it is. I think he's dead now. Oh, yeah, that would have fucking killed him. That's like a neck-snapping death right there. Oh, no, he's still alive. Good for him. He is still alive.
しかし林のような幹部衆までゴーダ隆二は取り込んでいったとはね。
You worked as a lifeguard at a lake for about 4 years, and let's just say something is ready to some of them to start talking, or it's just something we need something to spend hours on and talking about, so I come up with a few questions that provoke. Nice!
さあ、これで電気は戻ったわ。
よし、上に戻ろう。
よし。Alrighty, back over to the servers, over to here.
よし、電源を入れろ。
Nope, not that. Starting a thread. I would...
堂島大吾の居場所を移せ。
Conversation starters. What are yours? Conversation start.
Boss!
故障か？
いや、誰かにハッキングをかけられています。
なんだと？
どうした？
What's wrong?
何者かがシステムに侵入して妨害しているんだ。
これも合流会の仕業か。
状況から考えるとおそらくそうだろう。
I'm going to take the random guess it was that guy over there that we just had a quick camera look. This guy right here.
これじゃ対応できん。
代わって。早く。なるほど。
あいつ。
She has way too many skills. Although, to be fair, like, she's compared to Kiryu, where Kiryu is dumb as bricks.
さすがだな。
さすが？
なんだ？お前知らなかったのか？あれが狭山って女刑事の本職だ。
本職？
俺の調べたとこじゃ、奴は高専時代にプログラミングを極め、 その技術が買われて府警へ入ったらしい。当時生活安全部が新設したハイテク犯罪対策のエンジニアとしてな。
Okay.
ハイテク犯罪対策。
ああ、つまりインターネット関連の犯罪を取り締まる内勤の捜査員ってことだ。
Okay.
佐山は国家西上がりの準キャリア。専門職として採用されたその道のエキスパートなのさ。
じゃあ、あいつはなぜ4課に？
Personal
配属
vendetta
後す
is
ぐに
my idea.
本人の強い希望があったらしい。最初から彼女の目標は4課に行くことだったんだろう。
そこまでして4課に。
まあ俺が知ってるのは佐山の来歴だけだ。人の心の奥までは覗けねえからな。
相手もかなりやるわね。
He's inside the building right now.
よし、いける。
おお。大したもんだ。
It was impressive.
堂島大吾の居場所が分かりました。
どこだ？
太平通りにある桃源郷という店の一室です。
桃源郷だと？
知ってるの？
ああ、1年前に行ったことがある。世話になったな。
さっきの騒動で俺たちが居場所を突き止めたことが向こうに漏れてるかもしれん。
I should really get like tracking gloves for like elbows and shit. Because like way too often, like my hands are going beyond the realm of the leap motion and such. But they cost a bit. Wait, Sage. If you were a lifeguard for lakes, does that mean you had like that same sort of attire as like Billy did in
Now
season
that
3
is what
of
we call
Stranger
skill
Things?
issue.
It's not a skill issue. It's not a skill issue at all. The Shangri-La, right? No time like the present. Come on.
行きましょう。
Alrighty.
Furrycures 1221 paid me to say go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. I am not a fan of, like, I understand lemons and honey are like good for like your throat with tea, but I'm not a fan of tea. From Granny White. Over in some parking lot somewhere, at least I get to look at all the spicy young hotties on this billboard while I wait. Okay, I know where that is. Granny in peril.
Ho ho.
Ho ho. Look at this chat. Look at this chatter trying to be sleazy but funny at the same time. I did in fact look like that, except I had a whole lot more sunscreen since you're a ginger and literally get second-degree burns. Goddamn gingers, fueling the sunscreen economy as they are. Got him.
しばらく寝てろ。
Gotta give it up for Ginger. Keeping the sunscreen economy flowing. Alright, where is she? Hello. Why are you in trouble? You I think you got attacked again. Looking to party. Why? Oh my god. Alright. Why you do this to me? May I have a moment of your time?
Boy.
Alright, time to fight the triad. Got him. Oh, hey. If we're doing that, then I'm gonna do this. Thank you, Star Kuma, for using the himbo cam. You're back from a hot shower. Hi there, Kinsect. Can't be Kazuya in a million years. Absolutely correct, you can't. Boom, boom, boom. I should probably hang on, do I have the button here? No, I do not have the button here. Alright, I actually need to update some things. Hang on a second. Stream Deck. Give me a second, give me a second. I need to change some buttons around. How dare you steal my shirt? We're not going for the bigger. We're gonna keep the... Alright, and then... Bam. Streamer bot. Action. And we're gonna see... Alright, key down, action. What does this action do? Hang on a second. What does this do? Executes the goat. Bigger boobs. Alright, let's see. Let's see what happens. Oh, cool. Yep, and it reverses itself. Nice. Cool. I bet none of you knew what happened then. You have no idea what that action is. And it's because Sage just got trigger happy and was just sort of like, hey, I wanna fiddle with some buttons as well while everyone else is, you know, fiddling with buttons. I fiddled with a button that no one has available. None. No one has it available. And I need to figure out, like, the redeem that will do it. I will need to figure out a redeem. I'll ask, Code. You'll get out now? Nah, it's okay. You're okay. You're fine. You're fine. I'll do it. I'll do the hidden action again for, like, 8,008 channel point, or 8,008 bits. Actually, I should probably make it a channel point, and I should just make it like an obscenely high amount that makes no sense to people. Alrighty. Cool. So we're done there.
Did you see it?
Okay, so I need to drink the tea as soon as I can.
Did you see it?
What'd I miss?
Ho ho. Ho ho.
There we go. Out of the way! Out of the way! Shangri-La.
My day be
Shangri-La.
so fine. Then boom. Morning.
Did you see it?
No, I didn't see it. Oh, but there's a fishing. Rabbit fish. Nice. The place is trashed. Majima-san, the truck was a little much. Hey, this place is creepy. Let's hurry up and find this place. It's probably dangerous to even move through here. Let me handle this one. If I make it through, we'll know it's safe. Oh, alright. I'm not too keen on being buried in rubble anyway. Alright, key this is a basketball. Grab the baseball bat. Alright. Now stats. Just give me a few. I'm checking in on some things I can get. Alright, so I've got all the different burn resistances. I got all the different resistances I could grab. Cheap essences. Excuse me. Ah, yes. Become hungry faster, obtain more XP through meals. That's what I wanted. Break the... Did you see that? Did you see that? That was not me then. That was the game. That was the game doing the, thingy-madiggy. That was the game that just interpreted, like, the button press and was like, oh, it, like, you know, did it, like, repetitiously and such. That was not me that did, like, the scrolling all that quickly. Damn it, don't have enough XP. There we go, and then the heat limit break will happen at that point. There we go, and then we boost that. I'll figure out how to do this cabaret and clan shit in the future. I'll probably do it, like, offline or something. R.I.T. Alright, that's you out of the way. Oh my god, an entire shelf. Never mind. There we go. And then, where's your knife? There we are. Oh, god damn you. Annoying that I have to deal with that. Ow. I thought I could do the thingy-majiggy on that one. Got him. I like your knife. Give it to me. I'll keep that for safekeeping. Anything to pick up? Oh, a crowbar. Hang on. Equipment. Put that away and replace it with that. Up the stairs we go. Your inventory is full for ZZ toughness. Alrighty. Recovery, ZZ toughness. There we go. Oh, wrong guy. The same system as a flow. I posted 3 of the questions I have in the Discord. Nice! Thank you so much for contributing to the thread. I really appreciate it. Excuse me as I really quickly... Got him. Nice! At least the crowbar has something cool to it. Yes, there is a Discord. There is a Discord. Ow. There we go. No, not you, you son of a bitch. No, oh, you, come on. There we go. There we go. This is not... that's not bad of a metal bat. I will keep track of it. Alright then, that one only has 12. And, yep, long deck. Game, just let me play the game, please. Thank you. And iron pipe, here we go. Ah, damn it. Alrighty, let's just go into this room real quick and see what we can get. Alright, couches. Refreshment of the king. The Chinese saber is mine. The metal bat is mine. Alright, we're swapping you for the metal bat. We're gonna swap you also for the metal bat. We've got 3 different kinds of metal bats to work with. You want to play the game, Grant? But what if the game said no? This is the video game is saying no sometimes. You are correct. All right, looks like we got ourselves a mini boss fight. Nope, we've just got to survive all this shit. Oh, let me grab the gun. Let me grab the gun. Let me grab the gun. Yeah! Although I am woefully low.
Did you see it?
Did you see Suicide Squad got an update and has the— Yes, I did! Amazingly enough, it's not it's not having a shit time on TikTok. Like, some people are actually— Oop. That works too. It's not having a shit time on TikTok. Some people are actually, you know, giving it a chance and shit, which I feel like is actually— that's probably like one of the better ways to— oh, Jesus. It's probably one of the better ways to like go forth with the series is like just take it in as it goes along and such, and just give it the, you know, 2 to 8 years that they're trying to. At least the knives aren't doing anything to me.
What if we held hands as a treat?
We're not gonna hold hands. Alright, let's just get... There we go. There we go. Alright, you're in trouble now. Gotcha. You can't kick me in the butt. Oh, rats. There we go. Nourishment of the king. Where is this nourishment of the king going? Bestow... Refreshment bestowed by the Sky King charges your heat Alright, okay, cool. So it's just that. Alright, food meanwhile. We're gonna go for... muscle soda. Let's see how we go. Stainless steel, lead, and metal. The 3 bats in this section. We'll try and go through all 3 of them if we can. Ah, sorry, just need to stretch my arms.
その男を返してもらう。
Oh, what's this? Another bat? That was cool. Damn. Bam.
悪い。合田会長は別の場所に連れてかれちまった。すまね
え。いや、こっちも遅くなって悪かったな。大丈夫か？
大丈夫じゃねえ。死にそうだ。
どうした？どっか怪我でもしたのか？
そうじゃねえ。腹が減って死にそうなんだよ。
それなら体の方は問題なさそうだな。
Just a wee bit hungry. I've only been streaming for like 2 hours and already I want to eat something. The Majima Saga Chapter 2 has now been unlocked. You can access it from the title menu. Nice. Probably not going to play it. Chapter 9, The Omi of a Invasion.
一人一人の動き、銃の撃ち方、奴ら普通の組織じゃねえ。まるで軍隊のようだった。
Noted. I honestly don't know what I'm hankering for, to be real with you.
体は問題ないのか？
すんません。合田会長を守りきれませんでした。
それは聞いた。気にするな。お前が無事で何よりだ。それで、お前と合田会長を拉致した奴らはどこのドイツなんだ？
詳しいことはわからない。だが、自分たちのことを人言派と呼んでた。
Yep, that's what we heard.
人言派と言ってたのか？
柏木さん、ご存知なんですか？
ああ。だが人言派は壊滅したはずなんだが。
Oh,
連絡して人言
because
派のことを調べてもらったら、そんな
I reckon that has to do with the opening cinematic we got when Kazuma, not our Kiryu Kazuma, but the Kazuma patriarch, when he was an assassin and shit, he took on the Jingwon
人
mafia.
言派の存在を抹消したんだ。
どうして？
あれは20年以上前のことだ。
Face.
当時のカムロ町は堂島組以外に海外の勢力がひしめいていた。その中でも最大の組織が韓国の人言派という組織だった。東上界で中堅だった堂島組が大きくなるには、そういった組織を制圧するしかなかったんだ。
で、やるんでっか、親さん。ああ、皆殺しだ。皆殺し？どうした？何か問題でもあるのか？いや。なんや風間、行さん人殺したお前が何ビビっとんねん。
そういう問題じゃないんだ。親父、戦争以外の選択はないんでしょうか？
何アホなこと抜かしとんねん。先に喧嘩ふっかけてきたんは向こうやろが。やられたらやり返す、それが極度や。
Difference in philosophy there.
なあ風間、お前の言うことがわからんでもない。皆さん、まあ待て。だがな、あの人言派って奴らは別だ。奴らのやり方は尋常じゃない。このままだと堂島組が壊滅ってことにもなりかねない。
ですが、
叩くなら今しかない。下手な情を挟めばそれが禍根を残す。だからやるしかねえんだ。わかるな？
はい。でも本当に皆殺しにする必要があるんでしょうか？
当たり前や。うちとこの組員が何人やられた思てんねん。わしはあいつらの息の根止めな気がすまんねや。奴らのアジトはディスコホールの裏のビルにある。
ディスコ。
チャンスは今夜だけだ。任せといてください。
はい。
風間の親父さんは最後まで迷っていた。だが白いものでも親が黒と言えば黒になるのがこの世界だ。結局組のために風間の親父さんは島野の危機と共に人言派のアジトに乗り込んで組織を壊滅させた。結果堂島組はカムロ町を手中に収め東上界での勢力を伸ばした。その後島野のおじきは独立して島野組を直系に昇格させた。
その時の構想で堂島組一派は組織を大きくしたってわけか。
堂島組だけじゃない。東上界もその勢いに乗じて関東一円に組織を拡大させていった。
でも今の話じゃ人言派は壊滅したことになるんじゃないのか。
その通りだ。人言派は壊滅したはずだ。だがもしかしたら生き残りが存在していたってことになるのか。
生き残り？
じゃあその生き残りが合流会とつながってるってことになるな。あ
あ。でもそれだけ大きな事件なのにどうして警察は動かなかったの？
当時警察は人言派の実態をつかみかねていた。だから堂島組に奴らの壊滅を任せる形を取ったんだ。
つまり見て見ぬふりをしたってことなのね。
まあそうだろうが、本当のところは当時の担当刑事でもなきゃわからんだろう。
担当刑事？誰なの？
名前までは覚えてない。何せ20年以上前の話だ。
そう。
しかしえらいことになった。合田会長はさらわれたまま、合流会はカムロ町を狙っている。それに人言派の影、
それに伊達さんをはめたネズミの存在。
次は一体誰が何を仕掛けてくるかだ。
そんなもんどんな手で来ようがやるしかねえだろ。
All right.
Hey.
All right. Well, wait. Why doesn't her son come with us? Like, hello, dude. All right.
Oh, I don't care what gender
No,
you are.
Blue, what
Put
are you
on the maid
doing?
outfit.
God damn it, Blue. God damn it, Blue. God damn it. Can we not get out from here? Okay, I guess we can't get out from here. How dare you? How dare you do this? Wait, who am I? Oh, do I need to talk to you for something? Tomorrow's another, shall we call it a night? Not just yet.
Yeah.
I need to go out and repair a few things. How's it going, Blue? Can you give yourself a shout out, please, since you convince... You keep telling your own moderators to give themselves shout outs. Can you give yourself a shout out, please? Make it a clip shout out as well. I wanna see... No, not me. Not me. I want you to shout me out. I want you to shout... Stop looking at my throne. I want you to shout. Don't give me the thigh highs as well. All right? That one is that's a trap. That's a trap made by unnamed. Okay, why is no, hang on. Why is it saying no, the poll should not be done? What the fuck? Hang on. Why is it saying the poll is not done? Active for 2. No, it needs to go on for longer than that. All right, so we've got... Okay, so I'm going to have to, like, keep this running for a bit. There's got to be some way I can have this going on for longer than 3 hours. All right, there's got to be a way... excuse me. Hang on, I'm just going to get a text file. All right, text. And then... Open a new thingy-madiggy. Party game stream poll. So we've got... Oh, shit. Ah, god damn it. God damn it. They can vote. So how many different votes? There's 2 options. Non-voters are worth 1. Turbos 2. Subscribers 2. Moderators 2. Hang on. Time active. Why? Why is there a limit to the poll? Hang on a second. Ding. Poll limit. MAPE poll limit. Okay, since I'm already like tabbed out of the game, clip shout out. Don't be contributing to the thigh highs. Professor Layton, mystery thing.
What is it? Optimized, but it's a little bit insane.
Oh, I know this one.
Me head into the city. Fudged about it. What the heck? What is it? Fugged about it? Freaking, what is this guy? Progressing the game.
Forget about it. That's how you say it. That's how you say it, Blue. Not fudged about it. Forget about it. Absolutely disrespectful to the culture. Ugh. The disrespect. All right, so we've had this dude. All right, so we had like majority thingy-majiggy to the Jetbox party pack. Hang on. So poll running multiple days. Maybe it needs to be a straw poll. Maybe it needs to be that. Twitch. What is the maximum length of a post? Is 60 character length. What are the golden hours for Twitch? I love how there's a golden hour between 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Times, which is 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. UTC time. Oh, joy. Set up a poll outside and just post the link on the timer and ask them to vote there. Ah. All right, so the winning, so there was like 13. I'll be able to review the Twitch stream. Actually, I should be able to do that like right now if I go over to my channel. I'll be able to like go right back to my channel and then it will, you know, do the thingy-majiggy. Give me a second. Give me a second. I am a genius. Observe my genius. So if I go over to videos and then I go to the very game that I'm playing right now, and then I go just, you know, 3 minutes back. Observe. All right, so I got maid outfit, and then. All right, so wait. Okay, cool. I missed. All right, hang on. And then, so there was. I gotta wait for it to. I just gotta wait for it to get to its thing. All right, there we go. Okay, so 18. So 18. So I. All right, so Smash Bros. Ultimate, that got up to 18.5. Jackbox got up to 48.1. Monster Hunter Worlds got to 0. Mario Kart 8 got up to 7.4%. Final Fantasy 14 got up to 25.9%. All right, and there was 14 votes for Jackbox, I believe. So I should be able to do the interpretations from that. I'm just so annoyed that it will only poll for like 2 hours. Like, what's up with that? Alright, hang on. I love how it's just 100% right now. Ding dong. Hopefully the thingamadiggy won't stop. Hide extra information. Yeah, I don't need all that extra information. Please no. It's been active for 3 minutes. Indeed, that is rude. Yes. Alright, I'm gonna put my vote in. Alrighty. Okay, and then vote 1. And then party, game, stream, poll, vote 2. And then with those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options. So ding dong bong. Alright. Alright. We're good? Hopefully we're good. Alright, let's see what we can get out of these guys. I guess the Zeebs, guess what? Me and Code finally created our channel's new mascot. It's a T-Rex for technical difficulties. Nice. Cool idea. Nice. Excellent work there, Wild Saber. Alrighty. Okay, looks like the poll is running right now. So I will now hide that. Oh, hey, what's it going?
Oh.
Hey, Yuya, how's it going? Not bad, not bad. With Azuki-san gone for the time being, I really gotta step up my game. Hey, why don't you drop in for a drink? You deserve to kick back and take a load off every now and then. You know, I could do with a drink. Great, let's head inside. Alright, also, I just realized I have my stream, like, playing in the background, which is not what I want to have happen. If there's any streams... Alright, let's see. We got Venbla, we got Purple, we got Salazar. Is there any other... Emu is streaming! Oh my goodness. Emu. What are they streaming? Okay, it looks like they're streaming something. Oh yeah, I also need to go to their sticker chicken and double check like if there's anything cool there. Alright, cool. So that's running in the background. I can now go back to here. Here. Move this over here. Like so. You're having your artist draw a new BRB screen with you being chasing by an angry TD and Zero putting out a computer fire with a... Nice. Sounds cool. Good work. Good work. Good work. Alright. Great, let's head inside. Looks like you're keeping yourself busy here, Yuya.
Hi.
You bet! Kazuki-san left the place in my... That was a terrible thingamadoogs. I was hoping that would be better. So I'm feeling more motivated than ever to prove myself. Glad to hear it. For real, I did some dumb things in the past, but it's all cause of Kazuki-san that I'm the manager here. I've got to do something to make it up to him, you know? Come on, man. He's not the only one you're in the biz for, right? What about that rockin' girlfriend you got? Shut it. Shh. Miyu-san, right? Man, I'd be motivated too, coming home to a girl like her.
Oh.
She does get me going. In more ways than one. Don't be embarrassed. Everyone has their special someone. Don't you start. Well, that's nice that he's got a girlfriend now. Oh no, there's a gang. What are they doing here?
Yuya wa doko da? Yuya o dashite yagare!
Black Thunder.
Who? Never heard of them before.
お前ら何しに来やがった？何しにとはご挨拶だな。元ヘッド。
コウジ。
ヘッドだったあんたなら何しに来たかわかるはずだぜ。岡野はどこだ？
知らね
え。嘘つくんじゃねえよ。あんたが示した次期ヘッドだ。知らねえはずがねえ。知らねえもんは知らねえんだよ。
You don't know shit. He's not meant to keep an eye on everyone.
だったら500万きっちり払ってもらうぜ。なんで俺がそんな大金払うんだ？ずいぶん儲けてんだろ。レジの中にあるんじゃねえのか？俺の金じゃねえ、店の金だ。おい、なめたこと言ってんだよ。チームばっくれたやつは500万。あんたが決めた掟じゃねえか。あんたが指名したヘッドがばっくれたんだ。責任取れっつってんだよ。後でもう一度来る。それまでに金か岡野どっちかを用意しておけよ。
Yuya, who were those guys? Stay out of this, Kiryu-san. This problem's mine, and mine alone. Anyways, I'm gonna go apologize to my customers. I'll see you around. Alright, we now have... This is a sub-story with cutscenes as well, which is kind of crazy. Color me interested.
Oh?
Huh? Oh, Miyu. Did not know that was Miyu. We've been out of touch since you saved me from the Yakuza last year. I really can't thank you enough for what you did for me and Yuya. Water under the bridge. Speaking of Yuya, is he inside? There's some trouble. He's probably a little preoccupied right now. This guy named Koji from Black Thunder showed up and started slinging accusations at Yuya. They kept mentioning an Okano. Have any idea who that is? He and Yuya founded Black Thunder. That was way back before Kazuki took Yuya off the streets. Koji joined soon after the gang started up. The three of them were serious thugs, always getting into trouble one way or another. Now, Koji's the only one left. You wouldn't happen to know where Okano is, would you? Miyu, please. I don't want to see Yuya dragged back into this mess now that he's finally making a name for himself. There's this bar, Earth Angel, over in the Champion District. The mama there can tell you what you need to know. Just ask for Eiko. Alright, we gotta go over the Champions District next. And once the game just does not know how to handle my speed. See, look at that. It just doesn't know how to handle it. Also, I need to head to the weapons repair guy. This one right here. 3 million? Jesus Christ, I can't afford that. I'm gonna Oh, I've already bought all those things. Okay. Noted. I'll need to find a way to watch those action films then. Out of the way! Out of the way! I gotta get to the Champion District, which is over this way-ish. Alright, what's this place? There's the champion district over there. Okay, cool. Let's go for a fight, fellas. Let's go. There we go. 3 million yen is a lot. It's more than the amount of crabs you saw in an aquarium the other day. That is a lot of crabs if you saw, like, near 3 million. Alrighty. Okay, so Champion District, I need to go up and to the right. Bing, up. Past Shangri-La. And... hello? Would you mind taking this videotape off my hands? Why? Hi there, Justin Viper. Yes, I am streaming early. I have a different stream schedule for this week. I should probably adjust my Twitch schedule as well, because I've posted in the Discord and on Twitter and Blue Sky what my schedule is for this week, but I've not adjusted my Twitch schedule for this week. All right. Okay, so we just have that video now.
Oi.
Weird. Oh, there's some people to fight in here. Alright, are these thugs that have, like, kept up with their training? Doesn't look like it. There we go. I have done an amazing job defending myself so far. Ain't no one better than me. Ow, what was that for, Blue? Stats. Let's see. Anything worth increasing? No, not really. Yep, let's boost the heavy blows. Fuck it. Alright, Sir Dragon's just gonna go for a little fishing. Alright. Over into the bar. You saw like 20 in the ocean. There's like 7,000 species. Unfortunately, there aren't enough crabs on the planet to run Doom. No, there are enough crabs. Someone got like a series of crabs and used them to like manufacture a means of being able to process Doom. She's right in front of you in the flesh.
Yeah.
I think I'll pass for tonight. You might know where Okono is.
Yeah.
Tell me what you know.
Nani?
What? Nope, this is the first time I'm seeing that. But yeah, I wasn't gonna judge, but hi. You're a bit of a late bloomer. Took you years to figure out who you really was inside. Didn't run away because I wanted to. I just wasn't sure how to face Koji. It's being tough enough for me to accept myself. Who knows what he'd say? Your life is yours to live. You shouldn't have to justify it to anyone else. But the one thing I can't accept is you letting Yuya suffer because of this. Did you see it? What is with that now you want me having burgers, Blue.
Kiryu-chan?
Oh, cool. You are now part of the Majima thingamajiggies. Nice. I didn't know that was an option. Excuse me while I drink... Nothing. Nothing worthwhile here, I'm sorry to say. Oh, hello. I gotta pick this up. Moshi moshi. Hello. I'm so glad you picked up. I got some bad news. Those Black Thunder guys are back. Nani? Holding him off. I don't know how long he can last. Alright. Okay, let me have a look at food. I will have a look at some food. Alrighty? Let me look at some food. Bing. Bong. Because I thought the theory was 16 billion crabs since 32 make a logic gate and 8 logic gates make a bed. And so by doing math, we get 16 billion crabs. No, the logic is that they, like a crab can make a, hang on a sec, let me find the article, because they have the crab doing way more than just, like, 1 bit or something crazy like that. Give me a, I think a crab can be interpreted as 1 byte. So, which, you know, greatly reduces the amount you need. Alright, I gotta fight these guys. Sup. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Whack! Got into your Discord and it seems more advanced than a himbo could. Wait, more advanced as in you don't believe I made this Discord? Or more advanced as in it's difficult to, you know, pick the roles that you want and not be bamboozled by, if I wanted to watch the tape that Weirdo pushed on me, this would be the place to do it. Alright, cool. So this is where I need to go to watch a video. When are you gonna upgrade your PC to crabs? My PC is more powerful than any farm of crabs, thank you very much. Sure. Alright, I need to get a particular video running. This is probably a mistake. Hang on a second, hang on a second. Oh, wait, nothing's happening yet. Wait, that's a children's park. What the fuck? Oh, she disappeared. Oh, no, she is again. Oh, and then she disappeared. And then... Oh, well... That was annoying. Yours is from 2020, but your graphics card is from 2016. My tech I have recently purchased. Most of my tech, I say, would be brand new for 2020, I would say. Alrighty. Back down to the first floor. Who are you? You're a medium, one who deals in restless spirits. The reason I stopped you, well, it appears as though something evil has taken hold of you. Something evil? Yes, there is a mass of powerful and ominous energy looming just beyond your right shoulder. A woman, perhaps. Have you done anything to upset any spirits lately? Particularly that of... a woman? Now that you mention it... Ah, you've told me enough already. I do apologize, but that spirit is incredibly deadly. We must exonerate it with all haste. How dangerous can a spirit really be? You really want to know? I reckon immediate exorcism. My services require a nominal fee, but your spirit will be cleansed of this evil. Bring 100,000 yen and meet me east of Senryo Avenue. And be quick, before the spirit consumes your entire soul. You're the guy I gave the video to and you watched it, huh? Yeah, I did, but what exactly was that? You really watched it? I'm finally free from the foul curse. What are you talking about? Ridiculous. Alrighty then. Trendy God and Wolfman. I hate to break it to you, that there is not a wolfman. Like, those are not wolfmen. Sure, that's a trendy god, but that is not a wolfman. What else have we got? We got luxury seats. Faces you want to sit on punch. Wait, are these real? Are these like real people in bands, or is this just someone? Hang on a sec. Hang on. All right, so we got that person on the far right. Was that already shown? Some of them look similar. Fuck you. All right, where am I going? I am going. All right, I need to head this way. This way. Gotta get some good food in me. You actually only have a laptop, but the laptop is very powerful. I know, because I use it very much. You're able to run MathLab and SolidWorks at the same time? That is crazy. Who is this smiling man?
Cool.
A very famous Korean pop singer. Never heard of you before. Oh! Blue! 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 Hang on a second. Zooming in. Blue! You know how to play Mahjong, right? Please tell me you know how to play Mahjong. It's important.
Oh, Kiryu-san. Hi.
Come on. While it's on, you cannot do the following. Talk with people in Kamurocho, use stories, or such as restaurants, move around using a taxi, enter certain buildings, battle on the street, stay from the pause menu. The tour we're in gets caught up 3 times with his mini while strolling around town, so guide him carefully. You can stop the tour whenever you want by talking. Now take to his destination while avoiding fans. Nice. Where does he want me going? Oh, god damn it. Okay, so I need to...
Huh.
So wait, we're going on a tour, but to what though? What's our current wants to watch sexy videos in a cramped room. Oh my god, are you serious? Alright, hang on a second. Not the drugstore. Okay, it's Fusion we need to go to. Damn it, we need to, like, go... Okay, hopefully we're close enough to avoid. Yep, looks like we're close enough to avoid. Nice. Here you go. Here's the titty video place.
Oi.
You're asking me to help on Riichi Mahjong? There is a Mahjong sub-story that I need to get through. And if you could help me out with that, that would be really appreciated.
Zeebs is a cutie.
The man has like a lot of debt, and I do not know how to play it. An Okama Earth Angel. Alright, we're taking him over to the Champion District next. Alright, so we're gonna push south, take a left. Nope, it's nothing. So we're gonna go down this way. Hugging this wall. There we go. Okay, so... Alright, we gotta be extra... Okay, how are we gonna... So yeah, there's no way we can come in through there. We have to come in from down here. Alright, come on. Hang a right, hang a right. There we go, there we go. There we go, then we hang a left. And... This way, this way, this way, this way. Yeah, nice! Alrighty. Then we take a left. And then we take another left. And...
Oh!
There we go. Alright, glad you enjoy it. One more. I want ramen. Very thick ramen. Senryo Avenue. Alrighty, so that's the next place we need to go. So... Alright, so we gotta head to East Shikefuku Street. Cookie for Jason! Here's your cookie, Jason. Alrighty, give me a moment. So we're going this way. And then we hang a right. Then we take a left. We head down East Millennium. And then, alright, cool. I know where we're going. I know exactly where we need to go. And then we gotta go down Taihei Boulevard. Yep, and then from Taihei Boulevard, we'll then... Oh, goddammit, it's doing the thingamajiggy again. Alright. Dun 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 dun. Alrighty, so not this one. Is it this one? Yep, cool, it's this one. Try to keep up. Alright, hopefully 3's a charm, and we don't have to tour guide him anymore, and get this out of the way.
Oh.
The great time today. Here's a present for you. 300,000 yen! Hell the fuck yeah. Oh no. What time do you think we can have the dinner? So, hang on a second. Yink donk. So, I was looking at restaurants, hang on a second, and I was looking at, hang on a sec, ding dong. Open a new tab, so I was looking at Asami and reservations April 18th. I was gonna book for up to 8 guests at... Would 6:30 be too early? We can go for like 6:30 or 7:15 or 8 p.m. So, because those are like the available spots. And if we go, and I feel like 8 people is probably like an okay number, because right now it's me, maybe Ripper, you, Jack, Vol, Jack's friend, which means we got 2 slots left, and I was hoping I could like invite a friend, and we'd keep like maybe 1 seat open or something like that. Does that work? Also, hang on a sec. I should probably get into the Discord just in case. Nyom. Nyom. There we go. Nyom. Nyom. Oh, actually, what I can do is I can add friends to a D. You need to be friends with Velk to start a group DM. Oh my gosh. All right, friends. A new group DM between Blue, Foxy, I see. I don't have... Oh. I'm not friends with anyone on Discord because I refuse to make friends with Discord buddies. I'm an idiot. But yeah, 7:15? 7:15 sound good? Hi there, Blue. Hopefully I didn't mute and deafen myself. Did I mute and deafen myself? No, I didn't mute and deafen myself.
Oh my goodness.
There you are. Hi.
Hello.
He's in a look at Blue in their lovely daisy dress. Look at him. Look at it in the daisy dress as they go through more of Mario Party because the chat demands he plays Mario Party.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. But yeah, so I was thinking like if
okay, that's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
A soundbite decided to interrupt me. 7:15 p.m. Does that sound like an okay time?
It's okay. So one of them is going to be arriving in the Gold Coast at 8:15.
We can go 8:45 then. That gives them... So they arrive in the Gold Coast, and they have half an hour to get into their like hotel room or wherever it is, and we end up in Surfer's Paradise together. It's no, it's not the worst time for dinner. It's a bit late, though.
It's a bit late, but it could be worse.
It could be worse. Alrighty then. So, plus, there's like, you know, there's all kinds of food, there's alcoholic beverages, and normally when you go to these kinds of things, they're doing some cool cooking things in front of you. So, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can reserve that. Yeah, I can fit. So yeah, Thursday, April 15th, 8:45 p.m., number 9 Hamilton Avenue. Alrighty then. I just dox myself. People are just sort of like, oh yeah, no, we're part of this party and all this kind of shit.
What people freaking it's us going to a dinner.
It is. But it's Is there any comment/event that we have to mention to this thing?
I don't know. Like, so the time you're putting down is 8:45. Yeah.
8:45 p.m. Thursday, April 18th. I'm just gonna mute the thingamadiggies on the Twitch side, so then that way they don't.
Hello.
Bing, bong, ba-dong, ba-bam. Hi, YY.
Whoa.
Whoa. Hi, Bookie.
Hello.
Oh my god, these Korean moms.
Boy.
Oh my god, am I gonna fight some Japanese moms? Amazing. Cookie for Jason. So, happy Easter, by the by. I know it's April 1st, but happy Easter. Because it's like Easter Monday right now. How have you been doing?
I've been doing okay. Just trying to sort out how am I going to get through all this financial BS, but it's going to work out.
Start an OnlyFans for the maid outfit. Just start posting your fursuit feet. And just be like, oh yeah, no, these are my natural feet. There's nothing photoshopped about this.
Bitch, you're not gonna do that.
Why not? You could be making so much money.
If I wanted to do that, probably would have done that ages ago. Fallen of Albers, negate that.
If I didn't have to, if I didn't have like, terrible ingrown toenail surgery cuts and what have you, I would post my feet on OnlyFans. Like, I'm not wearing flip-flops out on the beach and all that kind of such when I'm in Australia. It's very unlikely that peeps are gonna know who I am from my feet. Especially since they never see them. And if I want to be, like, special, I could just be like, oh, I only show them, like, the hoof feet.
Mm.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty much anything goes at the moment. So who do you have confirmed?
You, Jack. I notified Ripper, and Ripper like was aware of like the thing, and I want to like, and that was it so far. So.
Jack's friend.
Jack's friends. Yep. So we're already up to 4, and we could get up to 5 with Ripper. And that still gives us like. Sorry.
4. So me, you, Jack, Jack's friend. That's 4. Ripper is possible, yeah.
Ripper is possible. I just need because I can't remember if it was a definitive yes on that kind of thing, and they've put themselves as like do not disturb right now, and I've already asked them yesterday, and I didn't want to like press them too hard about this, but maybe after stream I'll just sort of be like, hey, do I have a confirmation and such, and then yeah, I was gonna check in on like some of the other peeps that I am slightly aware of coming in, so excuse me. So
yeah, so I need to ask. Okay, so John has been confirmed.
Nice.
He's just gonna come in a bit later because he has to go to his freaking hotel room and check in, sort out his crap.
Yep, fair enough, fair enough.
So he'll probably come around. I'm gonna guess maybe 9 or something.
Alrighty then, that's not too bad. It's 45 minutes into the thing, and if we stick to, making it like I want to have like a white girl trash kind of experience. All right, like we'll open with drinks. We'll take a while before we get to the appetizers. Get more drinks. I want to.
Well, we get those what they call girl drinks, but in my opinion, there is no gender for these drinks. Just whatever you want, man.
They're fun drinks. Like I'm a rum and coke fella, but the reason for the rum and coke is because I much rather go for the coke than I do the rum, and only recently can I go like for straight rum. But that's like a yes, this political affair that is going off over in the Ukraine. We must certainly do something about it, and then take a long sip, and then just be like taking all kinds of weird takes about the political structures of the NATO and what have you. But the fruity drinks, the things for like the Cosmopolitan or the Toblerone cocktail, it's sort of just like, yeah, bitch, you can think of the Mandalorian as absolutely religious zealots, but we both know that the Sith would be totally open to orgies. Dumb nonsense like that.
You're not wrong, but that doesn't mean you're right.
What was I wrong about? The Mandalorians or just the conversation we'll have with our drinks?
I don't know. Most likely the conversation we have with our drinks is gonna be talking about how depressed we all are.
No. That's when we're like really drunk. That's when we're like, no inebriation whatsoever, where we're just sort of like, dude, I want you to know. I want you, real talk. I am so appreciative of what you're doing for me. I was in a dark place, and you're there for me, right? Like right now. Like I know this is just a silly dinner, and we can do this whenever on the long weekend. But you're my friend, and I take that really like one of those kinds of things. That's when we're like, you know, a dozen drinks down, I imagine. Or however many it takes for an Australian to get drunk. You're good with your booze?
And then 5 minutes later, we start talking about how can we invest stock into the freaking stock exchange. We're just trying to find ways to make more money. We just suddenly become full-on business-like.
We just go all the way back around, and it's just sort of like, dude, I'm telling you, there is way more furries on the stock market than we'd imagine. Like, think of the Air Force. You wouldn't think there's all those furries on there, but I bet you they're all here, and we can create like a subsidiary, like one of those Fortune 500s or the Dow Jones, where it's just a whole collection of stocks, and we just make it exclusively those that are like, you know, pro-furry, but without being, you know, the, you know, only on Pride do they show Pride kind of furry. We're talking like proper, you know, furry, not MSI dragon furry.
Yeah, a voice mod furry as well. Yeah, but then it's just like, oh, we need to figure out stock exchange. Oh, there's a startup going on.
Next thing you know, we're going to these press conferences in full fursuit, and we just raise our hand, and we're just sort of like, question, what is your take on your working conditions in some of these countries, and how are you with the LGBTQI community?
Yes. Will we then be just going towards Kickstarter and GoFundMe and just trying to figure out what to do, and all of a sudden things just turn in a weird way where we either fail badly or we randomly become successful without knowing how it happened.
We'd be so successful. The only like furry stock exchange corp that comes up with like all these corps that are like, oh yeah, these are pro furry, and then it's just like, huh, it's as if, you know, furries have a relatively disposable income, and they would love to support companies for a premium if it meant that they were positive with the furry community. And then next thing you know, there's even more money going into these furry conventions, because then you have like the big brands joining in. Like, could you imagine like Wacom being in the dealer's den, and they're just sort of like, hi, this is our new tablet. It's wireless and has like, you know, compatible pens, so you can go for slightly larger ones. Here's our children's choice, where there is no LCD display and it's a cheaper option, and it's have like, you know, similar to Crayola kind of portions.
You got to give away a free goodie bag each time. It's like, here, have a free pen. Have a stress ball.
Have a nub. Have a custom nub. It's just a red tipped nub. That's the only thing special about it. So while you're drawing, the pen is just full black, and then just the nub is like a tip of red.
Like, you get the nub, you don't even get the pen. That's it. You just get it as
no. The pen is a raffle. The pen's just a raffle. Right.
I don't know, like, here's the thing when it comes to drunken conversations, they can go anywhere. You can just randomly have me talking about winning the 100 million Powerball one day.
Oh, everyone has that conversation. I go past like a real estate agent every time I'm making my way home, and I actually honestly have the thought of, what if my poor luck just suddenly turns into like the greatest gotcha moment because I went for this one time, I decided to go for, you know, 50 tickets.
It is like a weird ass pipe dream of some sorts, but if the day actually came where I got into like big money like that, I would probably, you know, hire a financial advisor. Like, that's the first thing I would do.
Minute mahjong for a debt. Okay, cool. So that's where the mahjong game is. Nice. I don't know if I would need a because like the reason you need a financial person in the United States is because you will get taxed on your lottery winnings. But if you go for a lottery winnings in Australia, there isn't explicitly a tax for the winnings. It's only once it gets contributed into something that, you know, you can get taxed for it.
It's not just the tax thing, it's also figuring out how to make the best use of your money and assign it in the way that will not screw you over, because you do know a lot of people that win big from lotteries. They usually spend a lot of it because they don't know. what they don't look at the long term. They look at what can I do right now.
Yeah, I get you. Because statistic-wise, I think it's like 8 in 10 people who have won over $1 million in the lottery later on end up bankrupt or declaring bankruptcy. But here's one of the other statistics I find interesting. 70% of lottery winners retain a job, with like, you know, 40 of them keeping full-time and, you know, 60% going down to part-time.
Here's a good example. Like, it's not about lottery winnings, but you know the guy that sold the One Ring to Post Malone and got 2.3 million US dollars?
Yes, I remember this story, and he actually had a, because he talked to a financier about, because a lot of it got invested, but I think he kept like 10,000 or something like that for himself just to spend on nonsense.
So what actually happened was the financial advisor put his money into, I can't remember what it's called, but into one of those saving things where you can legit just live off the interest.
Yep.
He also arranged that sort out all your debt first, because honestly, that's the smartest thing you should do.
Oh yeah.
If you come into big wealth. And then afterwards, the guy is still at his job, but all the money he earns from that job is considered fun money that he can spend on whatever he wants, because all the money he's getting to pay for expenses, you know, life stuff, is already covered by the whatever, and everything he gets from work is, I can spend this on whatever I like for myself. So he's got no care in the world in terms of having to worry about where he's at.
Yeah. So we do have to, like, disclaimer on this one. The guy that got the One Ring in Magic the Gathering was probably, like, you know, a very big Magic the Gathering user, and, you know, had all that forethought to do all that, rather than
because
just,
I don't know what I just said.
The average lottery winner not being any of that kind of critical thinking.
Yeah. Another thing, if you do win big, is that you want to hide that you won.
What?
Yeah, you want to hide the fact that you won the lottery from people. It's because when people become rich, all of a sudden, you suddenly hear from people that you either have never talked to in your life, usually it's other family members, or then you start to see the true side of either some family members or friends.
Well, noted. I will be real with you, though. Like, very few of the furry community knows who I am IRL, and I'm more concerned. I don't know why. I feel like I would be more concerned with the furry community learning if I ever become a millionaire and shit than the IRL people, for whatever reason.
The thing in the IRL people, or for us the ATO, it doesn't really matter as much, because they'll be like, okay, we just got to go through proper documents. Family members will. There will be greedy family members, 100%.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Some of your friends might be good or whatever, but you have to admit there's going to be some greedy people among your friend group as well.
I just have to contend with the fact that the first enemy in me winning the lottery and taking, like, you know, good financial advice is me.
Yeah, I 100% will trust someone who knows what they're doing with finances, because they experienced, they're knowledgeable, and they actually studied in that topic, rather than me trying to figure out what the hell I'm meant to do.
Yeah, fair enough. Understandable.
Yeah, but if I do win big, I will at least give a reasonable portion to my immediate family. Give it to the person who I trust the most, which will be my dad, because he can at least dividend it in a good way. I don't trust giving it to my sister directly.
Oh. I have an entirely different relationship with my family. Like, I'm on good terms with my mom and my dad a little bit, but if it came to the question of like, oh, who am I giving money to? It's going to my sister. Or maybe my grandfather, because my grandfather is like very... maybe it's because of the American CEO in him and shit, but like he's very he's very, you know, frugal and knowledgeable about finances and what have you.
It comes down to, I would rather give the money to someone in the family that I believe will actually control how it goes. Like they'll dividend to people, but they at least will be like, okay, I'll hold on to this because I at least know the rest of you are going to be kind of reckless in some way. It's that sort of mentality. Like my sister's been known to spend on expensive things. Same goes for my mum and my dad. He, even though he likes, you know, certain luxuries, he actually controls himself.
Yeah, okay, all right. I find my sister, because she's right now she's married. She's got 3 kids. The third one is hers. The other 2 were from the guy's previous. I find that she's actually very well responsible. It might be because of the case of when the divorce went off. She was like kind of already an adult when it happened. It wasn't in the house and such, so she just had to, like, she didn't have to become an adult earlier, but she had to mature as an adult faster than most people. Whereas with me, like, I'm not the best in such like that. But yeah, the order of operation for my finances at the top of my head is paying off my uni debt, whatever's left over. That's like whatever it is and such like that. Like, just get that cleared away with the ATO of just like, right, stop asking. Here's the hex debt. You're done. Then I would have a portion going into like like probably a majority, maybe I would try 50 to 80%, somewhere around there, like after paying my debt, at my student debt and shit like that. 50 to 80% going into some sort of banking institutions for, you know, the returns and what have you. Because I think the math, like the rough math, is like if you have like $30 million in stock or what have you, and you're just on a generic like 2 to 5% return earned, or like, no, 2% above inflation, sorry. If you're 2% above inflation, then you're able to live off the interest.
Yeah, like that's fair. Like, and also you don't have tangible assets in regards to stock because it's subject to change.
Yeah. I'm a little pissed with it, to be honest with you, when it's getting used by like the major leagues, like Elon Musk and shit, where it's like, oh, tax wise, it's not worth anything, but to banks, oh, it's worth something, and I'm just sort of like, what do you mean?
Like, the whole point of it is like, you want to be able to live off it while also making your money work for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works. Like, because sometimes to make money, you have to spend money.
I am familiar with that adage.
And in terms of how I would do it, like, I would probably put it into a particular savings, a certain portion in the advice of the financial advisor. I would obviously get some tangible assets. Like, obviously, I want to get a house, and then I'll probably get a second house. I wouldn't want to get more than probably 2 houses.
Okay.
Because the second one is always like, you can use it as either renting. Like, I don't think you need to have so much rental properties.
Yeah.
It's also a backup plan in case things go awry.
The point of the rental property as well is that those are technically seen as those should be seen more as like an actual investment, like in the investment market and what have you. So, the way Australia has going with like, oh, investment properties and what have you, and how there's like way too many benefits in being able to operate them on a loss than, you know, try and make them work and what have you, is ridiculous.
Yeah, I also believe that houses themselves shouldn't be fully seen as investments, but rather a necessity. Yeah, that's why people are having problems finding houses.
Yep.
I would also invest money into things like precious metals, like gold and silver. Like, have some of that, and put that away. Like, precious metals will always be valuable and are subject to the market. But at least when you go to a bank, you can tell them, hey, I got this.
Okay.
And then lastly, what I would do with some money is I would invest into government bonds.
3 of a kind of the same tile. Con and a pair. Okay. I have a question, Blue.
Yes?
Are you ready for some mahjong?
Oh, freaking mahjong.
Mahjong. Freaking mahjong. Alright. So...
Alright, so...
So...
Okay, your possible hands. We gotta see what you could make, that's the thing.
Alright, so 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Dun, dun. Alrighty, so right now I've got a pair of the West Wind. I've got 3 of a kind of 9. If I can get that 5, I should be good. I've got a pair of 1s. So I should probably discard either the dragon or one of these bamboos.
Okay, so right now, are you going for sequence? Like, which sequence are you going for?
I was gonna try and... Is there some way for me to grab that piece there, the number 5? Because that would work with my sequence for 3, 4.
Oh no, it's how it works is when it comes to sequences for this, it has to be in the same suit, or in this case, how I remember this is the characters are called man, then you got bamboo.
Yep.
The circles, we just call them pins because they look like pinwheels.
Yeah, so circles, bamboo, and characters. So I've got a pair of 1s in the characters. I've got a triple in the circles. And then I've got this in the circles, I got 3, 4 here. Pair of W's.
Okay, so right now, we got to figure out what kind of hand you're trying to aim for. That's the thing.
I was hoping for... Oh, what's the hand called? This Li Pe Ko, which is a concealed hand with identical straights. Wait, is that it? No.
Okay, so you're going for you need. Okay, so go back. Yeah, so because I need to look at the example hands again because I don't fully remember the hands.
Hands? Oop. So we got no points. We got the all simples using suit tiles 2 through 8 to make 4 sets and 1 pair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so we have a 3 of a kind. Like right now, you can technically go for all simples, which is you ignore all tiles that are 1 and 9, and you have to make something using tiles from 2 to 8. So you have to make 4 sets of either 3 of a kind, a sequence of 3 numbers. But I feel like you could go for something else, which is a hand of identical straights, possibly.
Scoring 1 hand round set. Triple of white, green, or red dragon tiles. All triples, a hand with 4 triples and 1 pair. Mixed outside, 7 pairs. So wait, the full straight? Wait, no, hang on. Sequence of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9 in the same suit. So
that one is very annoying to do. Like, if your starting hand doesn't allow it, don't bother.
Alrighty then.
Like, you don't have a lot of the same suit in your hand. Like, I would do it if you have, like, maybe 6 out of the 9.
Yeah, and I don't have anything like that. The circles is
Yeah,
my...
yeah.
So, because I've got 3 9s in the circles, a 4 and a 3, and then meanwhile, bamboo, I've got a 9 and a 3, 2 wests and a north, a white dragon, and a 1/1/8. So right now we're just in the discarding sort of stage, because I think it just wants me to pick a tile to discard.
Yeah, yeah. There's also the thing in regards to when you're trying to make a hand, it actually matters if it's concealed or open.
Yeah.
Because the instant you choose to go open hand, you cannot do concealed. So if you see a tile that you need, but it's going to cause you to pawn, don't do it if you need a concealed hand.
Alrighty then. So, right at the get-go, I should probably just get rid of this white dragon here. That's on the end.
White dragon is safe. Like, right now, you don't really need the dragon because we don't know what hand you're trying to go for.
Okay. So, get rid of the bamboo 9?
Okay, so you got a triple 9 pin. We could technically go for concealed triples, possibly.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
So 3 triples that are in your hand.
Yep.
Same thing can also apply with triple pawns. So, for example, it's just it's the same thing as the 3 of a kinds in your hand, like 3 of them.
Yeah.
Except you're pawning them, like you're playing exposed.
Okay. Well, we don't want to play exposed right now, though.
Nah, like I would discard probably anything that doesn't make a relevant sequence. So, what was your man? Because I can't see it because I'm in front of it.
Oh, I did a stream via Discord, so you're able to see the full screen without any of the elements.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Thought that was gonna be a case, so.
Okay, so
So I've
okay, you got 2 1s. I would get rid of 8 man.
Alright, so we've got a 5.
Get rid of 9 bamboo because we might as well try to build triples and sequences to make a relevant hand.
Alright.
Like you know what I mean? Like when you play poker, you want to try and aim for sequences of some kind.
Yeah, no, I get it. Because we've got bamboo 3 and bamboo 5. If we can get a bamboo 4, then that can make our sequence.
Yeah.
Alright, that is circles 8.
8, but you have you have 9 pin already, so you don't really need to go for a sequence with 8 and 9.
Yeah. Okay, so get rid of it?
Yeah, get rid of it. Like, nothing much you could do. It's also 7 pin. That's not good. But hey, if you had to do 7 pin and 8 pin, that breaks your 3/9.
Oh, I see how it does. So,
yeah. So you don't want to do that.
So one of them would be used for the sequence. So then the 999 would change into a 999.
Yeah, something like that. But you don't want to do that unless you know what kind of hand you're probably going for. I'm trying to see what other thing we can go for as well.
So yeah, because there's 57 tiles. From the looks of it, so they just dropped bamboo 7s and 2s. They've dropped 7, 9.
Okay, two 8 bamboos. Wait, no, 2 9 bamboos are gone. 1 8 is gone. 2 7s are gone. 1 2 bamboo, 3 bamboo's gone. So 6 is still safe. 6 bamboo's still safe.
Okay.
But you can't go for high or low sequences for bamboo.
So we want to get rid of
I would get rid of 7 pin because it's completely useless. I swear to God, if you draw another pin.
Oh hey,
actually no, that's fine.
That's fine. That's a sequence. That's 3 4 5 pin.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. The cards we can the tiles we can discard now are either North Wind or White Dragon. Because
hang on a sec. I need to double check what the view controls: up, down, left, right. Check discard. Toggle command. Okay. I was hoping there was a way for me to like just rearrange real quickly.
Yeah, I'm seeing what hand we could possibly make. Okay, so currently we have, I believe it's outside hand. So it's like...
Mixed outside hand, is that what you're talking about?
That's what I feel like what we currently have, because...
1, 9, or honor. Okay.
Like, the example is all sets including a 1 and a 9, which you do have, or honor tiles.
Mm-hmm.
You can seal... This one, you can have it open technically, but it's easier to do it concealed.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially, you got your 2 honor tiles, which are the 2 west winds.
Yep.
You got a sequence of 3 of a kind.
Yep, sequence, and then 3 of a kind.
And we technically need another 1. We need 1 man.
Yeah, 1 character. So...
we need 1 man, and then the bamboo. We need to figure out how we can get bamboo. So, North Wind and White Dragon. You're just pretty much aiming for 1 man and either a 4 bamboo or a... Yeah, 4 bamboo is your best bet. Those 2 tiles.
Alright, and no one's discarded a 4 bamboo yet, so... Alright, I'm gonna discard a 4 north then.
Yeah, discard North Wind.
Do I want to
No, do not cheat. Do not cheat. That breaks your 3, 4, 5.
Yep. Alright, so that gets me 6. That's not good.
At least you know what tiles you're after now. You're after 1 man and 4 bamboo.
Alrighty then. I'll get rid of the 6 then.
What the frick? Why does it keep giving you tiles in sequence?
I don't know. It's a weird RNG.
Yeah, but at least since you know what tiles you need, you can just keep discarding until you get those tiles or someone reveals those tiles.
Yep, alrighty then. I'll get rid of 5. Pawn, that's 7. Wait, is that... No, that's 1. That gets me my triple.
That's 1 man. I'm quickly double checking. Let's see, outside hand... Because it actually matters.
Because that would give me a triple in the 1, but then.
The only question I need to know is it an open hand or a concealed hand? That's the.
You will draw and discard. Form 4 sets of 3 in a pair.
Yeah. Because outside hand...
If you have a concealed hand that needs 1 more tile to win, you can declare Riichi. You will not be able to change the tiles in your hand, and you are forced to discard any draws that are not your winning tile. The advantage is the potential to increase the value of your hand. Completing a hand.
Basically, Riichi is essentially you're going kind of all in, and you discard until you hope you get your tile.
Okay.
your winning tile. You automatically do it.
2 ways to complete a hand. Ron and Tsuyon. Completing a hand by stealing. Completing a hand with self-drawn tiles. Your hand must be worth at least 1 yaku. This means it is possible to meet the 14 tile requirement of 4 groups of 3 tiles in a pair. Still, you cannot win by stealing a tile if you have discarded the tile previously in that round. You can still win through self-draw. I am going to say...
I'm just double checking.
I want to say no, because no one else has thrown like a 1, and there's still 1 like character, because there's always they print 4 of each kind.
Okay, it says concealed hand 1, because this is a 2-han hand, and if we make the wrong decision, it completely messes up your game. This is one of those things when I was playing Riichi Mahjong, it's easy to mess up.
I want to say no, we're not going to grab the pawn. Because...
where's the definition of... Because it's a closed hand. We're doing... It's an outside hand. We're doing outside hand.
We're not... Okay, so we're not doing a mixed. Cover straight, double wind.
Well, you went past outside hand. I believe outside hand, we're allowed to do it once, and that's it.
Concealed 2 Han, exposed 1 Han. So if we're able to do it once, then maybe it's best that we do it with the character 1, because they've revealed it and the chances of a 4th one popping up are very low.
Very low. We don't know when it'll show up. We can do it once, that's it, and then after that you can't pawn anyone anymore.
Yeah.
But if a tile comes up, you can technically Riichi and just YOLO your way to victory. I would say just pawn, because we can do it once, because it says exposed.
Yep.
1.
Alrighty then. Pawn. Whoa. There we go.
And now we just get rid of...
Dragon, and hope we get a 4.
Yeah, and that's it. But if the game tells you to sumo...
I love how it's like pawn again. No,
no. We only need 2 honor tiles. That's it.
That's a 5. That's not going to work for us, so we get rid of that one.
Get out of here. That's the same thing again.
Get rid of the 2. Oh, fuck's sake. That's chi. But we can't get that, can we?
Chi is essentially, you're doing the same thing as pawn, except instead of a 3 of a kind, it's a sequence.
Yeah, but
we can't take it. We break our hand if we do it.
Yeah, alright. Oh, Riichi.
So someone is YOLOing.
Yeah, alright. Well, I gotta get rid of that 8.
We're gonna have to aim for bamboo. But if it ever says sumo, take the sumo. God damn it.
6, 7, 8, 7, 7, 8. God damn it.
Ow, we got... Why do you have so little points?
Because I am only helping out the what's-a-mahoozy, the debt-ridden guy. So that's the problem.
Oh, so we're actually at a loss.
Yes. Hence why their points are so much higher than ours, like...
Well, the guy's even more dead. Man, we gotta keep doing this, don't we?
We're not gonna end the stream on a loss.
No, we can't.
Alright, let's have a look. Let's have a look once they reorganize it.
Okay, I know what we're doing.
You know what you're doing?
We're going for just all pairs. Legit, we're just going all pairs.
Alrighty then, so...
So, the hand is, I think was it 7? It's simples, I think.
All simples. Uses tile sets 2 through 8 to make 4 sets in 1 pair. Wait, no, that's not it.
No, there's a hand for 7 pairs. I know there's one out there. I forgot what it's called.
Chitotsu. Concealed hand of 7 pairs. All 7 pairs must be unique. So 3, 4... So
yeah, just letting you know, you cannot pawn or chi with this hand because it's not possible.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is just keep discarding cards, tiles that you think won't make pairs.
Alrighty then. Well, the good news is we've already got 1, 2. We've already got 4 pairs.
So 1 man, 5 man, 2 bamboo, and 9 pin.
Wait, can you have any honors in your
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes, it's just a hand of 7 pairs. That's it. It's.
All right, I'm gonna get rid of dragging because it's like the random honor. We've got like a better chance of getting into an honor with the either the winds or with any of our, bamboos.
Green. No, is that red dragon?
No, that's white dragon. This is white.
No, the discard because we got east wind.
East
There's
wind.
5 pin
red
gone,
dragon. 5
red
pin.
dragon. Okay, we're just gonna have to throw whatever because we don't know yet.
Throwing dragon. All right.
Okay, good.
We've got our 3, which means is we can get rid of our bamboo 3.
It's bamboo 3, 4 pin, south wind, and west wind. You can discard any of those because we don't know.
We have to get rid of at least the 3 because we can't have a bamboo 3 while we have a pin 3 available.
Oh no, the 7 pair doesn't care. It
no,
just
the
says
7 pair does. It said so. All 7 pairs must be unique.
Ah, okay, then yeah, let's just get rid of 3 bamboo. It's like we don't care.
Nope. All right, so now we got a 7. I'm going to get rid of. Oh wait,
it doesn't really matter which ones you...
Alright, I got enough characters as is.
Get rid of south. Someone discarded south.
Oh, they discarded it at the start, so... Oh wait, no, they just did it just then. Oh, and that's the 3rd south.
Good.
Can I get
Get rid of that too.
Yeah,
get rid of it.
Then that ruins the sequence. Get rid of the 6. Nope.
No. What the frick? So right now, you can go for... The numbers you have to avoid are 1, 3, 5, and 9.
1, 3, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 5. Because don't forget, we've got...
Basically, every odd number plus 2.
Discard.
You already got... You don't need 3 of a kind.
Yep, alright, cool.
7...
Wait, has anyone got rid of...
No one's got rid of any 7s. So, your options are, do you want to go 7 man or 7 pin?
Okay, so they've been getting rid of 5s, they've gotten rid of norths and souths, someone's got rid of a west. I want to get rid of west because someone's already removed west.
Okay, we get rid of west. Nope. Get rid of 1 bamboo goes away.
Oh yeah, peacock means 1. Sorry. I thought that said 7. Hey,
okay.
There we go. All right, so
now we
now
can get rid of 7 man.
There we go. There we go.
Oh. 6 bamboo.
Someone's already got rid of 6 over on our left side.
Okay, get rid of that.
We're gonna get rid of. Okay.
We need 4 pin, and then you win with us 7 conceal. Yeah, conceal 7. Someone's risking for the biggie. North wind. Someone's already got rid of North Wind. God. But this is pretty much, you just need one tile, that's it. You just need one tile.
One's got rid of a 9. Wait, has no one got rid of... Oh... Alright, let's
You already got a 9 pair.
Oh, okay, yep. No.
Oh.
We've already got
You already
2.
got a 2 pair, so... God damn it! No, yeah, anytime it tells you the pond, don't bother. Okay, someone's taken, and we got... Yes, someone won with Ron.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, you see what I mean? At least you're still in the game because, stole from South.
Okay. Oof.
Yeah, things get tense when we're trying to figure out what we're doing.
Alright.
What kind of hand is this?
East, south, west. 2 dragon. So we've got...
We got junk.
We've got 3 pairs right now.
3 pairs. I wouldn't go nuts on 3 pairs. That's a
Oh,
problem.
wait, no, not 3 pairs. Hang on, because... 1, 2... So that's 1.
Okay, I actually... Oh, freaking what? What?
We're not giving simple guard games, Kinset. We're going for Mahjong. Could you imagine going for Go?
The only hand I can see is a really dumb and stupid one that is really awkward to get.
Alright.
It's called 13 Orphans. It's a Yakuman hand, so it's one of the highest hands.
A hand with one of each terminal and honor tile, plus a duplicate of any one. What?
So basically, you need your honor tiles, so you need east, south, west, north, one of each dragon.
Yep.
Then you need at least one of each honor tile, so it's all terminals. So I believe you need 1s and 9s after that. Only 1s and 9s.
Yep, so 1s and 9s. We can't take anything. I hope you realize
You
this.
can't take anything. That is the only hand I can see viable because you already assembled east, south, west, white dragon, red dragon.
Alright, so I can just get
You
rid of
got
anything
one
that
bamboo.
isn't a 1, 9, or honor then.
Yes.
Alright.
And you're allowed 1 duplicate.
Cool.
It's a risky hand.
Well, we've already got
But I
duplicates
don't
we can throw away, so...
Oh, it has to be duplicates of 1 or 9.
Noted. So now...
Or on a tile. So you can only have one of those 3 tiles. Like, normally I wouldn't go for this hand because it is so risky.
Fuck it.
Yeah, this is just... Oh, okay, we got our duplicate there, that's fine. So you can start throwing everything else. Someone won already? Are you freaking kidding me? Okay, we're still in it, you didn't get robbed? I thought that hand was actually terrible, alright? That was a bad hand.
Alright. Oh, would you look at that? 2 honor duplicates. 2, 3...
Okay, there's multiple hands you can go with this, in my opinion. You can go for little 3 dragons, which is 2 dragon triplets and a pair of dragon tiles. Big 3 dragons, which is just triplets of the 3 dragons.
Reconcealed. What? So three little
It's
dragons.
It's a two-Han hand. It's like, yeah. So you got little free dragons, which you just saw earlier.
Yep.
And then the Yakuman hand of big free dragons. These hands are open, by the way, so you don't have to conceal them.
Hand with any 2 dragon triplets using the 3rd dragon as a pair. Oh, okay. So I need to get three. So I need to get three whites, 3 reds, and 3 greens.
Yeah, and the rest of the stuff is whatever. But if you can pawn, you can chi, you can make sequences out of anything else. So.
All right, I am going to get rid of this 8.
Like, I currently have the hand cheat sheet out because I can play Riichi Mahjong. It's the hands I don't remember.
Fair enough.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Northeast. Hi there, Izzy. Holds Icy's hand. I'll hold your hand, Izzy. All right, I'm gonna get rid of this 5. What the fuck is with 4? We can't. Okay, there's no point in keeping this west because. Oh wait, no. Maybe it is worth.
2 wests are gone. 2 wests are already.
3 are
3
gone.
are gone. The same guy has 3 wests to discard.
Oh my god.
That's fine.
Because the likelihood of getting a south to make like the full honor thingy is useless to us, right?
We don't need the honor tiles. We're just trying to get the dragons, and if you make like the rest of your hand can be was it 3 sequences or 3 of a kinds or whatever? What the heck? What?
You're just looking at
what?
This. Oh, he stole from me.
He stole. What the? You're gonna lose again.
Oh my god, 12,000!
That was actually bullshit. That's BS. We're doing this again, but each time we're doing it, we're actually getting better.
That's good.
That's good. That's an improvement. It also means that I'm learning more Riichi Mahjong.
Let's do it. We're gonna keep going.
Imagine the people that had to 100% this game. They've had to become masters of Hanafuda and Riichi Mahjong.
Oh my god. I just want to help a guy out of his debt. Why can't I just beat his people up? Alright.
Why can't we just pay him?
Alright, we've got character 136, bamboo 1, 3, and 2. Alright, so that's it.
Alright.
I want to get rid of that 8. I feel like that's a waste.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like going 13 orphans again because we got like 2 1s, a 9, we got the winds and the dragon, and we got another 9.
Oh my god. Alright, cool. So
yeah,
there's a 9.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, I see
when
what
things are...
Alrighty then. I'm gonna get rid of...
well, I don't want to go all in on the 1s and 9s, but we can make sequences. So... You got...
So that's 7, that's 6. I'm gonna get rid of this 2 then.
Yes. Don't get rid of any potential sequences because we could possibly make something out of them.
Alright, well that was a 7.
No, that doesn't do anything.
Hey, a 1.
A 1. I guess get rid of 6th man.
Oh, someone got rid of bamboo.
God damn it.
You good?
It's. I swear it's trolling you.
Someone has already thrown away a 5, so I'm gonna throw away this 5.
Yeah, probably 5. Like, we could have had a potential sequence. That's the thing.
Oh, we got another 9 pair.
Alright, let's see what we can actually make.
This is defeating Icy. I can already hear it in his voice.
Let's see. We could do. No, we can't do Tanyo because that doesn't work. Okay, because this hand is really awkward. That's the problem.
Wait, what? You can't vote on? Oh, god damn it! Why can't votes stand? Why can't they last longer than 2 hours? What the fuck is up with that?
I don't know. I don't understand.
Like, I just want one that can go off for like all. Like, am I just gonna have to go to straw poll? Is that what I'm gonna have to do?
Probably. That's probably your best bet. Like, everyone tells me to use straw poll when things go awry.
Fuck it. Fine. Alrighty. So, because at least straw poll gives you like an overlay as well, but you can't. You have to like go into a place, and like it's not. It doesn't use Alrighty. So.
Actually, I think I know what hand we can go for.
6, 3, 4. Alrighty. So that's. Alrighty.
Alright. I have an idea.
Straw poll. You have an idea, do you?
Yeah, I know what hand we can go for. And it's much simpler than going 13 orphans.
Wait, what? Oh my god, strawpoll.me is gone.
Oh.
It's now strawpoll.com. Alright, hang on, let's see. Alright. Party game stream. Saturday, April 6th. Multiple choice with Smash Bros. Ultimate. So that's on the Switch. Jackbox Party Pack, which is the web. Monster Hunter Worlds, which is on the PC. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And then finally, Final Fantasy 14.
Oh wait, I can't even go out to go shopping because all the supermarkets are closed.
All right, block VPN. I'm not gonna block VPN users. Allow comments. Always public. No one can do the thingamadiggies. Not hiding the share button. Create the poll. Your admin rights claimed by creating a free account. Alright, cool. Just gonna create a... Oh wait, I can just have it linked to my Discord. That's convenient. Alrighty. Copy. Alrighty. Paste here. And then... Settings. Oh wait, no, not settings. I need to go to... So you have an idea for a hand, do you?
Alright, we are going for, what? Okay, it is called All Terminals and Honors. So this hand consists of only 1s and 9s and honor tiles in either 3 of a kind or pairs. Like, you need to have 4 3 of a kinds and a pair.
Alrighty, okay.
And it doesn't matter what those are, as long as they're terminals, so the 1s or 9s, or honor tiles, being the winds and the dragons.
Okay, so close this. Properties. Ding dong. Why does this website is shit?
Oh man, it sucks.
It honestly does. Save. Save. Why is there? Alright, well, I'll at least put the thingy-madiggy. Where's the poll thing? I had it here earlier. Poll reminder. Get rid of the delay, get rid of the visibility.
Tasty.
All right, there we go. Oh, tasty. Thank you for handing me your dink. Delete that because that's useless. Stop the studio mode. Back into the game so it doesn't it's not flashing its lights at me. Resume. All right. So what are we after?
Okay. All terminals and honors. So it's just a hand consisting of terminals or honor tiles. So terminals are 1s and 9s, and you already know what the honor tiles are.
Yep. Okay. Cool.
So you want to have 4 of a kinds of said tiles and 1 pair.
Well, we can't do 4 of a kind on the 9s. Because see how the guy up there got rid of a...
Oh, wait, you want 4 3 of a kinds.
Oh, 4 3 of a kinds. Okay.
And this is an open hand, so you can pawn and re-cheat. Well, you can pawn and you can ron.
Alright.
Ooh.
So now I get rid of the 6. Or actually, no, let me just get rid of the 7.
Yeah, you get rid of anything that is not an honor tile or a terminal.
That is 2 of the 9s in the characters gone. I don't know if we're going to be able to create...
Which 9s?
The circles.
9 pin. You remember it's 1s and 9s. It doesn't have to be 9 pin. You can also go for 1 pin. Even though 1 pin is like, one of them is gone, you also got 9 bamboo. And you also have access to honor tiles, which is a thing, but I see a lot of honor tiles going around, so we're just doing a YOLO strat again. But if things get hectic, you can always turn your hand into 7 pair.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of this 9 pin because it's just gonna bother me.
I would get rid of everything else first, just in case something does happen.
Don't be upset with me, but I already got rid of that 9.
Okay, you can keep the 2 north winds because even though the 2 other norths are gone, you got a pair of honor tiles.
Yep. Alrighty then. 2 of the 1 pin is gone. So it's the same situation as our 9 earlier.
Yeah. Right now, we're on our way to 7 pairs, surprisingly.
Alright,
So, so we're changing our plan from honor tiles to pairs. Because I don't think it's fully viable now.
Do I get rid of dragon?
Keep white dragon. South wind is gone. 2 of them are gone. West wind, there's 2 west winds gone, so the likelihood of getting another west is very low. And east, I don't really see east. There's 1 east gone, but we can still have a chance of getting east. I would 100% keep white dragon because no one has discarded one yet.
Alrighty then. So
yeah, we're now changing our strat to 7 pair.
Alrighty then. Let's see. So we got rid of it. So there's a 6 and a thing. Yes, we're learning Mahjong Bapi.
I would get rid of 6 pin because 6 pin's already gone, but then a 7 pin's already gone.
Get rid of this. I already got rid
Seven
of
man.
7.
Yeah, get rid of 7 man.
Now that guy, I swear, this mic is monitored because now this guy over here has gotten rid of like so many dragons. Get rid of 5. Oh, actually no, it might be worth keeping 5.
I would get rid of one of either east or west wind because those have been discarded for sure.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's already been 3 west winds discarded, so. Hey, we got a pair of 1s. That was.
Ooh, this is going pretty good. I'll discard east because someone's ready to discard east.
Yep.
Nope. What the heck is going on? Does the game want us to win with terminals, or do they want us to win with pairs?
I don't know.
7 pin because we haven't. 7 pin has already been discarded at least, but 5 pin hasn't yet. I think. Yeah, I don't see a 5 pin.
Draw.
Draw. All right. Anyone? Yeah, this is the part where if you don't have a viable thing, like you're still in because you have 0 points.
All right.
Okay, you got a sequence.
Got a sequence.
You got a pair.
Yep.
Wait, no, you got a sequence, a pair, and a near sequence.
I'm gonna get rid of the bamboo. 6.
Yep, get rid of that. It's all right. You need a 4 pin, so that way that 3/5 pin actually does something.
Yep. Get rid of the 5 bamboo.
Get rid of 1 man. I swear to God, this game knows what we're trying to do here. I swear.
All terminals is quite a difficult hand to aim for. Thank you, Bappy.
We know it was hard to aim for, but the hand was so bad.
So yeah. You're welcome for your advice while you have, like, 3 of the tiles covered. I am going to get rid of... I'm going to get rid of this 8. Because we can't do... Because unless we get another 7, we can't do 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, that breaks it, unless... If you somehow... Okay, so... If you get a 9, you get a sequence. I would probably just get rid of White Dragon, and if you randomly get a 9, you got 2 sequences for free.
Nope. So that's an 8.
That's an 8. I don't see... we can discard 1 man. No, 1 bamboo. Because that doesn't make anything.
Alright. Get rid of the 2.
Get rid of the 2, that doesn't make anything. I swear, it knows what we want. Are you freaking kidding me?
Alright. Get rid of the dragon?
Yeah, get rid of it. Because I believe we're doing...
Can we chi on the 6?
Okay, I'm actually trying to figure out. Because we're doing... What hand are we actually aiming for again? Because I think it's sequences and... It should be just outside hand again.
3 straights of the same number sequence. Can we do that? No.
No, we can't do that.
No, we can't. Because we've got a pair of 7s, a 3, 4, 5, or sorry. Sorry, we got a 6, 7, 8, a pair of 7s. We almost have a 3, 4, 5 on the pins. You can't have a sequence go up to 4, can you? You can only have a sequence go up to 3.
No, the sequences can be any 3 numbers that are going up or down in corresponding order.
So 3. Cool.
So, actually, don't pawn because it actually breaks.
It's a chi, but yeah.
Chi. Wait, chi is a 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheese for sequence. Don't cheat. You're gonna break it. Oh my. We could have had 1, 2, 3, but no. The game's like fuck you.
All right, I'm guessing we're getting rid of the 3.
Yeah, all simples is possible.
Is there just like a little bit of pride in trying to get a win on this one?
The thing with Riichi Mahjong, it's always comes down to you're always either 1 or 2 tiles off your winning hand.
Alrighty. That's a 9, and because we
got
got
an
an 8,
8,
we can drop the 5 and see if we can get a 7.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Because that's at least a sequence we can go for.
We can go for a chi.
We can go for a chi, but
can we go for a chi to get a win?
It should be an outside hand. We can do it once, and that's it.
All right.
We can chi once, and we can't do any more after that. But at that point, you're actually aiming for a specific tile. Like, you're aiming for like 1 or 2 specific tiles, and that's it.
So that's a yes to the chi?
Yes to the chi.
And then we get rid of...
Alright, so you got 6, 7, 8.
Get rid
3,
of
5 is waiting for a 4.
We're waiting for a 4
or
an 8.
If we get a 9
on the pin,
a 9 fixes a lot of things. You don't win, it's just that you still need a pair afterwards. No, we can't. Frick's sakes.
Hey!
Hey, so 9, 8, 7. We could get rid of 3 pin. We don't need 3 pin anymore. It's either 3 pin or south wind that you can discard.
I'm gonna get rid of south
because
wind.
we now need to get like. Oh wait, no, we need on the tile. Shit.
Oh, god damn it! I wish you told me that.
Yeah, it's fine. Thinking I'm still learning. But 3. Yeah, discard that. Discard the 3. We don't need the 3 anymore.
Game? Why are you... There we go. Sometimes the game is frozen.
Nah, discard 1. We're now just aiming for honor tiles, I think.
We got a pair of 8s.
We already got a pair of 8s. We don't need a... Wait, we got a pair of 8s?
Yes.
Nah, don't
chi.
You got to break your sequence. You already have 9, 8, 7, and 7, 6, 5. Discard the one of the 8s because we're now aiming for. Even though we have an honor tile, 2 of that honor tiles are already gone. But you might as well aim to hope that you'll get that last dragon. Yeah, we're going for sequences. We don't need pairs. Except an honor pair.
Get rid of the 9?
Yep. You're only going for honor tiles now.
Yep.
And ignore anything else.
Get rid of this 9 as well?
Yep. You don't want to break your sequences at all. And you're just trying to find an honor tile. It's either... North wind. How many north winds are gone? 1.
2, 3.
Wait, there are 2? 2 north winds are gone. You got what was it? That red dragon.
No,
2
3
of the red
north winds
dragons
are gone, because 2 on the top, 1 on the left. So we gotta...
Okay, yeah, they're all north wind. We can't do anything with north wind. You at least did a cheese, so you get points back.
Nice. Alright.
What?
Oh, we got a pair of 1s.
A pair of 1s.
A 1, 2. A 5, 7.
Alright,
7, 8. With a 5 there. I want to get rid of this...
Because we need to figure out what we could possibly do with this hand.
Get rid of this 2.
I believe our current option is... Like, Baffy can give you some good insight. I'm looking at possible hands.
Alrighty then, Buffy. You are now in as a second advisor.
You could go for pure straight. It's possible to go for pure straight.
Okay. They've played a lot of Mahjong. Great advice. Great advice. Pure. Alright, so that's a 9, that's a 7, that's a 2.
Calm your rice paddy.
1, 8, 7, 5. Okay, let's see. They got rid of the 4 up there on the pin. We just need to get a 3. You'd get rid of any solo honor tiles first. Well, we don't have any solo honors.
Yes, your dragon tiles are considered honor tiles.
Oh, single, yeah, because there's no pairs. Okay, yep. Alright. Get rid of the 1.
Like, all simples is pretty much... stuff that doesn't contain terminals and honor tiles. So
well, we've already got like 3
you have 1, 2, 3, 4 terminals. No, 5 terminals because you got like 4 1s and 1 9.
Yep.
So all simples is kind of awkward for you.
Bread and butter, open hand.
Well, you can discard the dragon, because someone discarded a dragon. At least that's a safe bet.
Yep.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Oh no, Bobby is gonna be in an advertisement at this point. Do we want to get rid of the 3?
I believe we can't do all simples with this hand. It means we have to discard so many 1s and 9s, and we're breaking sequences if we do.
Alright.
I would go for...
Hang on a second, I'm just gonna shrink the overlay just a tiny bit, just so... Or not the overlay, but like the game just a tiny bit, just so then that way there's like a...
Okay, I have a plan.
You have a plan, do you?
We could go all straight. Pure straight.
Boppy says they'd keep the 3, 1 is less helpful.
Oh, they're talking about bamboo. It's a 1 bamboo is not really helpful at the moment.
Alrighty then, get rid of the 1.
But if we start seeing a lot of mans, then... This game is listening to us, I swear. Get rid of that. If you get more... Okay, the more mans you get, the likelihood of getting a pure straight is possible.
So get rid of this 9?
No, don't get rid of that 9. You got 1, 2, 5, 7, 9 in man.
Alrighty then. Get rid of this 1?
No, I'll get rid of... Because we're aiming for... I would like to aim for pure straight because no one's discarded a man.
Yeah,
you're allowed to cheat once.
Alright.
So 3, 5, 7, 8. Get rid of the 3, I think. Yeah, I would get rid of the 3 because the likelihood of doing a sequence with the other things is higher.
Oh, someone got rid of a 6. Hey, look, a pair of 7s.
pair of 7s, a pair of 1s. Alright. We'll get... I would say... We can't... What can we get? Get rid of 9 pin. Someone's just got a 9 pin. We'll keep the idea of pairs as an option.
Alright. Do we get rid of the... Let's see. Someone's already got rid of bamboo 8.
Yeah, bamboo 8. Like, your backup plan is 7 pair.
Get rid of the dragon.
2 dragons are gone.
Yep.
Your backup plan is, yeah, 7 pair. South wind.
No one's got rid of south. But it's not helpful with where we are right now.
I don't think we can go for the pure straight because too many of the mans are gone.
Yeah.
I would get rid of... Let's see, 2 man... Two mans are gone, so get rid of 2 man. Because we might as well just go for pairs at this point.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, we're in the south. Yeah, keep the south wind because we're in the south seat.
Get rid of the red dragon because, yeah, there's already been 2 red dragons gone.
Yep. Five pin. There's 5 pin gone. There's a 9 man gone.
One person has got rid of a 5 pin.
9 man is gone, but we haven't seen any yet. The bamboos, not much has happened for the bamboos.
Okay.
But we have to keep south wind.
Alrighty, so get rid of the 5 pin or...
5 pin or 9 man is what I would get rid of, one of those two, because we've seen them at least being discarded. It's pretty much now, the odds of us getting what we need is becoming less and less if we see the discard.
What's the...
Well, yeah, we're going for 7 pair.
Alrighty then, donk.
Pawn.
No.
No. No, we're going for pairs, we're not... 4 man.
No.
1 4 man's gone. Bamboo hasn't... We haven't seen much of bamboo, that's the thing.
I think someone's holding on to a lot of bamboo then. Because the guy on the right has only gotten rid of it once.
I would get rid of 2 pin, because 2 pin's already been discarded.
That's like 3 of the 4s. Get rid of 6.
We got a sequence. Someone's already discarded. The 2 6s are gone, yeah, get rid of 6. We already committed to 7 pair. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Like 2 already gone. The likelihood of getting another is bad. Perfect.
Pair of 5, nice.
Now we have to keep south wind.
9, 6,
So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 pairs. 4 man we can get rid of because someone discarded 4 man. Get rid of 9 bamboo. 3 of them are already gone. Someone won for Robin. How are we still in this game?
I do not.
We went from 1,000 to 0, and then from 0 back to 1,000 again.
Alright. So we got...
Oh, we got 3 pair.
1, 2, 3. Ah, yeah, I see.
We can go for all simples, possibly.
Which means we have to get rid of the terminals, the 9 and the 1s, right?
And all honor tiles. So all the winds have to go away too.
Okay.
But because we're going first, we don't know what's gonna happen.
I'm gonna get
So
rid
in my
of...
case, I would get rid of west wind. I'll just get rid of west wind because you're in the east seat.
Get rid of south?
Yeah, south. Pawn.
No.
I'm trying to think. We could all simples. Like all simple. Bahi, all simples is open hand, yeah. I'm pretty sure it's open hand.
Pawn could work. Quick all simples and dealer seat.
Oh yeah. We go pawn. Like we get rid of the ones as well.
Yep. Alrighty then. Get rid of the north.
North. Get rid of north because we're going for all simples possibly.
Hi there, Zacharino. Go for Chitotsu. Do we cheat?
Yeah, we can cheat because it's open hand.
Alrighty then.
Cheat.
Okay, you got your. Okay, you got a sequence. You got a 3 of a kind.
Yep.
You need. Okay. The sequence requires a 4 for that pin for it to work, or yeah, a 4. The 5 is like a dead card, or a dead tile.
Yep. Okay then.
And then also because we already we got our pair, yeah. So we got our pair, we got our sequence, and we got a 3 of a kind. We just need to make another 3 of a kind and another sequence.
Alright. Getting rid of that one, I'm guessing.
Yeah, you don't need bamboos anymore.
Get rid of dragon.
Yep, dragon's on the tile. You don't need on the tiles. Someone's going all in.
Oh!
Oh my god! They're Yolwing. It's pretty much they need a specific tile.
Oh, we got a pair of 5s.
Pair of 5s. We don't need a pair of 5s. We need a 3 of a kind and.
Do we need to get another
We need
sequence?
a 3 of a kind or a sequence.
Alrighty then. Let's have a look. So, not much is being. So there's not much in the low numbers for pins.
Alright. You're winning tiles. You need another 3 man. And you need a 4 pin. That is legit the only tiles you need. You can legit disregard either.
So get rid of the 5?
Thing, but the other thing is. Okay, so. You got 2 3-mans and 2 5-man. Depending on which one you get rid of. We're in an awkward spot because you either need another 5-man or a 3-man to make the triple, but you still need a 4 pin. Regardless.
Okay,
so you gotta decide.
The bamboos we can throw out then.
No, we keep the bamboos because you still need a pair. But
we have 3 and 5. We just need like a 3 or a 5 in the man, and whichever of the man we don't get, the other gets turned into a pair, right?
Yeah. So
we get rid of the bamboo then.
Yeah. Just get rid of the bamboo because we can. Yeah, we get rid of the bamboo and hope for the best. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you freaking serious? That is absolute bullshit. What the heck? We're back. We could have. We could have freaking had a chance.
So, do we just get rid of this one as well? Actually, you know what? The game is gonna fuck with us. I betcha. The game is gonna fuck with us.
Okay. We get rid of bamboo. We get rid of bamboo. We're going with the strat of we can deal with the rest of this.
Hey!
Hey, we got it. We're getting it. Now
so
we
just need
aim
4.
4 pin. You only need 4 pin and you win. Yeah, at least, yeah. Nah, you don't care anymore. You just need 8
Run!
pin.
No! Fuck!
Absolute BS. We were close. We were legit 1 tile away. I swear to God, we were this close.
I mean, minus to 2,600.
But we're learning.
We're learning.
We have technology.
Chat. Okay, I'm gonna get myself a Coke. Hang on. I'm gonna get my soda stream.
Oh, you're gaming up. You're gaming up.
I'm gaming up. All right. I'm gonna run an advertisement. I'm gonna run the soda stream. Okay. You're gonna go for a bathroom break or anything like that?
Technically I should eat something.
All right. I'm gonna run it's a 3-minute advertisement. So, get something. I'm gonna get my soda, and I'm gonna check what I have for snacks or something. All right. Here's a 3-minute advertisement for viewers. And then a ding. Where's my game of the what's-a-mahoozies? There we go. Alrighty. What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. Alright. Yeah. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube.
So while Zeebs is gone, I'm gonna be taking over the stream for a little bit. I need to do my schedule for this week. Yeah, I need to put up my stream schedule. And no, I'm not going to show it to all of you because this is something I need to do on the side.
Damn it, there's a Keck W in my way. Move, Mega. This is like a render of me instead of like actively me. What do I gotta... Okay, so I need to disable this. Alright. Alright. Can chat...
Wait, what day am I working?
Difference between me... Here we go.
Alright, I'm working that day. Okay, so...
Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Click, click.
Let's see, no stream that day.
Alright. Alright. So, alright. First thing we gotta do is we gotta subdivide it, and we're gonna... Let's go with...
Good thing I named my bloody layers.
Good thing you did. I named my layers as well. What I want to have happen, however, at some point is I might want to go to like Radium or someone and just be like, hey, you know how to do the you know how to make a cool looking schedule. Can you do like a background thingy-majiggy and so that I can apply that as like the background thing and then just have the 7 slots or what have you?
Okay, that's it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
Welcome back, chat.
Ow! By the gods, allies.
Okay, luckily the schedule for
Alrighty.
Alright, I gotta post up the new schedule because I got a feeling I'm gonna aim to work on Saturdays to try and make up for my missing hours because it's considered overtime.
I can go for a Cheen right at the get-go with 2 character, because I've got a 2, 3, 4, 5 in the characters, but then I also have 7, 8, 9.
What hand is this? What kind of hand is this? You got a near pure straight already.
Yeah, but like, there's like.
No, don't. We are going for pure straight. There is no way you can't go for pure straight with this.
All right, so I need to keep honor tile and then try and go into straight on the characters. Is that right?
You need 1 man. You need a 6-man. That's all you need.
All right, so I'm gonna get rid of this 8.
Half flush is also possible.
No
pawn. I want to. Let's see. Half flush is winning using only tiles from 1 suit and honor tiles. So yeah, you just get rid of anything that's not man.
All right.
And don't you just need a pair of honor tiles and that's fine.
Okay, so I already have my pair of honor tiles with the 2 red dragons, so I don't pawn.
You don't pawn. You get rid of everything that's not a man.
Do I chi on the 6?
No. Actually, wait.
Damn it, Poppy was just like, pawn the red dragon can be good, but it's like...
Yes, we can, chi. If we're going for pure straight, we can chi once. If it's a flush, we can chi twice.
Yes, so...
we're allowed to do this once. We can do it at least once.
Alright, chi the 4, 5, 6. And then we get rid of this 2. We're getting rid of this west.
Get rid of the 4. Get rid of the 4, and then you start getting rid of the wins, because we're now just aiming for 1 man.
Well, they've got rid of 2 of them so far.
Yeah, if you get 1 man, you pretty much got a pure straight. That's it. You got a possible hand. God, we are this close to victory, and if we can get ahead...
Oh, I got rid of it!
You son of a...
That's 2... Okay, so wait, 1, 2, 3... Okay, 3 have been taken out. That means there's 1 left.
There is 1 left. Oh my god.
Hey! That's it!
Yeah! We got the fucking hand! Let's do it! And now we just,
We get rid of a north, right?
Yeah, let's get rid of north. Holy god.
So this is where we won.
Ron! Just Ron! You end the game right now! Oh my god, we finally did something!
With a half flush, full straight. 7,000 points!
Okay, we don't automatically lose next time. That is one of the best. That is amazing. Half flush pure straight. That was great.
Alright, we've got...
What the... We have 2 pair. Northwind is gone, so we can safely discard Northwind. That doesn't do anything.
Get rid of the 6.
We can aim for all simples again.
Wait, can we go for all simples if we have terminations 1?
Those aren't pairs. It means that we can safely remove the 1s and 9s and honor tiles.
Alright, I'll get rid of... Should I get rid of Dragon then? Or... Chat, you can join in on this. This isn't backseat game aiming channel. You can join in. Actually, let me double check if I have backseat.
Honestly, backseating in Riichi Mahjong is valid.
It's valid? Okay, hang on. Let me just add the backseating Backseat gaming allowed. There we go. Updated the thingy-majiggy. All right. Help us, chat. Help us win.
We managed to win through pure luck.
Hi there, Zacredo.
Okay, if we do all simples, that means you have to get rid of 4 tiles.
Getting rid of solo honors is fine. Getting rid of unconnected terminals is a close second option. Okay, so get rid of...
None of your terminals are connected, by the way, except for the pin. The pin you got in the 8, so you can go for a sequence over there.
So get rid of Dragon then, because it's East 2 right now.
It's safe to get rid of... Because all simples is... Oh, we got a raid!
We got a raid! Hi, Emu Fur! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, everyone! Happy Easter! It's no longer Macro March, so I don't get any bigger. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I am going through... Okay, I know it doesn't look like it, but this is Yakuza Kiwami 2. We're right now in the middle of Mahjong. Wait. I never muted. Damn it. Joined in with me is Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, another fellow streamer who is a lot better at this Mahjong shit than I am. Say hi.
Hey, I usually play Hanafuda.
That. They play the bored boring games.
What do you mean the boring games?
You play puzzle games and board games. I
like using my brain.
Ooh, he looks using his brain. Oh, look at this streamer using their brain. How was art, Emu Fair? Hopefully you had a wonderful time. Cool emotes, by the by. Yo. So yeah, normally I would go on silly tangents and shit like that. You missed out on a good one about Star Wars like a couple hours ago. But right now, we're all in on Mahjong right now because we're trying to get rid of the debts for a guy. And in order to do that, we have to beat these 3 hustlers at Mahjong.
Okay.
Hence why the window is slightly different, so you can actually see all the tiles while overlays and shit are still active.
I just know Hanafuda from one anime. Oh, freaking Summer Wars.
Summer Wars is amazing, though. I loved it. I thought it came out before the Digimon game that did almost the same thing with the internet, but it didn't. It came out after the Digimon movie.
You can buy the Summer Wars Hanafuda deck, but it's actually expensive on secondary market.
Oh, secondary.
You can get it affordable though.
Okay. I would love I would love a 52 card set, like a good set of cards.
Okay, so back to this.
Back to Mahjong. Let's focus.
All right. If you go all simples or Tanyo, it means we have to get rid of all the 1s and 9s and honor tiles.
Alright. Well, we should get rid of the honors first then.
Yes, because we could possibly go into 7 pairs, possibly.
Alright. Looks like everyone got rid of... Yep, alright. So we're fine with the 4 there.
6-man is gone.
Yep, so 6-man was gone, as well as 2 wests. You're gonna let the dogs out for a pee. Not to worry, Emu Fur. We will have fun, bored gamers. I'm not a boring gamer, okay? I like playing the fighting games like Yakuza. We're just trying to get a win on this one. Alright, get rid of Dragon.
Mr. Final Fantasy.
Hey, Final Fantasy is an action game, okay? You can't fault me for that, despite Triple Triad being the game. 7.
To be fair, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that Square Enix didn't have enough money to fund some of their Final Fantasy games, so they had to get sponsorship from Nissan Noodles.
It's a good sponsorship.
You know it's true.
I know it's true. I've seen the Final Fantasy 15. I really wish Final Fantasy 15 wasn't broken up as much as it was. Because I played it back when it sort of first came out on the PS4, because I got a PS4 for myself on my first paycheck. I know, terrible decision making, but hear me out. And it was a Final Fantasy 15 special promo of the PS4. So it had the cool print on it or something like that. And then it came with Final Fantasy 14. And it was fun. I'm gonna be real, it was actually a fun game.
Alright, you got a sequence, but the problem is involves one of your terminals.
Do we want to focus on getting rid of the other terminals then?
So that means we currently have outside hand.
What?
Outside hand is a 2 Han hand.
All sets include a 1 or a 9.
That's
Concealed is
pure.
3, and then exposed is 2. Okay, so
That's pure outside.
So does that mean we want to get rid of... Because we got a pair here. We got a pair of 8s. We got a 9 here.
Okay, so outside hand. You don't need to lock yourself into all simples. Yeah, all simples we don't have to lock ourselves in. It's just that right now, your possible hand is outside hand right now, being sequences and 3 of a kinds that consist of terminals. Like it contains terminals, and you have all groups. But that also means you need honor tiles again. Well, actually, you don't have to have honor tiles. Should be a 2 Han hand. We're not doing pure outside.
All terminals and honors?
No, that's too hard. We can't do that.
Alright.
Icy is cute.
Mixed outside. Yeah, mixed outside.
Concealed is 2 hand, exposed is 1 hand. Okay. Oh yeah, that does have all sets including a 1, 9, or honor. Yeah. Okay.
But
if it was chess, I wouldn't be asking blue for help. That's just the honest thing. Is I feel. But yeah, this is what we have to deal with.
Yeah, but for me, 7 pairs also viable, but you can go anywhere with this. But because of outside hand requiring terminals in each group,
not possible. Because like right now, it's like at the 1s, we don't have anything. Like
we legit don't have much of anything.
Mixed outside.
Yeah, mixed outside is a bit of luck.
Get rid of the 1s and probably aim for Ricci, maybe Pinfu.
Pinfu is essentially a hand that consists of only straight of the pair.
Alrighty then. That's another white dragon. Do we get rid of that? Because we got rid of it previously.
Yeah, because Pinfu is possible. Like, Pinfu doesn't use honor tiles.
Okay, okay. Alright, that's
Okay.
555 on the bamboo.
What the heck are we aiming for? That's a weird thing.
Alright, get rid of 1.
So we got a sequence, a 3 of a kind, and a pet.
Yep.
I think we can safely get rid of... Yeah, we can get rid of the 1s.
Pinfu.
We can get rid of.
Ricci's still possible.
Alright, we can get rid of 1 pin. Like, the 1s are still useless in this situation.
We can chi, so then that way we get our sequence of 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5, but depending on the hand we're making,
we've got, because with that we then have 2 sequences, one of them revealed, a triple and a pair.
the problem is we don't have a valid hand. Like, we don't have... We don't even know what we're aiming for, so if we cheat, we might screw ourselves over.
Alright. It's only 2 3s, so...
Yeah, it just... What?
Who re-cheat?
Oh, I don't freaking know. The person next to us re-cheat.
Alright.
Get rid of North Winds. Are you freaking kidding me?
No, this game is not kidding you.
Alright, get rid of the ones. Those ones are still useless here.
Yep. Okay, that's 2 3s gone.
Our current possible hand is 3. We can go 3 pawn. Possibly. Maybe.
Go with what? 3 pawn?
So, 3 pawn is essentially 3 of a kinds.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because things are just too awkward. Like, I don't even know what we're aiming for right now.
Again, asking me for chi. I'm guessing no. Because that would do 4 5 6.
But what? If you chi... if you chi, you obviously we can't pin through.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, chi doesn't do anything.
Alright.
Oh my god.
So that's another 9.
That's another 9. That doesn't help in any situation.
No, it doesn't.
We can get rid of 7 bamboo. No.
Get rid of the 7?
It's...
Actually, I'll get rid of dragon, because 3 white
Yeah,
dragons.
get rid of the honor tiles. Like, freaking honor tiles are useless right now.
Alright, there's no more white dragon.
Get rid of that 2. You can't do anything with that 2. Are you not? Yeah.
Because that would break into our 8 and 7. So our 8 would be left open, and then there would be a pair of 5 left.
Because here's the question: what the hell are we aiming for?
I don't know anymore.
I actually legit don't know. So I'd rather keep our hands concealed rather than go for any chi or pawns.
And then we're getting rid of this one, I'm guessing, as well.
Yep, get rid of that one. You can't do anything. Pretty much 9s can do something. Is that the same bloody...
That's a 9 bamboo.
9 bamboo.
Because that would go 9 8 7. So get rid of the... It would get rid of our pair of 8, but it would get rid of 7, leaving us with triple 5.
But what does that lead into, though?
So that would do our sequence 1, leaving us with sequence 2, a triple.
We can technically do triple chi. Triple chi is weird with the same straight in each suit, so you already have 9, 8, 7 pin. If you do bamboo,
Bahi says it's still not a valid open hand if we chi, so...
It's... We can do it once. We can only do it once, but it's...
It's not worth at this point.
Yeah, mix triple sequels would be, but... It's awkward. It's like... Okay. Triple chi is possible. Right, that's a 2-han hand.
Makes triple sequence.
But that breaks your triple.
I see you, Night Sky. Alright, so don't do the chi.
At this point, I would just YOLO chi because we need to actually do something. And at least if we draw, we have a han.
Alright, so chi then.
Yeah, we actually have to YOLO this. We have to just chi and hope for the best.
Chi.
Alright. And then we need to discard. So we're not discarding those.
Alright, so you need 8 and 7 man.
Alright, so get rid of the 6.
Yeah. Because if you get 8 and 7 man, you... Okay,
Night
someone
Sky
won
Gem
through
paid
robbing,
me to say all I will
okay.
say is to have fun you woo.
You didn't lose anything, that's fine.
Cool.
Amateur Hunter Mitsui, my god, what an asshole.
All right, 6, 7, 7, 2,
Oh my
6,
god.
6.
4 pairs. You already have 4 pairs.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, you're right. 4 pairs. All right, so I want to get rid of dragon then.
Yep, we'll start by getting rid of that. Oh, another pair.
5 pairs. All right, so we're getting rid of east.
We're currently east seed, but an east has already been discarded. Yeah, get rid of east.
There's 2 more easts out in the wild though.
Yeah, there's 2 more easts in the wild.
So if we get rid of, so let's get rid of the 1 here because we don't need the, because that one's an odd one.
Yeah. Yeah, or triplets is also a possible thing we can do as well. Yeah, triple pawn. So we're keeping ourselves open. We have. Well, that's not going to help us at all.
No, it's not going to help us at all. Get rid of it.
Yeah. So here's your plan. You either go for triple pawn is an open hand, but if you do this, 7 pair is no longer possible anymore. But I think it's easy to do triple pawn than
aim for 7 pairs here.
7 pairs, yeah.
All right, so cancel on that.
Oh, I would have pawned.
Oh, you would have pawned?
Because it's easier to do triple pawn than it is to do 7 pair.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really? Someone's already reachy?
Yep. Someone's already got rid of a 5. Do we want to get rid of this 5?
We can't do anything with this 5 because we're now either going for 7 pair or triplets. Nah, doesn't.
Someone wrong. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, they one off Ricci, Doran.
Alright, they didn't take anything from me. That's fine.
Yep, that's fine. Like, as long as we don't get robbed. It was a good opening hand.
Alright, let's see what's this one.
What is this?
This is a terrible hand.
This is a terrible hand.
Get rid of dragon.
Get rid of East. Someone already discarded East. We'll see what we can make from
6, 7.
I would actually keep bamboos.
Yeah, we have 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry.
We could go for half flush or pure straight. We could go for pure straight. So we keep all the bamboos.
Yep.
All of them. That includes that bird thing.
Oh yeah, that's just bamboo. So.
Get rid of probably the pins. I'll just start getting rid of pins and honor tiles. Anything that isn't bamboo, get rid of it unless you can make a.
So I'll discard 8. That's another bamboo. That's good. That's 5.
That's good. That's 5.
Get rid
That's
of.
fine.
Pin 4. It looks like no one wants to hold on to pins.
Yeah. Ugh. Get rid of that 8-man.
That's triple 3s.
That. That's helping for half flush, by the way.
Okay. So we want to get rid of the characters or honor tiles now?
Get rid of the man tiles. Honor tiles, you get rid of the honor tiles that are least likely to show up. Because if you want to win with half flush, you need to at least have a pair of honor tiles.
Alright, I'll keep both of those and then get rid of the character. Chi on the 4? No, that's not a...
Okay.
I feel like we would get...
Alright, so half flush, 4-5. We can do it at least once. We can do it at least once for pure straight and half
to get
flush.
your straights, and he's saying 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, we can do it. Just do it.
So 4, 4, 5, 6.
Yep.
And then
Now get rid of Red Dragon because 2 of them are gone.
Mm-hmm.
And now you just get rid of. What the frick? What are we missing? We need. We need. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, we already have the straight.
So now we just need to get the pair.
Yes, we need the pair of honor tile.
Alright. Hey, there we go.
But what do we do from here?
1, 2. So we got our triple threes. We got a 4.
We already got the hand.
Oh, is it because it's in the is it because the straight is in the open? It doesn't do the thingy for us? Because 7,
It's
8, 9.
okay. We are currently open. Discard the free. Discard the free because if we don't.
Wait for a 3 or a 5 or 2 over 5.
Don't cheat. We don't need to cheat. Don't cheat. We don't need another sumo. Immediately sumo right now.
I love how you're like immediately sumo, even though it's waiting for our prompt.
Listen. Okay, if you see sumo or Ron, just do it. Just do it.
Cool.
That because you end the game. You end that round.
Full straight. Dora. Nice.
We are only winning through half flush and full straights. That's the only way we're winning.
All right, now we're a little more on the big boys table. We're not, hugely behind.
Have you realized we're only winning points with straights?
Well, this is only our second win, so now I am.
That was great. Did he leave? Oh wait, no, the round ended.
The round ended. Maybe this is bullshit. This is bullshit.
But we weren't in debt. We were doing fine. It's
winning.
because of the amount of rounds we were doing.
I love how Kiryu just even gives like a disrespectful look back. He's just like, all right. Also, that means I'm gonna fix my stream layout again. We're no longer dealing with this mahjong shit. Fuck that nonsense. You're welcome to stay in the chat as well and keep me company. I will be real with you, Icy. I do appreciate you.
It's because we're in debt.
Damn it.
Honestly, you know what I would do at this point? I would just say, here, take some of my money. Fuck this.
Yeah.
Because starting at 1,000 is so bad.
It is a shit time. You are right.
This is one of those things where I would legit say, pay to win.
Yep. Absolute fucking agree. I think there is a the game's doing that thing again where it decides to not take in my inputs. You probably don't have to deal with this with games because you have the software, or sorry, you have the hardware for it, but you never have to deal with your game just sort of being, ow, fuck you. You don't have to deal with a game deciding to be like, oh hey, you press this sequence, now we're either not going to listen, or that is the only sequence we're going to hear for the next 30 seconds.
It gets kind of iffy sometimes, it depends, I'll tell you this, when I play my PS3, the PS3 controllers, I don't know what's up with them, but every time I get a second-hand one, there's always a problem with it. It's either the joystick, one of the buttons is off, the DualShock is weird, the motion controls are off as well. It's always one of those problems. And they're all prone to stick drift. But to be fair, the PS3 was built cheaply.
Noted. Okay.
The console itself, it feels cheap. The controllers, if you actually held a PS3 controller, you would understand.
Nope, I only have a PS4 and a PS5 controller. Sorry, mate. Thank you for the bless you, Sage.
I feel like I can snap a PS3 controller in my hand very easily.
I feel like with a PS2 controller, I very much feel I can. I don't know about more modern controllers.
A PS2 controller is much more durable than a PS3 one.
I don't think so. I think there's a marketable difference between the durability of a PS2 controller or a PS3. Like accidental drops and things, I think the PS2 will last longer. But that's because of the fact of, that's more of a case of, it's not planned obsolescence with a PS2. It's just a simple fact of there's fewer moving parts and such that will consider it quote unquote broken. But if you were just needing to break in half, I reckon the PS2, it would happen sooner than the PS3 controller.
Oh no, they purposely built the PS3 cheap, including the controllers. Like, you actually have to hold it to understand.
I'm gonna meet you at the fucking takoyaki restaurant, and you're gonna just be like, man, we had this conversation, and you thought it wasn't cheap. I have here a PS3 controller. Feel it. Put it in your hands. Ow. Fuck you, boy.
Do you want me to bring a PS2 controller to PS3 controller so you can hold it as a comparison?
No, we don't need to do that. This game runs. I feel like the combat somehow goes too quickly. There we go. Did it. You once found a PS2 system at a garage sale for 4 games for $10. I feel like that's way too cheap for a PS2. It was one of the longest running successful game consoles. There's no way they would sell a PS2 for $10. Are you following anything that's going off in the cinematic, Blue?
He basically just got a freaking was it an anime moment?
Yep, it was an anime moment because that lady there, they used to be like the second leader to this Black Thunder clan or what have you. That Yuya, Koji, and I forgot their name at the time, but back when they were, hoodlums and shit. And she left the whole thing to open up her bar to be, who she wants. And just never had the thoughts of, like, there we go. Break your phone. There we go. So, yeah. It is a little bit ridiculous, I will be real with you.
It's one of those, get a hold of yourself. Here's something that will help you.
It's dangerous to go alone. It's dangerous. Embracing my true self. This is the end of the line for Black Thunder. Okano, that's it. That's their name. Okano. Yuya. Okano. Mama-san. You showed up in the nick of time. You're like some kind of guardian angel. Guardian angel? I think you mean fairy godmother. Kiryu-san. I've got to thank you, Kiryu-san. You really saved my skin. Ow. Why'd you gotta throw stuff at me? Don't worry about it. I'm already happy to help a friend in need. Speaking of friends, Yuya. Yeah? You have some good ones. Take care of them, okay?
Hi.
I will. Well, I should be going.
Hmm?
But they did. I got it with Harry Potter 2, 5, Sonic, and Stuart Little. Nice.
Wow. Easy to finish that quest compared to Mahjong.
Yeah, that was like, I just, I fought a group, I went into a bar, I got a free drink, I then went to another bar over in the Champions District, had the surprise twist of, oh, the dude that used to be one of the leaders for the Black Thunder is now Mama over in Earth Angel, and it was like, oh, they, didn't feel comfortable in Black Thunder, but they feel much more or as like Amano or whatever her name was, and he's like, yeah, no, you should be happy to be who your true self is, and it's like, yep, absolutely, thank you, Kiryu, trans ally right there. Oh, did you ever hear of the, like, it's a hilarious fucking news title. One of the Yakuza VAs is a trans ally, and one of the anecdotes they gave was really fucking stupid, but it's just so, but it was very funny just to read it, like, just considering how conservative Japan is and shit. One of, like, I don't know how it came to be, but it was like, oh yeah, like, there was like this trans woman or someone that gave him the most amazing head or something, and that was like one of the reasons, one of the throwaway reasons he gave for, you know, supporting, for having no issue with trans people and believing that they themselves should be given equal rights and have to, like, you know, explain themselves to be happy.
I would say it's a weird way of expressing it, but to be honest, imagine from their viewpoint, they don't exactly have the words to express it. So, I would at least say it's good that you're supporting them. Your idea is probably different to what you said.
Yep.
In your, like, you know how when you have something in your head that you want to express, when you say it, it doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
I feel like it's one of those moments.
One of those translation issues. All right. Yeah.
Maybe not a translation issue. I would like to say more of well, okay. So, well, saying that you're an ally of trans people because they suck good head, it comes off wrong.
It does come off wrong.
It does come off wrong. I'm pretty sure that VA actually intended something else, but when it comes to, you know, Japan and the outside world, they have a different way of seeing things and expressing. So some of the things that we might find offensive, they don't find offensive, and what they might find offensive is not offensive to us. That sort of thing. The cultural barriers in Japan and the standards they set are completely different. So I'm not saying it's a good thing. He probably wanted to say something else but didn't have the right words for it.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that.
No, it's just Twitter. Found my source. Or it was just Twitter deciding to, like, you know, hugely over-exaggerate the actual, like, because he was in an interview or something like that talking about his experiences with trans women, and of, like, sort of almost as like an anecdote of, like, no, they're good, they're, you know, they're valid, and there's nothing wrong with them or anything like that for them to for, like, existing and what have you, and it was just sort of like he was once in love with a trans woman, and it's been about 16 years now. When she visits Tokyo, he has her, like, be able to stay over at his place when it's just a visit, so, or something or other. And there was, like, other kinds of anecdote nonsense. So it was from this interview that someone was just like, what a crazy timeline this is where during a summit stream I just discovered one of the main Yakuza voice actors is a trans ally because as trans girl, da-da-da. Sometimes translation issues are hilarious. I remember a game called Bartender Hustle. Don't know if it's the Dutch version only, but in the last conversation with your boss, when you finish the game, she invites you to the beach, and then she talks, it feels like she's in love with you. It probably is a case of love, but it's just not, you know, it wasn't like, you know, just the stereotypical love and monogamy kind of love. It's more like a, you know, love which is great, so you're greater than friends, but, you know, in English speaking, we don't really have any good spectrum between, oh, we're friends, to, oh, we're lovers. There isn't that great of a...
Their concept of love is completely different. Like, the standardization of how they perceive love, you can kind of see it in a lot of their anime and manga, their media.
Yep.
it's a I wouldn't say it's a one-to-one, but you can see the reflection of it.
Yeah, it's. I think that's just the overall, like, that's just the problem at the end of the day. At the end of the day, is that we don't have languages that are a one-to-one translation. Like, I remember this came up during Evangelion's release on Netflix, but one of the translations to a character, like, it was two dudes in a bathtub or something like that. No, two dudes in an offspring, and the antagonist. There was Shinji and an antagonist, and the antagonist said how he loved Shinji, but it wasn't like, you know, just downright love in the Japanese, like, dialect and what have you. But when it was translated for Netflix, they didn't use like love, or they were like, oh, I like you, or I admire you, or something like that. They didn't. There was like some, you know, hubbub about how they translated that onsen scene.
So in that sort of situation, I would think of it as I admire you for your being in terms of your actions. But you know how it's like, let's say you see situations in anime, manga, shows, and all that where the villain admires the protagonist for what they did.
Yeah.
To get here, that sort of thing.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. It's like, all right, you had the skill, you had the strength, you had whatever. I admire you as a person, like for what you do. But if you get in my way, I'm gonna have to stop you. That's not loving someone. That's like saying, I respect you. It's that kind of level.
Okay. Oh, have I gotten scammed because I wanted to sign for a forestry?
I've been getting so many freaking spam calls.
I don't know how we got to it with our spams, but we started getting spam text messages, and that irks me more. Because now there's like 2 different kinds of spams I have to worry about.
Text spams, I've been deleting them as I go. I've been deleting a lot of phone scams. It's a big problem because of our details have been sold, you know, to freaking people that we shouldn't have our information sold like that at all. And have you heard that Optus is being sold to new owners?
I've not heard of Optus being sold to new owners, but
they are being sold to Canadian owners. Their original, because their current owners are Singaporean.
Radio.
Where, in my opinion, I think we should get all our businesses back under Australian ownership.
I feel like infrastructure-wise, absolutely. So, like, I don't know what it is about Australia, but for some reason they decide to go for. All right, where does it want? Talk to Morita. For some reason, Australia takes like the worst like lessons from American capitalism. They're just sort of like, oh yeah, like it's totally fine for a government thing to get turned into the private sector. They did that with Telstra. They did that with the Australian Post. I do not understand why Australia thought that would be a smart idea. You have people in like the fucking sticks, and they have to have Post and, you know, telecoms go to them.
Well, the problem is based on the fact our 2 parties are basically about, one is about saving as much as possible, while the other one is about spending. And they don't work together on a concise plan, so they usually offset each other's progress. So I don't mind if you're trying to save money because we're stuck in a freaking recession, for example. But I don't like the fact that people are they're willing to spend money on projects that we don't need. Like, that's one example. And then you got the other side, like, cutting money from projects that actually need money spent on them.
Yeah.
That sort of deal.
I think the minute
I'm not
any
even
government is
sure.
like, oh, why aren't we making money with this? Is, you know, that just opens a can of worms, because government isn't meant to function with a for money sort of mindset. The government is meant to function on a like, you know, within a budget.
There's also the other problem of the politicians in our government are not doing anything that's going to hurt them in the long run. For example, the housing stuff. Because I bet you a good majority of them own multiple properties, and if there's anything that happens to the interest rate or the cost or the price of houses go down to be more affordable, they'll be like, no, we don't want that. We want to keep our investment and money, blah, blah, blah.
I'm just so annoyed with housing as, like, being this long-ass conversation. And unfortunately, it's like one of those cases of Australians are not... They're not riled up with politics, is the thing. It's not like the United States where you can have, you know, someone decide to look at Pauline Hanson and be like, yes, she should run our country, and then, you know, pull off a fucking coup or some shit.
Yeah. Down here, we have freaking a lot of... I know that this is always going to be a thing, but we actually have a lot of high corporate businesses influencing the parliament. Especially when it came to energy usage. Or how we produce energy. To the point where each of the states were stuck having to fend for themselves to figure out what's the best course of action. Especially during COVID.
Just a question. If there's energy, like, being produced in surplus in, say, for example, Northern Territory or Sydney, is there a means for it to be able to go down to South Australia's batteries?
No, we don't have enough of the technology to transport energy like that in a safe and affordable manner.
Ah, shit.
Like, you could probably do it for states that are directly next to each other, and this is assuming that the major capitals are reasonably close. This is why petrol, diesel, and all that is very cheap and all that.
Wait, because it's cheap in Australia?
No, it's not cheap, but it's cheap to transport because those fuel sources are energy dense and they don't require that much.
Okay.
If you had to compare energy and all that, a battery can only hold so much compared to how much a liter of unleaded petrol can hold.
Okay.
So unless we can find a way where we can transport energy that is cheaper than those fuel sources, then there's nothing much we could really do.
Yeah.
Probably the best way of how I would try to solve that problem is that we should try to create an infrastructure where we can easily send energy to places with very little energy loss, like over lines and such.
Yeah, I get
or if we could somehow produce an energy storage device that can hold a lot and it is easy to manufacture.
Alright, trying to think, because I know South Australia had to, like, do a fucking gamble with Elon Musk and his batteries for their substations and shit, and they haven't had a problem until a French company came in to expand upon the grid. I guess the primary issue is that 90% of the population is along the coast, but argumentatively, you couldn't just create wires going along, like, say, for example, the desert and over the mountains.
No, you can't. This is why, if you want to harness energy from the sun, you know the thing about Type 1, Type 2, Type 3 civilizations? That sort of scaling?
This sounds like a... Well, what's Mahuzi? What's Mahuzi? Sci-fi thing. Type 1, Type 2, Type 3.
It is a thing that we are kind of following because it also affects how we develop as a species. Because if we have the ability to harness energy from our sun, that means we have the ability to transport energy effectively and efficiently. So it's like, how are you going to get energy from the sun and bring it back to Earth?
Oh, that's like Dyson sphere nonsense. Yeah, we've not hit that yet.
Like Dyson sphere nonsense, sure, but you can also do a very small scale of it. For example, you could just have solar arrays, like a small bunch of them, capture energy. And then you have robots or whatever collecting that energy frequently and sending it back.
Yeah.
You don't even need to be full on Dyson sphere mode to take the entire thing. If we could even do a bit of that, we could probably get a lot more energy.
But so yeah, but for now, if we're getting energy from the sun, it's still, you know, solar panels on the ground in, like, you know, a far off, like, location, and trying not to have, like, hail or anything like that ruin them.
Yeah. For us down here, solar panels need to be even more efficient. They're also affected by the harsh conditions of the environment we're in. Just saying.
Yeah.
Whereas if we have them in space, the only thing you got to worry about is space junk.
Yep, and it's not like in the Star Wars where the asteroids are really close together. They are several hundred kilometers away from each other. So I won't be just harness all the fear Australian species cause people. Okay, if we were living in Monsters Inc. kind of, you know, style, we would just be absorbing all the anxiety from Japan and we'd be good.
Even though they said that laughter is more energy efficient and produces more.
Yeah,
in the context of the Monsters Inc. movies.
Yeah, but you tell me a country without their tourism that is like pejoratively like, ah yes, the people are happy and shit. It's not there, is it?
It's not there, but you also got to look at countries like Brazil and all that.
Brazil gets mentioned in the Sorry, I'm just thinking in my head how there's like a meme where if on YouTube there's someone mentions Brazil, then it's like all the Brazilians come in and it's just like, yeah. No, you don't want Greenland, Sage. You want Iceland. Greenland is just a wasteland of snow and vaults. You want Iceland.
But Iceland has something that I actually want to get my hands on, but it's a very annoying thing because it's of how pricey it is.
A Nintendo GameCube.
No, not a Nintendo GameCube. I actually want Icelandic sea salt.
Ooh. Okay. And this isn't like, you know, tulips from the Netherlands where they've just made way too much of it.
The Icelandic sea salt is of extremely high purity. And because of how it's made, it's processed with energy from geothermal hot springs. It's not manufactured like on a factory level. A lot of care has been taken to make it, so it becomes extremely flaky. Like, different types of salt have different impacts on cooking, for example. That's why a lot of chefs recommend using kosher salt for cooking, because of what it does compared to normal salts.
Okay.
Like, kosher salt is originally used to drain bodily fluid, like mostly blood, from meat.
Okay. Oh yeah, because then that hence why it's used in kosher shit.
You saying that it's regular salt with added weirdness? Depending on where the salt is produced, the mineral content of the salt changes as well, and its purity changes, affecting its structure. I even want to get my hands on volcanic salt as well.
Do I just need to like go around the world and return salt? So if I ever meet you at Furdu again, I'm just like, hey, here's some salt.
Yeah, but it can't be just any salt. It has to be something from that specific region.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
Like,
understandable.
I wasn't
gonna just cheap out and just be like, oh, let me go to a local grocer, a local Aldi's in the area and pick up the salt.
I know salt is sodium chloride, but in the realms of cooking, like I believe in. Okay, so you got, I believe in South Africa, you got reed salt, which is salt that is produced from like burning these reeds on in salty water, well, that grow in salty water, and that the way it's produced adds flavor to the salt. Depending on where the salt comes from, it affects things so much. And another good example is 9 times cooked bamboo salt from Korea. That is pretty much sea salt. Well, I'm not gonna say it's fully sea salt, but majority of the time it's sea salt that has been processed into you know, bamboo, and that is all of that is being then packed in, then cooked into a specific type of oven multiple times. And then the final one is has to be controlled so much, otherwise you ruin the whole batch. All this salt is just salt made with extra steps as getting regular salt seasoning. These extra steps can affect the outcome of salt or whatever. What I'm gonna say is, depending on how the salt is structured, you know how you got flake salt, then you got rock salt in chunks, and then you got salt that's pretty much a powder. Each of those salts have different effects on what you're using it on. Like rock salt, really good for if you're trying to put a lot of flavor into things without, you know, salt getting too into the things such as meat. Like, you just want impacts of salt, but you can easily get rid of it. And powdered salt, like that's been completely crushed into powder, that's good for seasoning things like popcorn because it evenly spreads. And then flake salt is good for things like steaks because you get to cover the entire surface area without putting too much salt onto one section. And this is coming from a guy that's done studies in culinary.
Oh yeah, you did like a university degree in all this shit. Or was it a TAFE degree?
I done a 4-year bachelor. I done at least 2-3 years in TAFE.
Yep.
And I done some work in hospitality, tourism, and events.
When are you gonna get your PhD? When are you gonna write your thesis on like an entirely new like thing?
I'm not doing that.
Why not? It could just be on salt.
Nah, that's I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to go back into study and go back into heavy debt.
Fair enough. Valid.
It also implies that I need to find a job that can sustain that.
But with the PhD, the university will just pay you for their article. Wait, is that a thing in Australia? Like, once you get a PhD, you got like tenure and shit, or does Australia not do tenure?
You might want to ask Z on that one.
Oh wait, no, Z's. Oh yeah, Z's partner has a PhD now.
Yeah, so you're better off asking them than
Yep. Okay.
All right. So okay, you know the water from. This is essentially under the realms of water desalination, yeah? How salt is produced, we can't really use that water. We can't use it.
Because they're saying we get like there's like leftover salt or some nonsense from osmosis water.
Okay, so you know the brine and all that? You still gotta clean that.
Radio.
You can't just you can't just simply go and say I'm gonna get a bucket of seawater and just randomly evaporate it. Like, sure, that was useful in the old times, right? With salt farms.
In the before times.
But nowadays, salt is produced on a high level in terms of quantity and purity. Like, you need to clean out that. So you want to take the brine from water desalination and sell it to salt. The problem is, if they get the brine, they actually need to dilute that brine to a certain level, and then they can filter it out properly. The problem is just the particles and all that are too big. You pretty much have to go through multiple stages just to filter it out again.
Okay.
And don't get me started with the desalination of water, because if the water is either too low or too high, you won't produce the salt that you're after.
Getting so much soda. With water chasing that we don't have any idea.
気に入ったぜ。
Seems like just such a wasted opportunity to pump it back into the ocean and further the ocean's acidification process. I don't know if we're putting that much brine into it that the ocean is getting like acidicized because of it.
Well, no, the problem is we are increasing the salt level of the water, and because it's not being spread evenly, it makes a section of water that's completely dead.
Ah.
A good example is the Dead Sea.
Oh
Well,
yeah, or wait, is it the Black Sea or is the Dead Sea the same?
No, Black Sea is different. The Dead Sea has so much salt in it, nothing can live in there, really. Possibly there is something living in there, but it's most likely bacteria.
Noted. Alrighty then.
Yeah, we legit have no idea how to use the brine effectively. We just don't have the correct infrastructure and technology to utilize it.
We're not a level 3 society yet, is what Icy is saying.
No, we don't even need to be a level 3 society to do that. We just need people to actually innovate without, you know, people being like, oh, we are just gonna be making a shit ton of money.
The most innovation we're getting is the Japanese Minister of Health saying we should try and make climate change combat sexy.
Oh, you want to talk about pepper, don't you? They want to talk about a spice now.
Oh, one of the few spices that the British still use.
Wait, why do you want to separate sodium and chloride?
I don't know why they do. Oh, another raid! Hi there, pigs. Hopefully I'm saying that correct. Hey, it's an Australian. Nice. How was VR chat? I am here with an Australian as well.
Hello.
Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Check it out.
Hello.
Whoa. I'm pretty sure I got raided by pigs once.
Yeah. See, they're Australian. They just got through VR chat. Hello there. I love the emote they have. Hey, Pix is just in all caps. I know that guy. Alright, I need to go down this hallway. You've been here before? Nice. Sorry I didn't, like, notice it on earlier thingamajiggy, because you'd think I would remember with, like, a shorthand name like Pigs. Pigs is an amazing username. I don't know how people like Hendrix can, like, granted, Hendrix has been in my channel for, like, close to years now, so hence why, even though I kind of exit out the 92 from my head, I'm always remembering Hendrix. But yeah, yours is shorthand. It should be easy for me to remember. Yeah, 2 years. Thank you, Hendrix. Hang on. Ah, a neck. Alright. I don't blame you, to be honest. I don't pop into streams too often. Nah, that's fair. That's understandable. Morning. You're going to be the 5th chairman's funeral. I'll use the time to touch base with Osaka PD. It'd be a while. Take your time. I'm sure I don't have to say it, but try to stay out of trouble, okay? Yep, I'll do my best. I'll call you when I get back. Now you're getting it. Alright, catch a cab and I'm ready to head to the funeral. Alright, got a funeral to get to. Excuse me.
Now that is what we call a skill issue.
We met at South Bank Fur Meet once as well. Wait, what? Okay, that one is an even crazier. That one was an even crazier connection there, because to jog your memory, you was in the Ranger Shep suit for a night. I'm trying to remember this, but I can't. Oh, I am so sorry. Damn it! I'm terrible at remembering. Hey, I see. Have you had have there been people that you've, like, you know, met IRL that you were surprised were also streaming?
Not really. I think, like, because when I went to Furdu for the first time, I knew a lot of the people streamed. I just didn't know exactly who. If you catch my drift.
You just didn't know exactly who. For example,
like,
me, when I visited Furdu for the 2nd time in my life, and I heard his voice. I heard Blue Foxy Nicey Icy's voice, and, like, I wasn't in fursuit or anything like that. I just pointed and went, Blue!
Yeah, and like, this man.
This man. Who is he? Did not explain myself at all. Had to like, you know, roll back on this on the autism and be like, oh, sorry about that. Hi, I'm Grant. Nice to meet you. There we are. Sorry, internet just died for a second. No, not to worry, not to worry. I was just had checked in with Blue about if he like met people IRL and surprised they were streaming or anything like that. And then it falls on this thing. And then it was a case of Blue giving the example of like he's met people on stream first and then surprised who they were IRL. For example, me, because I've met him in my second time at Furdu, and I'm gonna be going to Furdu again this year. This will be my third time going, and I'm trying to be like a little more planned out. Like I'm trying to get a circle of friends who aren't just like, you know, artists, because any of the artists you know in the furry community, I feel like are kind of busy going to Furdu for business reasons, not personal reasons. Are you in the same sort of boat in that way, Blue, with the...
it's always been like that. If it's an artist that you know, they're likely going to be at the dealer's den, or they already got their own thing going on.
Yeah, it's
a reoccurring problem that I don't want to get too deep into, but I recommend if you are going to these, if you're a furry and going to fur cons, don't expect artists' friends to be there for you.
The only time they will be is if you're at a room party, and if you don't know if you're invited to one, you're not with them.
Yeah, it's...
とにかく一刻も早く合田会長の居場所を突き止めることです。
But I think one of the... Actually, just pausing this again. I think one of the good things that came from Furdu last year, and it was like probably from one of the more jankier of occasions, but when Mutasaur hosted a Twitch meetup, it was a bit of a mess, I will be real with you. That was like a lot of people's opinions about it. But it was a Twitch meetup that was a mixture of here's a highlight of the number of Australian streamers that are in the furry community right now. And we had like a set of chairs, we sat in a circle and what have you. Because I wasn't, properly familiar with Mutasaur, Mega, and their circle of friends. And really the only connection I had was, Blue Foxy and Icy Icy, but, I didn't sit with them. I sat with an entirely different group of Twitch furries, and that one was, like, a good experience. Like, actually communicating with them, talking about their experiences on Twitch, their experiences in the furry community, and just overall vibing was really great. And I was hoping that it would be something like that for this year. But the Twitch panel that's going to be going off this year is less of a networking meeting up panel and more like here are 5 exemplars of the Twitch furry community, and they're going to tell you their stories and you're going to have your questions. You're going to go to sleep, Furry Cures? Not to worry, Furry Cures. Hopefully you have a good sleep. Thank you for dropping in for as long as you did in the last, holy shit, 5.5 hours.
Because, I know for that Twitch meetup, it was actually last minute. Mutasaur didn't actually focus a lot of attention on it.
Yeah, no, I was a little bit like, because, okay, last minute is probably like a bit of a like a misdirect, because you have to apply for these things like weeks to months ahead of time. And what's more is they had the they had like Kusaki set up the clip highlights and what have you. So it was one of those cases of it wasn't on her priority list because it was something just to get. Smash. Don't bonk me. Why would you bonk me? How dare you? But yeah, it was one of those cases of it wasn't on Mutasaur's priority because she's one of the biggest artists at Furdu, I feel like. There isn't.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the just to put into context, if you've never gone to a con, the dealer's den in FurCon at Furdu in this case feels very different to a dealer's den in, say, for example, Oz Comic Con. In Oz Comic Con, the booths, unless you're a company, the booths for dealers are all the same. The only way you get a bigger stall is if you're like an actual like business ABN front with like a storefront onto with like brick and mortar, or you are, you know, someone that is sponsoring the con, for instance. That's the only way you normally get bigger. If you're just an indie artist, you get your table and you get a back wall. That's it. You have a lot of back wall and desks at FurCons, and then there are some people where they get 2 desks at their FurCon. I don't think I've ever seen Mutasaur with less than 2 desks.
Yeah, but you also got to keep in mind there's a lot of other artists out there that are like... Because right now, like, there's a lot of things going on that I wish I actually do not want to say.
Fair enough, and like you don't have to explain it like here, because one, it's it's talking about it outside of, you know, company that is, you know, not involved. I'm not involved in the furry community on that side, and and you're probably only aware of this because of confidentiality, so probably not this is definitely not the space to explain it and such. I'm coming into this as like sort of an outsider looking at it's very armchairy, like me criticizing the video games and such like that. It's just an armchair opinion. It's not one that can be established in fact or in, you know, sources, and it wouldn't be best for you to explain yourself here. It's only if I like started deciding to be like, oh hey, let's do a YouTube video and have like, you know, multiple sources and shit. Maybe then that could be talked about, but again, that's talked about with privacy and, you know, an understanding of, all right, we don't talk about this, we don't talk about that.
Yeah. It's like the whole point is like, when it comes to things like this, I would say that there's a lot of artists, and everyone's at their own progression. You got big, you got small, and then you got people with their own popularity groups or whatever.
Yeah. No, fair enough. So yeah, and furry community, you can kind of see that a bit. That's why I'm really curious to see what a FurCon would be in the United States. Because,
oh man,
because like here's the thing: pure numbers, like Australia, like Furdu is Australia's biggest one with 2,000 people. Texas Fur Fiesta, like you know, it shot that number out of the park. Like 2,000 is, you know, a conservative convention over in the United States, it sounds like. Like there's just like granted, with the bigger number, I'm going to be real with you, there's way more drama that goes off, and I fucking hate it. Granted, there's funny moments, such as, you know, the crime. Remember how when everyone was going to Texas Fur Meet, or the Texas Fur Fiesta, there was like the crying baby billboard on Twitter and all that, because everyone's like at the same hotel and they're like, yep, here's that crying baby just staring at me through the window. So, and then you had, so yeah, but then there's like all kinds of other kinds of nonsense where it's like someone like did a, you know, ordered a pizza or some shit like that and all this nonsense, and like, ugh. With greater numbers of introverts, and, you know, with a greater number of people who aren't, you know, socially following the social contract on, you know, the community. I very much wish the furry community was a little more socially conscious and deciding to have like lower level peeps like me and Blue level, you know, feeling validated and confident enough where if we have a furry friend that has a yellow flag go off, we don't feel like we're overstepping if we say, hey, maybe tone down on that. In the furry community, there isn't that. In the furry community, I feel like there is no correcting people when there's a yellow flag. It's only correcting people when it's broken the camel's back kind of shit. Have I lost you, Blue?
Oh, no, you haven't. The thing I find... Okay, so... there is a big issue with specifically North American FurCons. And the problem comes back to, okay, how people, you know, organize themselves. Because have you heard about what happened at MFF?
Is that the Pizzagate one, or is that a different one?
No.
Actually, it's a little bit depressing that I have to ask. Is this the pizza one, or is this another one? Jesus Christ! I think
it's not the pizza one. I'm thinking MFF last year. Or actually no, it should be last year. Yeah, I think. Or this year, I can't remember, but it was very recent.
Okay, well, I wouldn't know, I'm sorry to say.
Wow, you're out of touch on this.
I am out of touch, but so overall, shit happened that shouldn't have. And it's shit that is... Was it illegal? Or is it a case of, it's not illegal, but it's really sus that it blew out of proportions?
Alright, I'm going to go through the details. One, someone was using a flipper to trigger Bluetooth devices, which caused people's insulin pumps, hearing aids, and pacemakers to go out of control, when it was aka intended to trigger sex devices. So there were people out there actually having trouble trying to actually stay alive.
Oh, fuck.
Let's see, what else? There is someone was violated. That is probably the best way I could put it. What else? There was also dealers den. A lot of the dealers, at least I would say 1/3 of the cash sales they made were paid in fake currency. And there were cases of diapers, full diapers by the way, being thrown around the hotel on a scavenger hunt.
Oh god. Fuck. That's not good.
Yeah, that is not good, and that's me summing up some of the details. I don't know all of them, but those were the case-worthy ones that I heard of.
Those are probably like the top that's probably like the top 3 to give out is, oh, someone tried to, you know, bully sex toy users and unfortunately targeted insulin pumps and what was the other device?
Pacemakers and hearing aids.
Pacemakers and hearing aids. That, I'm gonna be real, that is just, god damn it.
Yeah, and I kid you not, a lot of people posted up on social media that they were having issues trying to get their insulin pump working, or their pacemakers were having issues. To the point where if the problem wasn't resolved, they would actually have to go to hospital.
Yeah, that's not good. That one, I'm gonna be real with you. I feel like the usage of the flipper, is it illegal yet, or is it still...
No, it's not illegal. It's... Okay, a flipper is essentially... Okay. It's... Okay, how do I say this? The way you put it as, imagine you owned a gun. It's not...
I probably wouldn't do it like that.
Laws, alright? If you followed the laws of your state, and you went through all the proper procedures to own a gun, yeah, it's not illegal. Yeah. Owning the flipper is not illegal, it's how you use it. It's like how you don't use a freaking cooking knife to kill someone.
Fair enough. Alright. So, to get rid of, like, the violent nature of the flipper and just go with what it is, because otherwise then we run into these issues of, like... Because they'll be putting in... The flipper is essentially blasting an electric wave, which is normally used for near field communication. So that's your Bluetooth, that's your car, keys, and in this case, pacemakers, insulin pumps, and hearing aids. That's the short of it. And it's one that, like, you can customize the signal that's distributed. Would that be
yes,
like a shorthand of what the flip... Because I'm fairly familiar with what the flipper is because of going into IT and shit, and it's one of those cases of the flipper, it is a very crazy electrical tool for what it does, considering the amount of shit we have that is near field communication. So, to put into shorthand what the flipper can do, because of this, it can open electronic doors, because they're looking for a signal, and the flipper will just can cycle through any one of those. It can unlock cars and get them to start. It can enable any kind of, you know, signal it's waiting to be interpreted. It is anything that is listening. If it picks up on what a flipper is doing, then essentially you can have the flipper open whatever kind of tech you want. It is problematic, to say the least, which is why a lot of near-field communications, like especially doors, for instance, have encrypted communication. So what happens is that they're not getting like an untranslated signal. They take in the signal, it gets translated, and then it unlocks the doors and such like that. Car keys don't do that. And as we're slowly learning here, it can cause issues with insulin pumps and hearing aids and pacemakers.
It's like how locksmiths and all that carry lock picking tools. Like, it's not illegal to have them, it's just how you use them.
Yeah, actually that is probably a really good equivalency. It's not illegal to own lock picking. There's caveats to the to owning lock picking. Like, I think they have it where it's like you can't use it on something that isn't your own, and you can't own like I think it's like this crazy wide collection for, you know, carrying around. It is dangerous. In Australia, I'm fairly sure flippers for like if police find you with a flipper in like a car park or something like that and you're using it to unlock your car or anything like that, they can confiscate it. I think is what they can do in some of the states. I could be misinformation at this point.
Nah, it's you can easily get a flipper. Like, there's no problem of, you know, having one.
You're just opening a can of worms as to the potential you can do with a flipper.
The issue comes down to what you're using it for.
What do you think would be a lawful, morally good reason to use a flipper?
Flippers are used for mostly IT related stuff. I don't know the exact thing for it, but you can think of it something similar to, you know, black hat hackers and white hat hackers. You know, people who hack things for good reasons to find exploits and find a way to get rid of them.
Like a security expert, where it's more about, hey, I'm doing a test on your you gotta go. Not to worry, pigs. Sorry that we got into this tangent after talking about meeting furries to Furdu to the problems with furries to the whatsamahoozy to what flippers can be used for. This is what happens when you're on my stream. We'll go on tangents, whether someone's in the VC or not. Potentially by transferring electrical signals between different sources. Yeah. Interesting tangents be often. It is. But yeah, so that's what the flipper is. Do you mind if we continue on with the rest of the cutscene?
Yes, please do, because I already explained my thing. I didn't expect it to be like this.
Fair enough. Sorry for pulling you into tangents and shit. Oh, another raid. Hi, Deakus. You missed out on a lot of conversation. Welcome. Garou is best husband. Who is Garou? Who is that guy? Planning on coming back up to Brizzy for Furdu 25. Ah, nice. Okay, that'll be cool. We'll see how I do with Furdu next year, or with this year, to figure out if I want to do it next year. I don't know yet. Depends on what kind of, like, friends and what have you I can hang out with this year. So. Are we about to have a gang fight at a fucking funeral? Cookie for Night Sky.
合流会の連中か。
そこどかんかいボケ。
またお会いしましたな、キルヨハン。
ここから先は一歩も通さない。
Oh, I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Why do you do this to me? Blue had already put me in the maid outfit like a while ago, and now you're putting me in a maid outfit. There we go. Ah, that wasn't the guy I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. Got him. Friends are uber important for a con. So you put me in the maid outfit to help clean up the mess, is that it? Oh, they just keep coming, don't they? It's this guy.
Ohayo, Kiryu-han.
葬儀の日に殴り込むとはどういうつもりだ。
うちの若いもんは血の気が多うてかなわんわ。やめ言うてんのに勝手に突っ走ってしもうたんや。ほんますまんことしたの。
どの面下げてきたんだ。
寺田藩には昔よう世話になったさかい証拠をさせてもらいに来たんや。
おめえの証拠など受けられねえ。とっとと帰れ。
さっきからおっかない顔しとるけど、あんた何者や。
若頭代行の柏木だ。
ほんまでっか。わしはてっきり葬儀屋のおっさんかと思ってました。まあ人手不足の登場会。
Stream weekend. Played Clona, had my heart broken. You played Crosscode, had your mind broken. Being an hour and 45-minute boss. Awesome. Then you had fun with Guru in I Do Din Chronicle today. So you've had your heart, your mind. Is your body broken? Hopefully your body isn't broken.
ならしゃあないかもしれませんな。死んだ会長はよそ様の組からヘッドハンティング。会長代行は未亡人のおばは。こないな組と喧嘩してると思うとチートばかり投げてきます。
寺田会長ぶっ殺したんはてめえの仕業だろうが。
You're not doing a really good job in like.
おお兄ちゃん、この前の勢いはどこに行ったんや。
畜生、ぶっ殺してやる。
合田会長はどこにいるんだ。
空気のええところでゆっくり休んでもろてます。
目的は杯を阻止するためか。
せえ。天下の近江連合とこんなヨレヨレの組が杯交わすなんぞバランスが取れへんやろ。
てめえ喧嘩売りに来たのか。
ちゃいますねん、ちゃいますねん。今日はほんまに寺田藩を弔うつもりで来ただけです。それにわしも人の子や。厳粛な葬儀の場でドンパチやるほどアホちゃいます。
Hopefully he means that.
香典です。お納めください。
合流会の金など受け取れん。
登場会は1年前にタガが100億のことで内輪もめしとったやないですか。銭に困っとるんなら素直に受け取った方がよろしい。
こんな子供じみた挑発をして近江連合の6代目を告げると思ってんのかい。
あんたが会長代行やな。
合田会長の気持ちを思うと胸が痛くなるよ。
何が言いたいんや、おばはん。
親はね、どんなに出来の悪い子供でも可愛いもんなのさ。けどね、これだけ筋違いのことをされちゃ血のつながった親としては 死ぬほど情けないはずだ。
わしと親父はチーナと繋がっておるんだ。せやから親の情なんかあれへん。あるのはお互いに憎しみの感情だけ。あんたも大変やな。出しゃばりなおかん持って。てめえ、今日はもうお遊びはなしや。お邪魔なようやし、そろそろおいとまさせてもらいます。そうやな。3日やな。
3日？
ええ。わしらもその間はもうに服させてもらいます。せやから3日後、再戦と行きましょう。
再戦だと？
そうや。もうこれ以上ごちゃごちゃせんと一気に片付けましょうや。
Not a good idea.
カムロ町に血の雨降らせたります。せやけど、うちには礼儀知らずのおっさんがおるからの。多分今頃、カムロ町のどこぞで派手なパフォーマンスを繰り広げとるはずや。
礼儀知らず？誰だ？
戦国や。
戦国？
Did they just blow up Millennium Tower again? No, there's just a lot of helicopters for some reason. That makes no sense.
Nani?
Oh hey, it's Gojo Majima. Nice. Nice. Oh, I thought we were gonna fight as Majima. That would have been fun. Moshi Moshi. Too tired to call you. That's just what's happened already. The Omni Alliance have launched an attack. Yep. Sengoku especially. Can we talk later? There's a lot going on at the moment. I'm near Purgatory. All I've got to go on the moment is what Ryuji says. The Go Ryu attacked Tojo clan headquarters. We beat them back, but he said he didn't even order it. And if what he's saying is true, then Sengoku's attack was independent of the Go Ryu clan. Our first priority needs to be punching Sengoku back. Alrighty then. Oop, hello? Wait, he's on the ground. Nope, never mind, we can't talk to them. Alrighty then, never mind. This a ways. Have you played any of the Yakuza games before, Blue?
No, I have not.
Is it on your to-do list? They have, like, PS2 releases. It looks real
The problem is finding those originals are a pain in the ass.
Oh.
As in, they are considered collector's items.
Really?
They're not. Okay, so Kiwami 1 and 2, I'm pretty sure they got re-released.
Yes.
In a physical form.
Yeah, Kiwami is the remake.
Yes, it's just that the originals are hard to find. The Kiwami ones in physical form are a pain in the ass to find.
Yeah.
I can possibly look for it.
It's just not on the priority list.
It's not on priority list. I can't find it locally. I know where to look. I go to my usual eBay sources.
Ah, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. So you don't use the... Does PlayStation 3 have a storefront?
Yes, but I actually prefer to have the physical media.
Ah, okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough.
It comes down to what happened to my PS3, because they are, you know, cutting down on the PSN support for it, and I'm pretty sure you can't really buy anything anymore, I think.
Okay.
So it's the whole thing of obsolete, and I'm future-proofing myself.
Fair enough, especially with like the kind of talks we've been getting about the online storefront with games such as Alpha Protocol recently, where that got pulled down to the store because of a music licensing dispute.
Yes.
Which I thought, like, I'm annoyed when... Oh no, Majima! Shit.
遅いわキルちゃん。戦国組の兵隊全員ぶっ倒したで。
What are they doing, Majima?
兄さん、約束やったからな。ちゃんと守ったで。ああ、それより、はよう登場会の本部に戻るんや。なぜだ、連中。街中でヘリ飛ばしたり兵隊を行進させたりしたんは桐生ちゃんをここにおびき出すためや。ほんまの目的は本部を乗っ取ることや。本当か？裏で戦国組を手引きしたんは神道や。神道か？あのドアを金で願ったんや。
Great, so now... Also, thank you for doing a shout out for Izzy on there, Blue. I appreciate it. So, you should go follow Izzy the fat cat, alright? Wait, hang on. Let me just scroll back. Yeah, she does some amazing furry art. I need to save up money so one day I can commission her to see how she does the zebra with, like, you know, Tubby strong rather than just, you know, himbo strong. But, she needs more followers. She needs more people to clip her work and whenever she goes on tangents and such. It's absolutely amazing. Alrighty. Oh my god. Right, this way. So I'm pretty sure there's a woman I can talk to donate money to. Oh wait, wrong way. This way. It is a little bit weird seeing him with his safety helmet like the entire time in this game. I don't think I've seen him like in a moment where he doesn't have his safety helmet on.
Hi.
There we go.
Hi. Cerveza Cristal.
So what is on your priority queue? I saw you playing a little bit of what's-a-mahoozy, Mario Party. But you've got like a difference. I know you were doing a little bit of a you were doing a little bit of Kingdom Hearts, but that was a long time ago now.
The problem is I'm in the middle of multiple RPGs myself.
Ah.
So I can't start another one.
Nah, fair enough.
I don't want to be like, oh great, my entire stream schedule is just RPGs.
No, that's understandable. You wanna try and, like, you know, break it up and such. Oh yeah, Professor Layton, you're currently going through that one as well.
Yeah, so it's good because what I try to do is I try to mix up my content in terms of playability, so that way I don't feel like I'm getting bored or tired of the same thing.
Well, that's understandable. I'm currently in like sort of an executive decision dysfunction where it's like I don't want to play Yakuza Kiwami like every stream, even though I'd probably be able to get like I used to do that with like the Kingdom Hearts games, I feel like, and then it would get broken up with like a brand new release or something, only if it was like, you know, a priority brand new release. But there isn't any new releases that are, you know, grabbing my interest at this point. And it's like, oh, what the fuck am I supposed to play besides oh god damn it, I can't get, oh god. I don't know what to play that isn't just a different Yakuza. Alright, where does it, oh, this way, here we go. Yum.
Okay, so what I'm trying to do essentially is there's some games on my list that I want to stream 100%, but I have to spread them out in a way that I'm not going to get, you know, tired from it.
Burnt out.
I don't want to play the same genre multiple times. That's why I actually put off Kingdom Hearts 2, just because it's the first game was long enough as it is, and Kingdom Hearts 2 is even longer.
Yep, I can attest to that. You're
That's
not going
why
through Chain of Memories, are you?
Possibly, I don't know. But the thing I have is any game that's in my Sunday slot is gonna be a game that's gonna take a while. My weekday streams are always consist of games that can be reasonably finished in a good amount of time.
Okay.
こんなことをしてただじゃ済まないよ。
もう勝負はついたんですよ。
So I know with Paper Mario, like that's an RPG and it takes a bit, but compared to other RPGs, Paper Mario is actually short.
And then there's also Mario RPG, which is probably just as short as well.
Yeah, I believe Mario RPG is longer than Paper Mario.
Oh. Darn. Well, that's my I've reached my limit of being able to mistakenly gaslight people or misinformation.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem with RPGs. Also, really right.
Oh my, we've had so many raids. Van, welcome. Hopefully you had a wonderful time in Stardew. Oh, Van, quick question. Has Purple Pardis like given you like a screenshot of like a paint scene that I was on, trying to describe the train of thought we were going through recently when she was, you know, getting food for stream, or when the two of you were getting food for stream? Perp should be coming in soon. Ah, amazing, nice, will do. I will ask my questions and what have you. Join with me in the chat is Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Don't.
Hello.
Yeah, this is them. They do some retro games and what have you. They're a huge fan of Mario, as you can see with their Daisy outfit. Look at them, aren't they cute?
No, I was forced to be Daisy.
Oh, they were forced to be Daisy because apparently you should check how cute they are with exclamation point cute and then their username. You'll see that they're like maximum levels of cute. Watch as Blue cannot refute it because it is true.
Jason's checking himself out.
Jason's a 20%. That's fine. That's okay. So yeah.
戦国組の兵隊が現れたそうだが、今日は5代目の葬儀だ。絶対に挑発に乗るんじゃねえと下の連中に言っておけ。はい。
7. See, look at this. Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Maximum cuteness. 999%. Maximum. Look at him. Alright, these are all the assassinations, I'm guessing. Ah, there she is. Hi, Purple Pardis. Your raid was spoilt to me by Vaughn. Observe as we go through like the Yakuza like generals being like shot and like hit and run really fast. Look at them. We're not doing any gameplay. We're just watching as like so many like totally legitimate business people are being massacred by a rival business. 28% himbo? You can be better than that. You can be more him. My scanner is not broken, thank you very much. My scanner is not broken, alright? Oh my god, 93%. Jeez. That's where it is. That's where it is, Vaughn. You're bringing in like just you know, a bit of a quarter, and then Purple comes in and she's taking it home. Absolutely like high levels. Technica, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Boom, boom, boom. So yeah. Heyo.
何を言ってるんだい
俺はね、姉さん。前からあんたに惚れていたんですよ。
Oh, that's rude. Zekumis, welcome to the stream. Also, Shina Mira, thank you for the follow as well. Normally I don't stream on a Monday morning/afternoon, but I didn't have to work today because it's Easter.
1年前に錦山の親父と女取り合ったでしょうが。それが原因で登場会がガタガタになっちまった。結局、俺もあんたも。What
were we talking about earlier?
Like back when Majima was getting like covered in blood and shit.
Yeah, what was the topic of our conversation?
Oh, yeah, before the most recent tangent, it was about the issue I have with video games and copyright is that games can be like just pulled off of the storefront because of like a music dispute and such, whereas with movies and TV shows, I feel like they don't have this problem. I feel like they don't have this like royalties issue that's going on where it's like, oh, you haven't renewed your license, and you know, because as we want more money, we're gonna, you know, you're gonna have to rescind it, otherwise we're gonna copyright claim you for everything. It's like, what the fuck?
It's because with games, people stream games. You can't really stream movies on platforms like this unless you want to get screwed over.
Yeah, no, but okay, to clarify, if like it's when it comes to the whole video game like streaming thing, Imadiggy, there is no defense for us, or there is no right. Let me like clarify. If Square Enix wanted to, they could just be like, right, there can be no playing of our Final Fantasy series. We'll do takedown requests and all that kind of such. They could do that. It's just a waste of effort for them to do that is what they've seen. They've seen it as like a benefit to, you know, let this run and such like that. And when they do that, it means like the copyright hold is like not as enforced and what have you. Like, sorry, Nintendo could do this as well with any of their Pokemon games and what have you. They choose not to enforce that particular part of their copyright because, one, if they do try to take us to court, then the opposition can either choose to settle or they go for a defense that it is a fair use, where the argument is that because of, you know, you playing the game and you streaming and what have you, it can be seen as transformative or content or what have you. It's a defense, mind you. It is not a right. So you have to explain yourself towards a judge and such. It takes a long time. It's a lot of fees. The only like real world modern example of the fair use argument being used in court and might be repetitioned is like H3H3's copyright suit with like another fellow streamer. We've not had, you know, someone with TV shows or movies try to go to court with any of the big publishers arguing of like, oh, hey, because I'm on stream and I'm, you know, eating my soup, or, you know, going, oh my god, that's crazy, that being seen as transformative. Like, we've not done that yet.
It's also the issue with how copyright law is completely different in Japan and in the Western world. Because I'm pretty sure I already went into this discussion before. But
would be
Japanese copyright, you actually actively have to protect it. But there is legit nothing to that helps copyright holders in Japan.
The other thing is, as well, is that it's harsher in Japan as well. So, like, by the same token of, oh, it takes a lot of work for the copyright holder to claim it and what have you, and they have to demonstrate claim, otherwise the copyright is seen as a bit, like, as not important. By the same thing, there is no fair use in Japan's copyright law.
Yeah, it also comes down to if they're not actively protecting it in a reasonable manner, it can possibly lose its protection.
Oh, Nintendo used to do that till they saw streamers' influence increasing sales. Nice. Good to know. So yeah.
It also comes down to a social thing as well. Like we already say Japan has different social norms or whatever. The people in charge of Nintendo in Japan
they're not the same as Nintendo in America.
Yeah, they're pretty much kind of out of touch. They don't know certain things. I see Nintendo ever since Satoru Iwata passed away, and someone else took over as CEO in Japan. Because originally he was against mobile gaming for Nintendo stuff. Yeah, he was against it, and then when he passed, mobile games became more of a prolific thing for Nintendo.
Yeah. There was the very sudden occurrence of, like, you know, gamers say a lot of smack, but money where their mouth is, they actually like this mobile shit and the, you know, early transaction nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. And do keep in mind that Satoru Iwata was a CEO who worked on the front lines. He was one of the main programmers who worked alongside people like Shigeru and Masahiro Sakurai.
He was an exemplar of CEOs being raised from the company and an understanding that they were leaders within their industry, rather than a businessman with a portfolio for improving a company agnostically to skill and what have you. Like Bobby Kotick for Blizzard.
Yeah, and I know I keep bringing this example up a lot, but when the Nintendo Wii U and for a time the Nintendo 3DS were having poor sales, he cut his wages, his entire salary in half, rather than laying people off.
As far as I understand, CEOs in Japan are not paid by, you know, stock value, like stock options and shit. They're actually paid a salary, is one of the bigger differences.
They're paid with money. And the argument that Satoru pushed was that if you lay people off, your staff will be more worried about being fired, so they will be less likely to be inspired or be creative in their work.
Yeah.
Producing lackluster product.
I think one of the other issues with, you know, laying people off and what have you, and it's something that I don't know if we've had the studies do this and such, but in a tech company, for instance, like if you lay people off, that's normally seen as like a short term as in within the year. Usually it's usually a short-term savings, because it's like, oh, rather than spending a couple $1 million on, you know, staff working in a company that are not returning value, you cut them out and you're still getting the same return, because, you know, normally they're working on something that can only give you value in 3 years. Once you get out of the bad times in the short term, then you're hiring on contractors or someone else back in to help, you know, get the productivity back up and what have you. There hasn't really been a study on this, and I really wish there was a study about this. But when you get rid of existing staff, the long-term ramification is you're losing out on, like, inherited knowledge and, you know, the things that like the unique traits of how a business operates, both creatively and, you know, in relationship to the customer. Because when you bring in a contractor, they're meant to, you know, get started, boots on the ground running, and, you know, go off and do their own thing. But what that means is that it's a very tacked on kind of team. They don't meld in. They don't have the company, like, shortcuts that we've been able to create and such because of, you know, working for us so long. It's also important to note the Japanese has labor laws that prevent companies from laying people off on a limb. There's actually a whole Japanese corporate ritual that effectively bullies people into quitting by shoving them into unfulfilling work or no work until, you know, they all quit out of sheer boredom. Damn.
Yeah, that's a thing. But just so you know, that tactic does not work on Westerners.
Yeah, because
if you have a Western employee at a Japanese company and they do that sort of thing to them, you know what is likely going to happen? I'll be like, oh sweet, I don't have to worry. I don't have to. I can put in less effort and still get paid. They won't feel bored. They will be like, oh, this is easy street.
The no work part, I feel like a lot of Westerners would just be like, oh, fucking sweet, because that's kind of how a lot of like Western workers used to think, where it's like you do your 10 years and you know, you get a lot of money and such like that, and you don't, you know, company loyalty and what have you. So, unfulfilling work is... The Western audience has only come into that in the 2010s, I feel. Like, in the 90s, it was joked about in office spaces where it's like, oh yeah, I'm miserable at my work, but, you know, that's what it is in order to, you know, have forward momentum and, you know, set myself up for the future and my kids and such. It's only with the workforce coming into the 2010, 2020s that they're actually looking at, you know, unfulfilling work as, wow, this is unfulfilling. I'm going to leave this and go for something else.
It's it comes down to over there in Japan, they pride themselves as they have a lot of pride and honor in themselves. The whole belief of benefiting the whole group rather than oneself is so strong, it's embedded into their culture. Whereas in other places, especially in certain Western countries, it's all about yourself. Even if you have to bring a lot of people down just to get what you want.
Yeah.
But the basic point that I want to see more is that CEOs and companies, rather than laying people off, just take the cut. You don't need another fucking yacht. You don't need another luxury house.
The problem is with the quote-unquote the cut is that CEOs in the West don't make their money by a salary. It's how, like, Elon Musk only has, like, I think $1 a month or something like that from a majority of his companies. Instead, what he has is his money from stock options and, you know, gets either dividend from it, which is from unrealized gains, or he puts it up to a bank loan where they interpret it as a value, which I absolutely hate this loophole. If they don't be seen as a value for tax purposes, why do banks get to see it as a value? I feel like it needs to be one or the other. Either banks don't see any value in it at all, or governments need to see a value in it if the banks are like... But anywho's the US like CEO man and such like that, it's based off of the stock value, which is, unfortunately, it's a bit of a magic on how in the fuck the worth of a company is not inherent with the actual productivity of a company. And if you want an example of that, you just look at the 2008 housing crisis, like, you know, the fact that, you know, all these different, like, you know, like CDOs and such like that were set up by, you know, falsely reports and such like that. And it's like, oh, how did that happen? It's like, oh, because the people that have to rate all these home loans and such get huge benefits by rating them favorably for this bank to purchase their collection and what have you. And then, you know, any time we've had, what was the name of that woman? She made like a company and it got like rated for like worth millions to billions of dollars and she like she set herself up as like looking like an Apple executive and shit like that. And it was like, oh, turns out the company is fucking fruitless and has no means of creating the tests that they were, you know, propositing and all this kind of shit. And it was like, grr. That's the problem we live in, is that the money that CEOs are making comes not properly tied to the company besides name and gambling. Gambling with more steps, I should say.
There's also the problem of, what is it? A lot of the companies, like, you know, the board of directors, have to put a lot of emphasis on their shareholders.
Yep.
the point where it's ridiculously insane.
Yeah. It's just one of those. Since the 90s, CEOs were paid in stock options, which is why new Boeing planes are falling out of the sky. That one is because John Oliver actually did an article about this. Boeing in the 1990s absorbed another airline company, and that airline company was like filled with just business people and such. Boeing's higher ups and such, they were all engineers and what have you, like, you know, Shigeru Miyamoto kind of peeps. And Boeing was, and it was like the quote, there's like a quote or something like that from the new guy that was running Boeing, which what ended up happening, because the company that Boeing absorbed was tiny and failing a lot. But a majority of the finance people from the smaller company later on took over Boeing's like actual executive force and such. And they argued that Boeing needed to stop thinking like an engineering firm and more like a business. And, you know, from that, it's like they started making all these, like, you know, rush jobs and shit. And a majority of the engineers are like, oh yeah, I'm not going in this fucking plane. So.
情けない。神道のような男に喉元に刃を突
The
き
whole
つけられる。
point of all this is that I hate it when this is a current existing problem in Australia, and the government's like, yeah, explain this, Coles and Woolworths, why they're having record-breaking sales. The cost of living for produce, like food and essentials, is going up way too much.
Yeah.
Imagine, like, the amount of shopping you pay, you automatically hit like $50 when you're trying to, you know, buy basic essentials.
And the problem is Coles and Woolies argue that the reason, so because the thing that they're going up against that's like trying to, you know, face them off and such is that they're fixing prices to stop smaller distributors, smaller grocery store chains from operating in the business. They're doing a technique that Amazon is known for doing on the online markets. The argument that Coles and Woolies is giving is that, oh, the prices that matter, like meats and vegetables, those have been going up in price and we have had to take a loss or something like that on it. They've tried to argue that the price fixing that everyone is pointing at and such like that isn't, you know, in the areas that are actually affecting people and why they're looking to Coles and Woolies. Which is like...
There's also the issue of they are price gouging their suppliers. They're oversupplying the market, which is affecting the suppliers. Like, imagine, because there's this thing where you're given a contract. Let's say you need to produce 10,000 heads of lettuce, and this needs to be done like every 2 weeks or whatever. And then Coles or Woolies be like, okay, we come to pick up the 10,000 like 3 times, like, and then the 4th time when they come around, it's like we only need half the amount. But in the contract, it's stated that the farmer needs to produce 10,000. But they're only taking half of it, so then you realize that they're manipulating the supply.
And the problem is in the contract is that there isn't really any good way for the supplier to, you know, get reparations, because they can't sell the remainder 5,000, and monetary return, like from, oh, you get this much back or something like that, isn't in the contract. So they've got like 5,000 cabbage heads, or, you know, salad heads or whatever, that have to now, cookie for Jason, they now can't resell. It's now a waste, but they still have to produce 10,000 like cabbage heads or what have you for the next week. And it's just like,
yeah, they still have to do it. Like, they're under contract.
There's a lot less pressure on the buyer for, you know, doing this underhanded nonsense compared to the seller.
悪かったな。ちょっと表の様子を見てきた。まだ誰にも気づかれてねえみてえだ。
So.
13号資料室なんかに近づく人間は
I find it really dumb. Like, people can't survive in this current environment in regards to just trying to buy stuff to survive.
Yeah.
And is like Coles and Woolies are not Australian owned.
They're not?
Well, because they still got parent companies.
Oh.
It also doesn't help that Coles and Woolworths as a business also own things like Minor 10, Bunnings, and other sort of businesses that you wouldn't think that are owned by them.
Kmart and Target are owned by the same grocery group. I think they're both owned by Kohl's.
Yeah, you got Coles Myer, like you got Myer, the department store, owned by them.
Yeah. Now, and then you also have mobile plans, you've got car insurance, health insurance, home insurance. Like, Coles and Woolies are in way... Oh, liquor license as well. They have so many liquor stores.
Yeah, you got Liquorland and let's see, there's Dan Murphy's.
Dan Murphy's, BWS, and
I don't think Thirsty Camel is one. I don't think so.
I think Thirsty Camel is one, actually. There's... If we look into it, it's going to be like going through the Unilever Wikipedia page. We're just going to see way more brands that we were like, oh, I didn't know this, and, you know, get some, you know, post-capitalism doomer feels.
One way to find out if they are part of that particular group, whether they're Coles or Woolies, if they ask you for a flybys or a rewards card.
Yep, I know. Yep, that would do it.
What do you mean?
どういうことだ?
わからん。だがあのおっさん、まだ何かを握ってるのは確かだ。どうやらこの事件に借りがあるらしい。
借りか。
Hi there, Ginger Fox. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the head pats. I think I'm gonna finish up on the stream shortly. Looks like when's the next advertisement? It looks like it's gonna be in 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I'm probably gonna, once this cutscene's over, I'm gonna hop off and figure out lunch or dinner. I'm getting closer to dinner than I am to lunch at this point.
Yeah, I know. My sleep schedule's messed up.
Oh, mine's gonna be absolutely terrible. I have to wake up at 3 a.m. on a Thursday to get down to Sydney. So, I'm waking up at I'm waking up at 2, to leave at 3, to get to the airport at 4, to arrive in Sydney before 9, so I can work in the Sydney office, and then I'm there until like 4 or 5 p.m., depending on how quickly I can get from Sydney airport into the office, and then from then, flying back home, and probably not arriving here until like 8 or 9 p.m. So, no stream on Thursdays, guys, by the by, just so you know.
龍二を追いかけて関西へ向かう。
Yeah. We've got more business in Kansai. I'm worried about Chairman Goda. I need to get my stuff. Meet me back at Serena later. I'll call you when I'm ready. See you then. Hi there. Guess I know a guy. Hi. Unfortunately, I'm going to be ending the stream here. Saving is complete. Cool. Alt F4 that. Get the music back up and running. And we're back over to the chat screen. That is it for today. It's almost 5 p.m. Well, it's 4:30 right now. Yes, it's 4:30 right now. It's almost 5 p.m. I need to go get something to eat, and I've got work the next day. Blue, thank you so much for joining in the VC, and like, I'm gonna be real with you, it was absolutely fantastic having a conversation with you about all kinds of random tangents. I hope we didn't get into anything too hot watery for you, and you had a wonderful time, both with that and with the mahjong.
It's fine. I am a random source of trivia.
Nice. You have an approximate knowledge of a lot of things. When might the people find you streaming next?
I'll be streaming tomorrow. I think I put my schedule at 2 p.m. my time, so Australian Central Daylight Savings.
Australia Central Daylight
And there'll be more Paper Mario on the N64.
Hey, nice. Alrighty then. Let's have a look. Let's see who's online. Alright, hang on. I need to refresh this page. Let's see. We've got... Dazarus is playing a little bit of South Park. Fabu Pona is doing Hearthstone. Lapis War is doing art. Gwillem is doing Oxygen. Wait, is Van Blood streaming again? What? He cheated! Wait, no, he's just ending his stream. It's just... What the...
Right.
Van!
There are options. There are
Van,
options.
you forgot to end your stream. How does he do this? How does he do this? Alright. Back over to the start. Joel's doing Murder House, Canadian Dragon. Do you have someone you recommend, Blue?
Well, there's Soft Taco streaming. There's Lucky Volp streaming. There's Kaji Notorious streaming, but they've been going for quite a bit.
Okay, okay. It looks like Soft Taco... What are they?
They're an Australian streamer.
I meant their persona.
Sloth.
Ah, nice. Cool. They didn't look like Sid the Sloth, and I was like, what is this? What is this species? Alrighty. Well, do we want to go... Sorry, so there was Soft Taco, and... Did you mention one of the peeps that was going to do the Teriyaki restaurant with us was also streaming, or?
No. Lucky Volpine is not Vol.
Ah, okay. That distinction would have helped. All right. Let's go for Soft Taco then. We're gonna go with our classic Himbo raid message for that one. We're gonna go with Himbo raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. And that will be it for today. I will need to update my schedule so that no one thinks I'm gonna be streaming in the next hour, and that I'm not streaming on Wednesday or Thursday or Tuesday. I will be back online Friday night and Saturday for party game streams. I will probably put the straw poll on Discord and my Twitter, just so then that way people have a better chance of seeing it. Would love for some people to join in on it, whatever it is that we're playing, and I'll probably do a stream at the start of Saturday, get through some Final Fantasy XIV, and then go into the party game stream. But otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Or not tonight's stream, this morning's stream that led into the afternoon and now into the evening. Blue, thank you again for joining in. I hope you had a wonderful time. I'm Purple, Vaughn, Dekus, Pigs, Emu, if you're still here. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. And we got a few new people joined in, which was great. I hope you all have a good time, and I'll hopefully see you all next time. Bye for now. Alrighty. What are they talking about? Oh, they're doing some Subnautica. Nice. Nice. And let's raid right about now.